Please welcome creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everyone. How you guys doing? Welcome to E3 Coliseum 2019. You guys having a good E3 so far? All right, well, we have 3 days of panels and talks here at the E3 Coliseum, and it's, I think, the best lineup we've had. This is the third year of the Coliseum, and the reason we do this is to bring the game creators closer to the fans. So all of you guys that are here, we just have an amazing lineup of stuff across 3 days. Lots of great highlights. Today we've got lots of big games on stage. We've got The Simpsons live later today, and then tomorrow. More continues. We've got Jack Black here with Jablinski Games live for the first time, which is going to be awesome. And we just announced yesterday, Thursday, we're going to have Elon Musk and Todd Howard here for a session as well on Thursday at noon. So check the schedule on the E3 website. Everything will be streamed, so I want to welcome everyone watching around the world across YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Mixer, and Facebook. You guys will get to see all these panels over the next 3 days, and we're so excited to bring them to you. So without further ado, let's get to our first session of the day. These guys had a big moment on Sunday. We're talking Gears 5. Yes. And we have an awesome panel for you. There's going to be some news related to the game on this panel, so you definitely are going to get a special treat if you're watching or here in the audience. So without further ado, let's kick things off. And to lead us through this panel, please welcome the head of the Coalition, Rod Ferguson, and WWE superstar, Austin Creed. Red and black. How you doing, man?
How are you?
Good to see you. How's everything?
Hey, Jeff,
Rod,
how are you?
Good to see you guys again. All right, enjoy the panel.
Thank you very much. What's going on, everybody? Good. So, Gears of War 5, you guys kind of excited about it? Just a little bit. So you kind of excited about it? There we go.
Weirdly, you know how to work a crowd. That's strange. I don't know how that happens.
Maybe once or twice.
So weird.
I know, it's strange. This is a nice setup.
It
first
is.
of all. Wow.
This is comfy.
Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it. Gears of War 5, obviously, had some big news that dropped. And Rod.
Yeah, it's we ship date. So we're coming out September 10th, September 6th with early access. So hopefully you're all going to be online September 10th. And we announced our new mode, debuted our new mode, Escape,
yes,
which is our 3-player co-op aggressive multiplayer mode. You plant the bomb, and you get inside the hive, you plant the bomb, and you fight your way out. And
so much fun. So essentially, when we got to pick the game up and play it, it's one of those games where you're sitting local co-ops, you're sitting with your friends in chairs on the couch, whatever, and you find out in the next 10 minutes, we're just going to be screaming at each other while we're staring at the screen. I feel like that's something that not so many games have nowadays. So to be able to have that awesome local co-op experience, it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, co-op, we'd like to say co-op is cake, not icing to Gears of War. Every time we come to the game, it's always about the co-op. And because co-op is just a short form for shared experience. And every time we meet fans, we did a poster signing last night, it's all about the stories, about shared experience. Like, this is how me and my brother stayed together. I met my girlfriend, and now we're married, and we had cut the cake with the Lancer. And, it's all these stories about how the game has brought people together. And it's really meaningful to us and the team, so it's super exciting.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, it's been amazing to see the franchise grow in the ways that it has. And the fact that we've got this escape mode, and it's so much fun, and so intricate and so detailed, and just such a good time, we appreciate it. Me sitting on the side, I appreciate you doing this.
Well, and it's one thing of a bunch of different beats. That's one of the things people keep like, hey, how come you haven't shown campaign gameplay? And part of it is like Gears 5, we want to challenge expectations. Mm-hmm. And we looked like, 6 minutes of campaign gameplay with Rod playing it on stage is kind of like almost like every Gears at E3. And so we wanted to, we said last year we had our campaign moment. We've got so much in the box, and so it was like, okay, this time we're going to talk about Escape. We knew Escape was going to be on the floor, so let's put Escape on the stage. And then, like, July, we've got our Versus Tech Test, so everybody else can play. If you pre-order, you're part of Game Pass, you'll get in. And we'll have our, in August at Gamescom, we're doing Horde. And so you'll be able to go deep in Horde and find out what's going on there. And then September, we come back to the story and really talk about campaign and talk about Kate's story. So kind of over the summer, from now until launch, it's just jam-packed full of information.
Yeah. So before the game even comes out, you've already got a story progression there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We've got a little video.
Yeah, I figured, hey, maybe not everybody saw the show, so why don't we give you, the intention of this trailer was to give you a feeling of what it feels like to play Escape. And so why don't we run that?
lost everything. Everything except the need for revenge. This might look like a surrender, but it's not. It's an invasion.
Everybody knows somebody that knows something about it. And I won't ask now. Who, what, where, why? Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. Let me know.
So good. It's so good.
You were playing Lonnie all the time with the Electro Blade because you're an aggressive player. We
Just
would
a
say.
touch. Just a touch. So I got hype about the electric knife because it's one of the ultimates that's in the game. So it's Lonnie's, and you just run in and you start stabbing everyone. It's so good. And so obviously playing with two other people, there were situations where I'd say, hey, I'm going in, just cover me or pick me up when I die, but I gotta just go in and do this. And so Lonnie, can you give us a little bit of information about her?
Yeah, so we basically we wanted Escape to have its own identity. We didn't want it to be, like, it's three characters. We could have said, okay, let's do a screenshot with JD, Kate, and Del, and it would look like, oh, it might be they're going into a hive in the campaign, or like you wouldn't understand what it was about. So we wanted it to have its own identity. And so having three different characters, Lonnie, Keegan, and Mac, would stand out in screenshots. And then we said, well, this is actually an opportunity to world build. We have create fully new characters with full backstories. And so we're working with Curtis Wiebe to work on this, this great Hivebuster comic book series. At first issue's already out, paints the backstory for the characters, and you can actually get really invested in them. And so, yeah, Lonnie is our battle-hardened. She's sort of new to the war, as part of the cleanup squads after Gears 3. And so some stuff goes wrong. She ends up in prison. And that's kind of what these guys are. They're a suicide squad, but there's no bomb in their neck. They have their own reasons for doing it. Lonnie is sort of she's the adrenaline junkie. She does it she gets her kicks, but she's also trying to get back to her squad. Mac is an outsider, so he was never part of the military. He's doing it for vengeance. His whole village got wiped out by the swarm, and he's got nothing left, so this is just a pure vengeance play for him. But he's the tank, so he has a barrier shield, and he can protect people while you're having to get somebody back, getting you back up after you had your stabbing frenzy.
Always revive me.
And then Keegan, who's sort of the old guard, he's a former Onyx guard, and he's looking for redemption. He basically served on Azura, which was the secret island in Gears 3. He never got to really see the war, and he saw his brethren die in the war, and he was like protecting VIPs, sort of a glorified bodyguard, and he really feels like, that he never had his chance. And so now he's trying to redeem himself by going back and destroying the swarm and kind of helping to sort of be the fatherly advice for the squad. And he's a support class, so he has a resupply station. So ammo is so, sparse.
important. So important.
There's hardly any ammo, because when you get taken by the snatcher to go in, you only have your pistol and your knife, and so everything you have to get in the level you get by scavenging. So every kill is now a new weapon. Every kill is some ammo, and having Keegan drop a resupply station is huge. So yeah, so we're really excited about having that sort of balance between the three classes and how you play together. But as you saw, there's the communication between the three players, but it's also the overlap of how you use the ultimate abilities. And then, there's 8 different difficulty levels. So the harder you play on, you're trying to get to a point where you master it on the 8th difficulty level. And then once you master it, you want to go fast, because it's really a speed run mode that you'll put a speed up on a leaderboard, and you compare yourself against everybody else. And then every once in a while, the top of the leaderboard will get a reward for that with some sort of cosmetic. So I kind of simplified down to get good and then get fast.
There we go. That's the tagline. One of the things that I think is really cool about it is the fact that it's so replayable. Like, a lot of times I feel like there's modes in games where, we have this new thing, but then once you play it once or twice and you're kind of beat it, it's I'm done with it. But this, you can play it constantly and so much, and there's so much to get into. And the whole video, picking up guns and seeing all the different things, like you said, the teamwork between the players, the fact that they can jump in, they're like ground and pounding you, and somebody has to come and save you. Like, it does such a good job of showing what you actually have to do when the game is going on.
And the way that the hives are built, there was a tile system, and so we're able to build hives really quickly. So we're going to be putting them out in a regular cadence, and so every hive will be different, and we'll have different difficulty modifiers. And what's great is we're actually shipping with a map builder, so the community and the players can build maps too, build their own hives. So like once you show that you can beat the hive, then you can put it out there and challenge others to try to beat your hive.
So when you guys get this game, make all the hardest hives, and we'll try to see what we can do with them.
Exactly.
So we got the Hive Busters. Is there anything else that we should know about?
So as you saw at the end of the announce on E3, is we're really, really, really excited to have this partnership. So if you pre-order or if you play the first week in Game Pass, you will receive the Terminator Dark Fate character pack, which will get you the Gears of War T-800 and Sarah Connor, which is super exciting for us. We love that franchise. So, and it's an amazing opportunity just to work with great partners.
Yeah. So obviously, does anybody in here like Terminator? Good thing. Yeah, give it up. And so I always love good mashups. So having Terminator in the Gears universe is something that's huge for me. I love it. So without further ado, let's watch a little video. So at this time, we'd like to bring to the stage Jesse Sisgold. He is the president and COO of Skyday. Okay, so obviously, like we said, we love Gears, we love Terminator. What got you guys talking? How did this come about?
Well, should we start with the fact that I beat you in arm wrestling backstage? Should we leave that? Should we leave that out of it? Or?
I thought we weren't going to talk about this.
No, I mean, hopefully, like a lot of you, I mean, we grew up just idolizing T1 and T2. Those were core movies that inspired me and a lot of the creators, particularly David Ellison, who founded our company, to fight and put back together the Terminator franchise. Ultimately, bring back James Cameron, who birthed this baby. And if you talk to him, there's only been 2 Terminator movies, period, he's aware of. And so we're picking right back up off of T2 and there really can't be a Terminator without Linda Hamilton, also kind of the ultimate iconic badass in there.
100%. And so obviously, big fan of the Terminator series yourself.
Yeah.
So how did you feel when you started started getting to this point of having Terminator in the Gears universe?
Well, it maps so well. You know, we look at what happened with where Kate is her journey. You know, she's going from an outsider into to a warrior. And it's kind of the same journey that Sarah has. You know, having this sort of like a civilian into now this warrior, as you see in the clip. And so we felt like that parallel paths. And so I was really excited about having Sarah Connor be a character in the game in our universe. There's going to be something really awesome because of that parallel and just that strong female lead character. And what's even more awesome is that Linda's actually going to do the voice of in the game, so it's going to be super good.
You're giving me so many good things right now. Okay, so like you said, so we're mashing these things up, and it's such an awesome thing, and it makes so much sense because the universes have so many strong characters. So to be able to have them both in the same place is just gonna feel good to everybody, I feel. Ooh, check this out.
So
oh
one of the
God,
things,
what? That caught me off guard, sorry.
Gears has an iconic art style, and so proportions and those sorts of things. And so we've taken the T800 and kind of Gearsified it a little bit. And so you see new things like the emissive down the center of the chest, and that's part of the friend versus foe when you're dealing with multiplayer. You want to have a little bit of red on the bad guys and a little bit of blue on the good guys kind of thing. I guess that's depending on your perspective. And so that was something that was great working in the partnership, that we had that freedom to be able to do some stuff like that, to change the proportions a little bit, and to be able to add some lights and things like that to be able to identify them when you're playing multiplayer. And those characters like Sarah and as well will carry over into other modes as well. So it's going to be really exciting to be able to play it. And again, to hear Linda's voice in your head is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be so good.
I think, we're known as a Hollywood company because we make movies and television, but we, have a pretty hardcore interactive DNA. I mean, David, our founder, is very hardcore. He was as a kid, wired up on Halo and then eventually jumped over the Emergence Day. And we are very, very careful about selecting our partnerships. So, we don't have like that ancillary interactive licensing team. That's not how we approach it at all. We talk about building a universe and honoring the fans. And it just so happens, our director, Tim Miller, who directed Deadpool, started out in cutting game trailers. I'm sure you guys know, even Halo 4. So, the collaboration is it's been amazing, both in creating a very unique T800, but also making sure that we're doing something that really honors the fans of the franchise, both on the interactive side, television feature. We look at them all as one, that are just believers in the story and the characters, and couldn't have found a better partnership. I mean, we have two incredible badass female heroes. They're on a very similar mission in terms of, they're sort of outsiders that were brought in to try to conquer fate and save humanity. Small task, but no. Honestly, I mean, you're not going to see a Terminator or Angry Bird or something. I mean, we're really very careful and very focused about honoring fans and making sure that there's integrity back with this franchise.
Yeah. Well, I think that's really good to hear, because I feel like a lot of times nowadays things just get mashed up just to mash them up. So to see two things that I definitely feel should be together because they work so well together is awesome. So it's amazing to hear that you feel that way.
Yeah, it's also sort of how we deal with Gears as well. Like, we always want to do things that are authentic and high quality. The things, even with our licensing, when we look at, when I first came back to the Coalition in 2014, we were talking about starting up the licensing group again, and it was like, okay, what do we do? And I was like, I don't want any plastic wallets, I don't want any flip-flops, I don't want any knickknacks. Like, if it's going to be cool, it has to be cool. Like, it has to, do the right version of it, do the high-end version of it. And the same is true for relationships and partnerships. I feel like this fits because, like, we are such fans of this franchise, and I feel like it feels like the world fits together, especially when you see how they've been Gearsified. Like, it just fits, and it feels really, really good. And so I'm really excited about it because I feel like it's an authentic partnership. It's not just a tack on.
Yeah. And I think definitely everybody else is just as excited as you guys are, because as soon as you guys showed the clip and the video, everybody's just losing their minds. I'm seeing guys like hugging in the crowd. Like, oh my God! So definitely, you guys hit the nail on the head with this one.
Appreciate it.
I think it's a nod also to the Coalition and Xbox. That's Sarah. I call her Sarah, but that that Linda is excited to do the voice. I mean, that speaks to sort of the validation of the character in the game too. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait to get in the booth.
It's going to be awesome. Well, thank you very much. I know you're a
welcome.
busy man.
All good.
You got places to be.
Yeah, all
so
good.
give it up one more time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I feel like it's time to meet a new character.
Yes. So last year at E3, some people got a glimpse of our new character, Faz Chutani. He said one line, and a lot of people immediately guessed who he was by saying his one line. But I felt like this is a good coming out time. I think that now is the time to let him come out into the light and actually be able to tweet stuff and Instagram stuff because it's been killing him. So,
Okay. Well, let me please give a warm welcome to Rahul Kohli.
Finally.
2 years.
2 years.
I've had to stay away from your social media account. I can't like things. I've been waiting for this. This is incredible. Thank you.
You know, now that iZombie's finishing, I figured you needed a
I do need
gig.
something.
So you
I
needed a
absolutely
gig. I
do.
figured I'd throw you a bone. You know,
I appreciate it. Mum's really happy I'm back in employment. So I appreciate it.
How hard is it to keep something like this under wraps for 2 years?
I mean, the fear of, you don't want to be the one that messes up, right? That keeps you through it. So like, I mean, yesterday I was queuing up to play Escape.
Right.
And I heard people in the line talking about the campaign, and I was like, it's cool. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It's fun to be like one of the only people that know before something. It's kind of cool.
And this was his first game.
Really?
It was, yeah, my first game. Yeah, I hadn't done any voiceover before, and it shows. No, but,
You can hear it. You can hear it. Yeah.
But yeah, I met Rod in Vancouver, and he showed me a picture of Faz casting, and we went for it in the booth, and and then it started 2 years ago.
Oh, that's wild. So how different is it for you jumping into the world of voice acting?
I mean, it's a huge difference. I mean, there's some great positives, like you really can just sort of swing for the fences and not have to worry so much about what your face looks like, and I mean, it's all about how it sounds and how it, how it feels. At the same time with Gears, like, the scripts like that, you don't get a PDF of it and study it and go, well, this is my character's, like, you go in the room and then Rod's like, all right, here's where we are, this is what's going on, go. So
Shit's on fire, you're in the desert, go.
Exactly, so like, you don't, I don't know, it's so when I get to play it, I kind of get to feel the whole thing, I guess, in a few months. So that's the biggest challenge, was like, playing the character, being present in the moment without really knowing what's around the corner, what's happening. That was kind of an interesting experience.
And we always go back. That's the funny. It's interesting because it's not a start at the beginning and record everything and it all makes sense. It's like we'll record some and then we'll come back like months later and then record like interspersed, and we'll come back and months later and record interspersed again. So trying to keep like the context straight and like this is where you were and here's, and it's an interesting challenge, like as you're coming in cold, going like where. There's literally stuff where like I've talked about a scene with Eugene the other day, and he's like, "What? I don't remember saying that." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, we have the scene. Like I have the scene of you saying it, but it was like, oh, that was 2 years ago. I don't remember saying that."
I got the receipts.
Yeah, exactly. So it's funny, but yeah, it was just so cool because we. iZombie shoots up in Vancouver, and so it was just it was a great opportunity. Friends of friends, and being able to meet Rahul, and then we were just basically. Booked a local soundstage just to do an audition just because he was in Vancouver. You said you didn't know that was an audition.
I didn't. Someone said, do you want to meet Rod? And I was like, yeah. And then I got in and it was a waiting room. I was like, this looks familiar. And then there were sides, like there was the script there, and I was like, oh, am I supposed to be preparing for something? And I was like, oh, okay, here we go, I'm auditioning. I had no idea, but yeah.
And that's one of the things that's great, like with a lot of times on-camera actors maybe are not used to doing voice. They want that preparation, or they don't give you choices. Like people maybe don't know, when you do voiceover, generally there's a line like, hey, we're going over there. And then when you say, hey, I'm going over there, we want an A, B, and C, which is 3 different versions. And so that we can kind of range find and pick what we like. And that was one of the great things, is just instinctually, like very first line, when he did A, B, and C, he did 3 very completely different versions. And so you were able to go like, oh, I really like where you're going with B. Like, could you give me 3 more of that? Or or that's it, that kind of stuff. And he already knew not to do the same thing 3 times. Sometimes they just do blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, there's no choice there. And the fact that he was really easy to direct, the fact that he always had great choices, and he was able to read it and instantly go into it. He didn't have to prepare, and become method on it. So, although, he is a dick in person. So
Absolutely.
So it was easy to play a dick character.
100%. So it's actually funny that after working on Gears, it changed how I approach work at like iZombie and stuff, because
really?
I started giving way more alts. So each take, because I got used to doing ABCs and constantly learning ways to put a comma here or bring this up, like I started doing that in the
And
show.
your director hated
And that's
it.
why we're cancelled. That's why it's done. I sunk the ship. So.
But it's got to be fun because, as opposed to acting so on iZombie, so you see the set, you're in the wardrobe. In this, like you're imagining everything in your head, what you look
Absolutely.
like, where you're going to be. So how does that change how you approach, as opposed to being on camera?
Honestly, it feels like it's almost like improv. Like the character becomes like a wardrobe. That's the only thing you do have, right? You get into character and you immediately have to kind of know how do they sound, what's their energy like, and Rod literally will paint a scenario, and in that moment, you go. You know, like, so it's kind of freeing in the sense of like, there's no second guessing. You don't sit, I won't just like sit with that script for 3 hours, you know, just on one little thing, like, could I do this? Like, you just go from instinct, and that's quite, like, freeing. You don't second guess yourself. You just have to do it, and it's done. And then they'll play it at E3, and you go, oh. Okay,
That's the choice.
that happened.
The thing that happens all the time is because we're choosing, like, so he's giving so many choices, but he doesn't know what choice actually makes it. So it's always funny when the actors, whenever we play a scene, they'll go like, oh, that's the one you chose. It's like, yeah, that's the one we liked. He's like, okay, cool.
Well,
That's cool.
maybe we'll get that reaction now because we're going to throw the video.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow.
we should make sure the lights come down, though. I want to make sure. So it's not campaign gameplay, but I did want to give you is one of the campaign cinematics that we have. So we have an actual cinematic in the game where the squad, JD, Kate, and Del, run across Foz for the first time. And so this is Foz's introduction in the game. So this is the first time you'll see him actually in the campaign when you play the game.
Come on!
Hey, Foz. How's life in Jin's rear echelon treating you?
Brilliant. But then we can't all be off on some secret mission. Oh, yeah? How'd you hear about that? This is an army, not a monastery.
Yeah, okay. Well, look, we'll just leave you to the very important work, punching machines.
And sparring. Hang on a second, shitstick.
Shit stick. Del, theories?
I don't know. Maybe a stick made out of shit?
Or a stick used to stir up shit.
All right, fuck off. How about we make this interesting? You and me spar right now.
And how exactly is beating you interesting?
Yes or no?
You want in on this?
Pretty sure what's actually being measured here is gonna leave me at a distinct disadvantage. Then again, maybe not.
Hilarious. Are you in or not?
Oh, I'm in.
Come on, man. Let's just grab a Jack module and get out of here.
No, this will be fun.
How's that fun working out for you?
Try it again, Foz. Come on. Hey, here's the thing, Foz. The bott'll spar with you, but not beat you. It's against their programming, but explains your false confidence. Quite a bit, actually.
Want some advice, Phoenix?
No, I'm good.
Jin does love her golden boys. But never for very long.
See, that was fun.
Fuck off.
Oh, you went with that one.
Yeah. We like the fuck off.
I immediately love and hate him at the same time.
Yeah, he's a dick.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's you.
Typecasting. Yeah. I don't like to stretch the actors very far, so I'm like, if I could, who's the dick? I could. Oh yeah, right. Well, that's perfect.
Phone rings. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
How does it feel being able to play that character and be in this role? How does it feel being yourself?
It's going to take some getting used to. Like, every time I've heard my voice, it's come from my mouth. Does that make sense? So it's the first time I'm seeing. You know,
it's really weird. It was coming from other places.
But like it's that disjoint of seeing it come from someone who doesn't resemble me or like another character.
yeah.
That's messing with me right now. It's something I'll have to get used to. But I'm losing it. That was awesome, man. That was, okay, cool.
So the cast hasn't seen all the cinematics yet, so it's just one of those things that's like, that's probably his first time seeing it in a long time. So,
there'll be situations where like you're playing the game and the cast hasn't seen the full.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Yeah, and or what they've seen is like gray box, or they haven't seen stuff with animations and that kind of stuff. Like Foz was inspired. One of the things I really believe in is that in order to get diverse characters, you have to strive for diversity. Like diversity just doesn't happen, especially from the creative mind of a middle-aged white guy. Like that just doesn't happen, right? So you have to find, you have to focus on it. And one of the things as we looked across, the Gears of War universe was that we didn't really have this sort of South Asian, sort of ethnicity in the cast. And so we actually went and Foz was really, created from that. We were like, okay, we purposely want to create a character that has this ethnicity, and then it was like, okay, what's the right voice for this character? And that's when landed in the friend of friends of Rahul. It was perfect. And then when he came in and we showed him what Foz looked like, and he began to do the voice that he's doing, and it's amazing. It was a perfect fit, and I just love it so much. And so it was great. I mean, that's one of the things I really love is having this sort of diverse cast and having these really unique voices. And the thing is that they're just all so talented, and they all get along, and they're also all crazy. So you're about to see that very shortly. But there's an energy to the cast that is, they're the best cast in video game as far as I'm concerned. I know I'm heavily biased, but they're just amazing, and Rahul is just an amazing addition. Like it's just he rounds out the cast so perfectly.
Well, that's one thing that I think is really interesting about Gears is obviously the gameplay is great, but the script, the story, but obviously the cast is so important. You guys do such a good job. So what do you guys say we bring out the rest of the cast?
Yeah.
All right. Come on, guys. Okay, we've got Eugene Bird as Dell. We've got Liam McIntyre, who plays J.D. Phoenix. We've got Laura Bailey, who's Kate Diaz. Woo! Yeah. And we have John DiMaggio, who's Marcus Phoenix.
He's a little unknown actor we picked up.
I'm digging this hat, though.
This hat, it's a custom hat. It's a nice hat. Got it for my 50th birthday party for my agents because I make them nice money. I make them a little money, so they gave me a hat. That's nice.
One thing I want to touch on, so backstage, just seeing them all interact, like you can tell you guys are a family. It's not like you're just coming in, doing a job, doing the voice and rolling out. Like you guys are friends. There's love here.
Acting's a full-time job. We do it
Fair.
We can fake it in the booth. We can fake it back.
Yeah, man. It's great. You don't see us all the time, so this is.
You guys are the best, then, man. How's it feel directing this amazing cast?
Chaotic. It's super chaotic.
Is it like herding cats?
Yeah. And Gears 4, we did a lot more ensemble, sessions where they would all be in the room together, and we're like, okay, that's enough of that. Let's separate.
But we love that.
You did. I know you love that.
That's when it's most fun.
Yeah, well,
Magic
actually,
happens.
Gears 5 was the first time we actually did PCAP, and so we were doing performance capture, and so we actually got to do scenes that four of them were able, like the scene you saw back at E3 in 2018 was actually a performance capture scene where they actually got to get into suits with little balls on them, and
that was fun.
Yeah.
Suits with balls.
And they're super tight, so you're like, oh,
yeah,
real
real
tight. I must have eaten
somebody
that.
took the 2 XLs from me, and I had to wear an XL. Boy, that was rough. I was mad as hell.
It was not a happy mark.
No, Joking John became this John.
Yeah, no, too tight. Too tight, Jack. Too much.
So speaking of which, before we get into deeper, so I was thinking, like, why don't we recreate the last year's cinematic?
What happened?
But instead of doing it the way that we would normally do it, where you each do your own. I think we have scripts somewhere.
Bring the
Let's just improv.
There we go.
That's it.
James Yin, everybody.
Yeah!
He's the mastermind behind all of this, making sure the panel went well, so thank you, James.
You take this one, you take this one.
I knew it.
Can I do Marcus like this?
No, that's how.
It's time to drop the hammer.
That's if you want to follow along.
Tom, Ben, you two take left. Cole, you come with me.
That's what it's like all the time.
If we could just get that version as well in the game.
You know what's funny though is that there are moments in the studio when we goof around a little. You know, things just start to
moments.
Yeah, moments happen.
Well,
Moments happen like like that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. You know what happens after that, and then there's My Tomatoes.
Yeah.
The whole tomato rant.
Yeah, there's no Home Depot.
No, there's no Home Depot out here. I can't just go get tomato seeds. My tomatoes.
It's dumb sauce.
Okay. Usable lines every session.
Yeah, exactly. Always usable. Okay, so what I figured we'd do is recreate it, but we're going to mix it up, somewhat similar to we did at Comic-Con the other time. So Rahul, as our newest cast member, I figured would give the majority of the lines to as Kate Diaz.
Yeah. So sorry.
So sorry. I'll just be over here judging you.
Oh, God.
It better
As we
sound
all will.
exact.
And I thought it'd be interesting to have Eugene be Marcus.
Yeah.
Since he tries
So
it
excited.
all the
So
time.
are we doing impressions of everybody?
You should be trying to do what you can. Yeah, you should be doing your voice.
Yeah, that's why do you think I'm sitting here like,
I can't even do an American.
Goddamn
this is
tomatoes.
bad.
I'll make it so much
So JD will be played by Laura Bailey. So it'll be JD.
Hello.
G'day. What I consider to be the most dangerous casting call is John playing Dell.
I'm glad I don't have to do it this year.
I know.
I know how that worked out.
I got your number.
And Lee will play Foz in this particular scene.
Sure thing, mate.
So,
all right.
so if you haven't seen the scene, so basically what's happened is Kate rushes in. There's been someone has died that's very close to her. She's reacting to it, and we place the scene where she actually rebels against JD and the COG because she's going to go on a
Such a
personal
serious
training.
scene.
Yeah,
Sorry?
this is a bummer.
If you're
man.
better than her,
I
in
know.
this,
Well,
I'm gonna throw
There's
everything.
no danger of that.
That's what
Lee.
makes it good.
Yeah, exactly. So there's very little narration, but what little there is, I'll try to do to read you into this scene. So you remember, so Kate has just rolled out of a snatcher as this begins, and she's running to find out what happened to the person.
Okay.
Okay.
Painting the picture.
Okay, so external outsider village. We see Kate run into the front of an outsider village. She sees a grim and grief-stricken Dell, along with an outsider standing over a body. She runs faster.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry, Laura.
And
That's what I sound like. It's okay.
Dell.
Kate. No, Kate. You can't see this. You don't want to see this. No. I'm sorry.
Then, from behind Kate, we see the stem sleeve of a mysterious COG soldier reaching out to touch her shoulder. On contact, Kate turns and looks to see it's JD. He's changed in many ways. Head shaved. Testicles retracted.
We're going a different direction.
I do that all the time. What's the matter with that?
It was cold.
You're 50. You have to do that to go to the bathroom.
I know, it's true.
Years after dark.
Nobody likes wet balls.
Yeah.
Everybody up there, you know what I'm talking about.
The world runs on Duncan. That's all.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the world, Jesus Christ, man.
Wow. So on contact, Kate turns and looks. It's JD. He's changed in many ways. Head shaved, face scarred.
Kate. I'm sorry.
That's too soft.
I'll
No one
take
can
it.
hear
I'll
you.
take it.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to just do Dell as Barry White.
Okay.
Thanks, JD, for coming here.
Wow.
Of course.
Can I recommend we maybe get these people out of here?
Hey, just slow down.
No, Foz is right. We need to move.
What do you?
What if I just play with like a stuffed up nose the whole time?
That's how I live.
Wait, what are you talking? He's dead, man. Give her a minute.
She'll get her minute in the Raven.
Dell. Oh wait, that's you. What the hell is wrong with you?
Dell, we need to leave.
I'm not going to.
Excuse me?
For months now, I've been having these dreams, nightmares, but I think they were messages. That's the only one I can do. I'm so sorry.
That's good. That works.
Kate,
that works.
Kate holds up her necklace, outside her emblem out. Then she turns it around to show them the locust symbol.
What?
So, if anybody knows, Laura did anime, or does anime, and that is so anime, it's not even funny. I love it every time. In anime, you can't go, huh? You have to go, oh, nin. Whenever she does that. I'm like,
Oh, well,
Okay.
yeah.
Something's happening to me.
Okay, Marcus.
Your grandmother's.
Okay.
Enough.
He's not going to be able to speak for a week after that.
We'll deal with this later. Foz, round these people up.
All right.
I need help.
There's a place up north. I think we could find you answers there.
God, Jesus
No.
Christ. How do you do that? Anyway, go ahead.
No, absolutely not.
What the hell happened to you? Somebody get JD a Benadryl. My God.
We have orders.
You'll go with me?
God damn it, both of you, listen to me.
I'll go with her. Look, if you're missing, Jen will notice.
Okay. I'll push Jack the coordinates.
No, Corporal. You're coming back to New Fear. That's a direct order.
Well, Captain, screw your order. This is about you, it's about me. I need to fix this.
Kate then walks away. JD lets Marcus and Foz get ahead of Del and him. Then he takes Del aside.
Hey, watch her. Her necklace, that's a locust symbol.
Do you need a Kleenex or some shit? Well,
Yeah.
there's a locust symbol, yeah, so?
She'd never be our enemy by choice. I know that.
It's like the Rugrats, don't
This is how I sounded when I was 14.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, because she would die for us.
I know that. But what if it's not her choice?
And see.
Oh, God.
I just noticed you only gave Faz one line. That's not fair on you, or me by extension.
Eugene, I'm sorry you had to do that. I have an ear, eye, nose, and throat guy. You can say it. It's totally cool.
Oh, God, I tried my best. No, I'm stuck like this now.
I want to see JD playing D&D now.
Hey, guys. So, I really
It
my
needs to
player.
happen.
Change in so many ways.
Do you have individual questions?
Yeah, so what I love about this is the fact that, like, now that I've heard this, I want a mode in the game where I can just toggle these voices. Just do all the cutscenes like that.
Not too late. You guys have time, right?
Yeah, that's totally easy. Let's do another year of VO. What the hell?
Yeah.
He's
I like
at
money.
work.
I like money.
I'm available. I'm done. I'm ready.
Wow. Oh, that's funny.
All right, so Eugene,
Yes.
you are the voice of the player. So how does you voice the player?
Yeah, Del represents.
Del.
I mean, it's the same as we did with Dom. It's like you represent what the player's thinking and so you're the voice of the player.
Essentially, it's always
I'm
nice
the
to
heart
have
of the
that.
game.
Yeah. Well, honestly, like everything does revolve around that kind of person because it's me while I'm playing the game. Like, what do I want to do? The emotions that I'm feeling, I can feel them through Del. So how does it feel being able to be that voice for the people playing the game?
Scary. Scary for a lot of reasons because the fact is, it's like, I was a Gears fan before all this, and then having to do this, it's a lot. It's a lot to do that because, you know, you put your heart and your soul into this. You want the players to want to empathize with the characters and to. In 5, we have to do that, especially with my journey with Kate, to bring something deeper to the forefront. So hopefully the fans will feel what they'll feel through me through the game. I don't know how to say anything else beyond that.
I'm watching you very, very closely.
No. Rob was like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
Cut the mics.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Liam, you playing JD, Marcus's son. So there's a transformation that he goes through throughout the game. Obviously, the evolution of him. Can you talk about that a little bit and how what it's like to voice him?
In no way. After that veiled threat from Rod, no, it's. I really like this story that we're telling in Gears 5. It's breaking the mold of Gears probably in a way that I don't think Gears has had the chance to do yet. I think that's exciting from both like the way the game plays, but also the way that we're telling the stories now. I think that's because I don't want to be like, so this is what happens at the end. It's JD's journey's really different in this one. It's surprised me when I was reading it and going through it, and in a really cool way. It's really interesting, and it's complex, and it's challenging. And he goes in a different direction than I guess I expected, which I think is going to be really fun to play and experience. And yeah, I just think that the story in Gears 5 is going to bring players something that they haven't found before, which I'm excited to see.
Nice. And so you're playing Old Man Marcus.
Thanks.
How's it seeing obviously his progression through the Gears series, and now he's older?
Well, what's interesting is that, I mean, I've aged with the character myself, and I think we've aged appropriately together. So to play him at this age isn't really that much of a stretch, because it's just me doing the character yet older. I mean, and it's kind of easier, if you will. But it's just been a trip. I mean, the whole entire road we've taken in this franchise has just been absolutely amazing. To still be in the game, I mean, the amount of death that's happened, and to still be around, like, it's just, I was saying in the back, I was just like, if there are any more games, I don't know. I just want to die a natural death. I don't want to catch a chainsaw. I just want to, I just want to die. Just like
be buried amongst
oh my God, Anya, and it's call it a day. That'd be great. But we'll see what happens. Who knows? I don't know.
Can I share what you said to me in one of the booths about? John came up to me and he's like, dude, like, you gotta let me know, like, if you're gonna kill me, like, I gotta know. I got houses paid off. He's like, I got a house payment. You gotta let me know if you're gonna kill me.
I got a mortgage that's bought a new place.
I gotta know.
If you don't mind, just let me grow old with Gears, please.
It's been 14 years, dude. Like,
I know. It's been a long time. 14 years, which is really cool. But, you can't have a kid in 14 years. I mean, you can, but not JD's age.
Okay.
So I was playing a little older. No, I was playing young. I was playing younger, and now I'm playing old. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's some acting cred right there.
Look at you.
Just
evolving.
No, it's been a blast.
The
though.
secret is JD is actually 14.
Yeah,
Nobody's known it the whole time.
War changes you.
They grow big. Yeah. You have to mature and grow quickly.
But you mentioned before family. This is a great group of people to be working with, and to come back to something, to come back to something and be able to do it again with a new. With new blood and new life into the story, it's just been a really incredible ride, and I got a hat out of it, so it's pretty cool.
And one of the things
this hat.
Probably the biggest piece of feedback we got from the trailer we showed, or the cinematic we showed last T3, was where the hell's Marcus's beard? We can't have Old Man Marcus without his beard. So everybody will be happy to know Marcus has his beard back. So the game ships with Marcus having his full beard back again. So he's truly Old Man Marcus once again. So
a lot of death, but life as well. Life in the beard.
Life of the beard, yes, exactly.
Eating life.
Laura, you're playing Kate. So obviously, there's some intricacies about the story that involve her and just revolve around her. What was it like for you getting to bring her to life?
It's been amazing. I've been so impressed with the story progression and the writing of all of the characters, but especially me, because
I read those ones.
That's Tom Bissell.
mostly.
He goes his way
Um,
over a few words.
No, I mean,
Bissell.
I think in this game, we haven't shied away from really hard character progressions and choices, and it's a struggle, and I never expected going into this that the emotions that we would be going through would be so strong, and even doing the performance capture, those cutscenes that we shot together were just wonderful, and to get to like fully embody Kate was wonderful.
It's awesome. Well, it's great to hear from you guys, and I want to know what you guys have to ask, because I'm sure there's people in here that love Gears and came here to ask some questions, so we want to open up to a few people.
Is there a mic in the audience, I think?
What's the story?
I just run down there.
And I knew it. I told them in the back that you might try to run down.
I'll run down
Are you gonna pull a Phil Donahue and
Oh, wait,
totally?
there's the mic.
There's the mic. Oh, the mic is right there.
See, Liam?
so
Cheers.
great.
There's another mic over there.
Sit back.
So if you have a
Stay with
question,
us.
just step to the mic.
We got a question here?
Say,
Yes.
No, he's got the mic.
Oh, he's got the mic.
Go to the person sitting down.
Sit back.
Oh, there we go, right
Any
there.
question? Yeah, question here. Here we go.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering if Kate has a sexual preference in the new game.
Is that your business, motherfucker? Maybe she's a switch hitter. Who gives a fuck? Does that answer your question? What kind of nerd boy fucking... What is she doing? Bro.
Complete that.
I'm fucking bringing it. I don't care. You want to
complete
ask
that.
a question like that, you're going to get an answer like that.
Oh my
Microsoft
God.
can handle it.
What's important is that we know she's here to shoot stuff. And that's what yes, thank you. Next question, please.
Moving on.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Rod's shoes.
Right here.
Be careful.
Yeah. Got live rounds.
He's
live
coming to
rounds
play.
right here.
No, you guys clearly exhibited that you guys are family up there. Wanted to know, though, what was it like on a daily basis, or working from beginning of the day to the end of the day, working on a script and communicating? What was that like to kind of get a picture what that entails a little bit?
Extremely collaborative.
Yeah.
Extremely collaborative.
Rod's really great at that. Like
Yeah.
what is like you find out very quickly is Rod completely understands. You guys know, completely understands the world that we exist in.
Every facet of it.
Yeah, like we were talking about how you make a great DM.
Yeah. We were just joking in the back that you would make
in
the
Gears
Great
table
dungeon
the
master.
whole time.
in the pen and paper Gears.
Because
RPG
it's just so layered, and everything is there, from the character Bible to the storylines. It's all there.
Right.
And to be able to be in the room and be there when it happens, when the creativity is going on, to be able to, when we were all in the room together doing stuff, it's incredible. I mean, it's been great, and it's always been great. That's the thing. It's been consistently great, even when these guys weren't around. And it's always been that way.
It's super. Like, one of the things we always want is the actors to bring the characters to life. So there's things on the page, but there's also things in their head that we want to bring to life. And so we always say, feel free to push, feel free to take it someplace else, feel free to explore where it could be. Because again, we're kind of doing it instinctually. It's kind of like in the moment.
One of my favorite moments happened when we were doing that, and you were like, "That's it." Somebody was saying something about plants, and I was like, "What am I, a fucking botanist?"
Yes.
And he was like, "That's definitely Marcus. That's definitely Stan." And just things like that happen in a recording session when we all come together, and that's a real beautiful thing.
We also get stir crazy. So I've had many a moment where, after like a week long of just recording session after recording session and you start going stir crazy, and somebody starts doing that, and you go like, "This is hilarious," and you're laughing and you're crying in the booth, and you're like, "This is so good, it's so great," and then it all gets edited and shipped back to the studio, and you get back and everybody's like, "Okay, what did Rod get this time?" And they're like, "What the hell is this?" and you're like, "Oh yeah, that was really funny when I was super tired."
When I was hallucinating from no sleep, sure.
Yeah, but I see, it's not that funny.
Gears 4, where I had because you were talking before, Raul about A, B, and C's, and I was like, you just meant to do 3 of them?
Yeah.
I do like 70, and they're like,
does.
stop, for the love of God, stop saying things.
Yeah. He's literally the dude that would give you about 50 of them and the mic is still on.
And I think it
He
was
just
like,
keeps
I
going.
think because we don't always record together, I think someone left the track open, and I was like, what is
just kept going.
what
He
is
just
it?
kept repeating a line over and over. And
Who was there? Who was there?
It was
Who
just,
was there? Who was
it
there?
just boom. Yeah, it was just boom, 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 and I was just like, "Oh, JD, you don't have to talk as much. Shut up."
But he responded to everything, so it would be like, what do you mean? I'll tell you in a second. What do you mean? I'll tell you in a second. What do you mean? I'll tell you in a second. What do you mean? Oh my God!
Yeah, Liam's the
best.
first because Liam he's the first actor I had to like create sign language for to be like just stop, Because what happens is because they'll go A B C, so you'll hear like someone will record A B and C, and you're like, okay, great, and then maybe in that moment you can't instantly go B, so you go, hey, can you play that back? And so the engineer will go like, sure, and he'll press play, and it'll be A, B, and C. But while the engineer's getting ready to play, he does it again. So he does another A, B, and C. And you're going, wait, is that the recording? Is that him? Did you record what he just said? Because that was really good. Oh, but I don't know. You're just like, stop talking. I don't know where it's coming. Like
It didn't occur to me that you could still. I figured you just were like, shut up, Liam, and I was just in the booth, and like, maybe I'll say it like this, maybe like this, maybe like that, and they're like. And I'm like, why are they so confused in there? It must be really hard to choose those takes. Meanwhile, my wife is in the audience being like, he's like that at home.
Yeah.
Come in, honey, how are you? Honey, how are you?
We might have like we have one time for one more quick question before we run out of time.
We got you right there.
Yeah. Do you think we might get a little bit more background story about, Kate and her maybe succumbing to the, dark side or like the locust and her having those visions and...
So there's this great game coming on September 10th.
It's called Gears
5. It's a great story about Kate and her journey.
So let's summarize it now.
And when you buy it, that's when you get it.
It's what you hope it will be.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic.
I ought to say this, it's what you hope it'll be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But as you know, like with the game, and you
it's
talked about,
really cool.
We got the comics as well. So there's tons of Gears content in the Gears universe. So
Yeah,
just
including,
very
by the
excited about
way,
everything.
something that we're really excited about. So one of those things that, like, being with the success of Gears is you often get to work with your heroes, along with this cast. Is I got to work with Alex Ross. And so Alex Ross painted this painting. Alex Ross works not in digital. He actually paints, and he painted our
Bob
journey
Ross?
of Gears 5. Yeah, Bob Ross.
Bob Ross did
A little cloud in the
Alex.
But where's the little bush?
We're just going to put a little blue right
Anyway, I think you need
Yes,
to wrap
we got
up.
it, got it.
A little bush right
So, okay, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you to everybody here on the panel. Give them a big round of applause. Yes, yes. And make sure you're checking out Gears 5. We appreciate you. Have a good day.
And now, Borderlands 3, Making the Mayhem.
There are 6 sirens in the universe. I used to be one of them. My name is Lilith, and I need you. The Vault is a psycho cult. 10 billion followers demand we join or die. We've got another proposal for them.
Welcome to a very special presentation and conversation around Borderlands 3. My name is Tina. Anyone excited about Borderlands 3? Awesome, glad to hear it. I'm joined by this wonderful panel of Gearbox developers. We have Kayla and Randy and Paul. Thank you guys for joining us. Can you guys just talk briefly about what you guys do on the game?
Sure. I am a producer on the content creation pipeline.
Hi, I'm a narrative producer. I run the story group for Gearbox.
My name is Paul Sage, and I'm a creative director, and just basically show up to work and say, hey.
Good job to be in. So we are here to talk about Borderlands 3, and we just saw that amazing new E3 2019 trailer, and we will have some gameplay demo for you guys later. But you had another kind of surprise announcement, some Borderlands 2 DLC featuring Commander Lilith. What's that all about?
That's right, Commander Lilith and the Fight for Sanctuary. If you guys haven't heard already, if you own the Handsome Collection, it is free for you. It is Borderlands 2 DLC 5.
Out now.
Out right now, yeah. It was available, I think, just the day before last, right? And so a brand new DLC that helps bridge the gap between Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3. So if you're a Borderlands 2 fan and want to get familiar with what's going on, and remember what's going on in the universe, what's happening with Lilith, what's happening with the Vault Key, what's happening with your favorite characters. A really cool story-based DLC that's going to take you through that and set you up and get you ready for Borderlands 3.
Such a good opportunity to replay Borderlands 2. Not that we needed a reason to, but how about we check out that trailer too?
Awesome.
This is Lilith. Sanctuary is under attack. All civilians evacuate the city immediately.
Hello, old friend. Been a while, hasn't it? I bet you're wondering what became of our Vault Hunters. After the death of Handsome Jack and the fall of Hyperion, the Crimson Raiders set their sights beyond the stars. Of course, sometimes when you're busy looking forward, you forget to watch your back.
Time to change the world.
Oh crap!
This isn't over yet.
Just tell me where to point this sumbitch!
So it really does set the stage for Borderlands 3. What's happening in the beginning of Borderlands 3 that this kind of segues into?
So at the very beginning of Borderlands 3, Commander Lilith, who's leading the Crimson Alliance right now, has basically tried to recruit new people into it because of a threat from a cult. It's a newly arisen cult, and it's led by cult leaders, Tyreen and Troy Calypso, who are kind of a cult of personality. They, I would say, represent both not only the cult, but also one of the little quirks that they have is they are kind of the worst of streamers, right? They're like, imagine streamers taken to the worst degree for anybody who's ever seen a little bit of an egocentric personality there.
Well, yeah, imagine if a streamer decided to take all of their influence and power and say, everybody go do this bad thing. You know, that's what we kind of explore with the Calypso twins in there. And for the first time ever, you found some personalities that are strong enough to actually rally all the bandit clans of Pandora together into this crazy, wild mix of people who really just want to do more than, you know, feast on strange meats in the wilds, but they want to, you know, be sure to stick it to the ball hunters, too.
They want to feast on sirens? What's going on there? There's a big siren focus in Borderlands 3, and we're making a lot of assumptions here, but, you know, no spoilers, but if there's anything to say there.
Well, I mean, we love sirens. You know, we have Lilith in Borderlands 1, we had Maya in Borderlands 2, and there's a lot more surprises there. So Lilith is definitely there front and center in the beginning. We've seen a little bit of Maya in the trailers already. We won't talk about all of that. But there's some more. Like, if you like sirens, if you like getting into that kind of mystical magic using of the, you know, the kind of the sci-fi Borderlands universe, this story's got a lot of sirens in it.
This one's for us siren lovers.
Yeah, we're going to dig into it. So.
Awesome. Well, today we're going to be looking at a new character class in Borderlands 3 as well as a new planet. So who's Moze? What kind of a character class is she? And what kind of play style would people gravitate towards with her?
You know, I think of Moze as the every person soldier character, but she's got this big Iron Bear mech that she can call down at any time. And
so cool.
Yeah, one of the things I like about Moze is she has action skills that we call hard points, which are her guns that she can put on it. So there's a flamethrower, there's a minigun, there's a grenade launcher, there's a rocket launcher. You know, and again, it's one of those ways that Moze is really cool, and hopefully all of our characters where, you know, if you are two people who are playing the same character, like you both said, hey, I want to play Moze. Kayla, if you wanted to play Moze, you'd probably play a completely different Moze than I would.
Depends on how you spend those stats.
That is definitely true, yeah.
Awesome. Well, instead of just talking about her, how about we talk about her and view a little bit of gameplay?
Oh, cool.
Sure.
All right, so we're opening up on this new planet, Eden 6. What is Eden 6?
It's a really different sort of biome than we've really ever showed in a Borderlands game before. We've taken you out of the desert and, if you were at the gameplay reveal, out of the city and into a biome that's actually a little bit inspired by Louisiana swamps. So you're going to see a lot of lush environments, some gorgeous trees down in that skybox, and you can see the gas giant in there, and just a whole lot of different, and you can see it's more wood-based, and you get those shacks and stuff like that. So it's really cool. We also will feature new creatures in this biome as well.
Yeah, a lot of different new designs. But we're also seeing a lot of environmental effects. I know that you can set, there'll be oil barrels and you can kind of set them on fire with fire-based weaponry, like we saw a little bit of there. What can you talk about environmental effects and the new elements?
Right, so we've kind of littered the environment with different ways to kill your enemies. I mean, obviously guns, grenades, and all those play a huge part. But one of the things that we thought was going to be cool was, hey, look, if there's water there and you have a shotgun, why can't you just electrify the water and, electrify that enemy? There are pipes all over the place that can shoot down oil, and you can light that oil on fire. So there's, just any way you can think of to kill the enemy, and, whether it be through your own guns or through the reactive environment was a goal of us right away.
And I believe we were just showing off that she has homing grenades. Is that what that looks like?
Yeah, that is the rocket pods, and, you can sweep on multiple targets, so you can pick, sorry, I do sound effects on my,
Makes it more entertaining.
Yeah, so you have multiple targets, or you can use all the rockets on one target. So it's, it's really a fun skill to use.
And what about the guns that she's using? I know that we're swapping around a little bit. This is an Atlas gun right here.
Oh, that's
and it's
a cool one. Yeah.
She's using smart bullets. So
Yes.
they're targeting the enemies specifically?
That's right. We introduced a gun mode switch for a lot of our different manufacturers. In Atlas in particular, if you switch modes, you can fire out homing darts or basically a homing grenade. That if that hits the enemy, then all of your shots go to that enemy, so they can go around,
Fire
corners.
straight up into the air and watch your shots curve back around. And, yeah.
Well, that's
Kinda
just
like
showing off, Randy.
Oh yeah, no, it's cool. It's like the Fifth Element gun, right?
It is for
Yeah.
people who might have bad aim, like me. I don't know.
You're pretty good. I've watched you play.
I do okay.
Any of the other guns stand out for any particular reason that we're just seeing right here?
Oh boy, can we just go into all sorts of guns?
I see the
Is this a doll you've got right now?
Yeah, that's probably
So,
a doll.
I love this because this really shows off the cool thing about the firing mode switch, right? Like in Borderlands 2, dolls were pretty cool, but you were always limited to burst fire on the dolls. And while they were kind of that modern military promise, they were always stuck there. Well, here in 3, dolls actually can alternate firing mode into a lot of different types of firing modes. So some of them go full auto, some of them go semi-auto. So if you're a burst fire person, great, you're always going to find that in dolls, but you have other options too. So if you really like that precision kind of type military experience and want that, dolls I think are a lot more useful than they were in 2 and are going to be a lot more viable to play styles.
And just to go a little bit into this, I think that one of the cool things is like Jimmy Barnett and some of the art team, the parts that they have. And, we don't talk about it very much. You want to talk about like the parts and how they work to fit them together?
Sure. We made every effort for the guns to be the most unique and to give that over 1 billion number. So each weapon type.
That's a real number, over 1 billion. Is
Over
a
a
real
billion,
number,
yeah. So each weapon type and each manufacturer have different parts that swap out in between to give all of the different models. So things like your stocks, your magazines, and your sights will all be different on the different types of weapons as they drop, and it's all part of a random drop system. And they spent a lot of time making sure that each one of those looked really nice with one another. And all of that stuff carries through with the rarity as well. So a rarer gun, each one of those parts will be associated with a different augment or reaction type. And as you go through the rarities, they get better. And that even holds true for the weapon skins. So if you apply a global weapon skin to a common weapon, it won't look as good, it won't be as bright and shiny, but if you put that on a legendary, it's gonna look real cool.
Yeah, and just the ability to get like every one of those parts, like you have the stock, you have the trigger, and so if there are 50 stocks, every one of those has to fit on that manufacturer's gun to make sure all those things match together. So just because those have parts and stats, I mean, to me, that's almost the easy part versus, the actual modeling that has to be done to get those things to just work together seamlessly like that when we piece a gun together.
And even just looking in your inventory, as we were doing earlier when we scored a bunch of loot, there seems like there are a lot of quality of life improvements. You can see the gun comparisons, just to look at the stats at a really brief glance. Can you speak more on just more of those quality of life improvements?
Yeah, in fact, one of the things you called out, like doing a comparison, we have gun score now that we added, for those people who just want a quick at a glance, like, okay, this looks cool, I'll take this, I'll put it in my inventory, for later. That's certainly how I play if I'm in the midst of something.
I mean, in Borderlands 2, I used to do that by cost of the weapon. If you couldn't, like, I'm not sure which of these stats are better, but that one's more expensive, so it's got to be better, right? But I like what you guys did with the gun score because now you have just kind of a general number that tells you, like, statistically, this one is probably better than that. But I still don't think it's the end-all be-all. I think that there's so much fun still picking up 2 guns that are really close together and trying to figure out which one is good for you.
Right.
Sometimes I like ones. I love like the TDORs. You could throw and explode, or the guns with legs that you find in TDORs now.
Right.
But sometimes that's even more better even more better than me. I'm the word guy, right? Even better than just raw stats for me. Just the fun and the wildness of how you play and what you get to do in the game.
Yeah. And we quickly killed him, but there was an Easter egg character. Who is that? Who is El Dragon Jr.?
I will talk to that. So we do love our Easter eggs, and all of that. So I was creative director on Battleborn. And El Dragon was one of our big luchador playable character in there. So what's really funny on that is, I don't know how many people remember, like one of the last sets of skins that we released for Battleborn were Borderlands skins. And we actually did a Psycho Bandit El Dragon. And this El Dragon Jr. here looks just like him to me. It's so funny. But a big guy that runs out of the woods and tries to clap you to death. I mean, it also kind of fits in the Borderlands universe.
And he's one of our rare spawns. So one of the things that
this is cool.
We're doing with rare spawns is, rare spawn has, roughly a 20% chance to spawn in your game. But if you see that spawn in your game, we dynamically create a mission for just somebody on your friends list to go in and kill that enemy. What we want to do is we want to encourage people to play with their friends, but we don't want to say, hey, this is the way you have to play. So it's these little soft encouragements we keep putting in the game all along to say, like, hey, there's a bigger community, go engage that if you want to.
And this is Hyde, who seems like maybe another reference, who might be making a transition in a moment. Spoilers?
Yeah, so I think this one is this is one of our challenges that we've talked about a little bit, but we've really tried to make sure we've added what we call a fog of discovery there to our mini map, right? And if you're like me, I really like exploring every nook and cranny of games I play, and so this was really important for us to have a fog of discovery that points out every nook and cranny. But to make that interesting, we had to have things to put in the nooks and crannies, and one of them are these crew challenges, and this one is I think this is a Zero crew challenge to go and assassinate certain enemies of Zero's. And there's a little bit more story behind why Zero's asking you to do it, and there's payoffs for doing that.
Mm-hmm. We sort of glossed over the fact that we're on Jacob's Manor.
Oh yeah. On Eden 6, we mentioned this a couple of times. We'll get to look at it today, but Eden is the ancestral home for the Jacobs Corporation. So one of the maps is the Jacobs estate. You're going to get to see their large mansion that all the Jacobs money. Thank you for buying all the guns for Jacobs. You've afforded a huge manor for them. You're going to get to explore that and maybe shoot holes in it. But Jacobs Corporation is there, and that what's going on, I won't give all the spoilers away today, but it's central to the story of what's going on with Eden 6. So there's some drama, some family drama going on there that you're going to get to immerse yourself into and maybe help Jacob sort out what's going on with Eden 6.
And I imagine there'll be lots of Jacob's weaponry.
There's going to be some,
Yeah,
of course,
just a few.
Of course, yeah.
Some special ones, perhaps?
Lots of special Jacobs. Yeah. There's one of my favorite things about Jacobs is any Jacobs has a ricochet. So if you hit a crit,
this is new.
And you hit that crit with that Jacobs, that'll actually go and ricochet to another enemy and do damage to other enemies. So Jacobs are actually a really fun gun to play with.
It's cool because, Jacobs before was known for like the really high power, single shot. If it takes more than one shot, it's not a Jacobs, right?
That was the worst Marcus you've done so far.
But, well, I won't do a Marcus here. I'm not.
All right.
Bruce.
I'm disappointed.
That's good. But it's really satisfying for those like the crit shot game.
Yeah.
You now get that kind of iconic ricochet sound with the Jacobs, like there's sound effect.
There
right?
you go. That's
sound
better.
effect.
Yeah.
But it's really satisfying because you really get to feel that loop of like I'm zooming in on crit shots and it's really cool. Yeah.
So I was curious, we were kind of like...
I'm just going to do that randomly now throughout the panel.
How does it go? This seems like another, well, there's two things going on here. What was that that we just popped open over there?
That's a good question. I think that was...
was it a loot tink?
That might have been a loot tink. Yeah, so again, that's just, you see the fountain spray out there. There's, just tons of weapons. It's one of our things. A loot tink is really cool because if a loot tink's running around, you have to hit them before they dig themselves and bury themselves back in the ground, essentially. So there's a limited time on the loot tinks. One of the things I did notice there was some of the, one of the cool things about that area for me in particular is there's verticality in Eden 6. So that was I think it's Graham Timmons is our lead level designer, and Mike Davis is our lead level artist, and those guys work together, to create like just these awesome environments, I think. And that verticality was something that I know all the art team was really wanting to get into there.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to introduce that new level of movement suite and mantling that feels really good. It adds an extra layer to the experience, and the way that we can build levels is more dynamic and challenging. We can even put little missions in side areas that require some skills in mantling and doing those other things to get to some maybe special loot.
Really opens the world up.
Yeah.
And there was a ton that I'm sure we missed in that gameplay demo, but I feel like we hit some of the good points there. Now that we're sort of through all of the video footage that we have, I'm curious, it's been 7 years since the last mainstay chapter in Borderlands, and what has changed for you guys over that amount of time? What did you want to keep about the series, the heart of it that you wanted to retain, and versus what did you want to evolve?
Sure.
Oh, it's falling to me first. Okay, so
no pressure.
there you go. Yeah. So I think one of the big things just coming in was really improving that core gameplay. We talked about movement a little bit, but making sure everything feels really fluid when you move. Make sure all of your gunplay feels really good right from the start. That was a big thing. It seems like, oh, well, that's obvious. You should do that. But that was part of modernizing it. which was something that was really important. Keeping things, there were so many things that you just want to keep. I think honestly, I think Borderlands has the best loot loop in gaming, honestly. Yeah. And it's something that we had to really double down on and make sure that we were true to the series in that way. I think it's best if you kill something that you get the reward right away, right? And so that feels really good. And then, of course, story was, brand new. You jump into that.
Story was huge, right? Because, like you said, it's been 2012 since Borderlands 2, and I think 2014 since the pre-sequel, and Tales landed right in there. So it's been at least 5 years since we've got our hands on new Borderlands story, and we do this cool thing. I don't know if people pay attention, but between Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2, Borderlands 1 was 2009, Borderlands 2 2012, 3 years real time, 3 years game time. We've done the same thing again. So 7 years real time, 7 years game time. So Borderlands 3 is, like you said, it's set 7 years after. So some of our characters have grown up. If you've really watched some of the videos, you've seen Tiny Tina in the videos. Not so Tiny Tina anymore, right? She's grown up. But it's that she's a really great example, speaking to like some of the things we have to consider and think through. That Tina is in the game is very important. We understand that fans really, you like Tina? Tina, all right.
I'm obligated to as a Tina.
I think you are, yeah, right. In fact, a great anecdote, we talked about this before. In 2012, you and I sat on the Borderlands 2 press tour together, and I got to introduce you to Tiny Tina.
Yeah.
And I still remember that moment because I think I made Tina jokes like for an hour, and it was really terrible.
Oh yeah, they don't get boring.
But we feel this strong obligation to be sure that we understand what our fans love and who our fans love. And we want to be sure that we treat all the characters with care. That even though sometimes you have to beat up and you have to put your characters at risk, and you really have to be sure that they grow and they have challenges to face. We want to be sure that we use them well and we treat them well, and that they sound the same, they look the same, and they grow up in ways that you would expect. But the story, coming back to it, Borderlands is this massive universe, and I think to me one of the most exciting things in Borderlands 3 is for the first time we've always implied this great vast universe. In fact, spoilers from Borderlands 2, I think 7 years is long enough, right?
Statute of limitations.
If you got to the very end of Borderlands 2, one of the last things you see is we have this vault key, right? And Claptrap holds it up and puts up this conical shaped artifact. And it charges up, and this map comes out that shows vault symbols not just on Pandora, but all across the universe. Now, we kind of tease and play with that a little bit in the pre-sequel and hint at it a little bit in Tales, but for the first time ever, you are going to get to earn your way off of Pandora. You're going to get to grab a spaceship called the Sanctuary 3. We don't talk about Sanctuary 2. Sanctuary 3, and you get to fly off Pandora, and you get to go to those other planets and see how the Iridian has spread the vaults across the universe and dig into what's going on with that. To me, that just opens up a huge world of storytelling and storytelling potential. This game is broader and bigger and more ambitious than any Borderlands we ever have, and there is so much story to dig into.
Yeah, and even mechanically, we've talked a lot about this game, so apologies for bringing you guys into it, but midway through. But when we've talked about it previously, you guys mentioned that it's also all about kind of getting back into the action and emphasizing the action. So it's a lot about like the new sliding mechanic and a ground pound, and how are those kind of contributing to the gameplay?
Yeah, so one of the things is funny. We talked about the gun mode switch, right? It sounds like, okay, well that's a good thing, and hopefully everybody thinks that's a good thing. But even internally, we didn't know that was the right thing. There were people who were like, no, just make those other guns. Don't have a gun mode switch. Just that'll give us even more variety of guns. So it's really interesting on a team like that where you decide it's like, okay, no, we're going to go for it. We're going to put this gun mode switch in. But even that was a little bit controversial. Sliding wasn't always a shoo-in, right? That was one of those things like, okay, so why are we going to add sliding? Like, what is the gameplay benefit? Like, I'm saying that, like, what is the gameplay benefit? Why are we going to add sliding? And somebody just, basically knocks me in the head and says, because it's fun.
It's fun, yeah.
Right? And that is the reason that we wanted to add it. It was fun, it added movement, and, eventually we took it and we made it work, but it's that leap of faith that you have to have. And I think that's one of the best parts about development is that teamwork on like, okay, let's do something really cool there.
Yeah, and the trailers have really shown how, I mean, obviously the trailers are more choreographed, like the cinematic aspects of them are more choreographed, but it really does emphasize that verticality. You can mantle, you can jump around and hop onto Moses' Iron Bear and use her gunner too. Like there's a lot of that movement that really shines through.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I think we had a little clip of it in the trailer there, and it's certainly in the E3 trailer around. But there's an ability, an augment you can take for Moses Tree called Daka Bear. And it's cool. We actually do it. Like Iron Bear comes out, Moses doing whatever she's doing to like cause me on the battlefield, and another co-op player can literally jump up on the back of Iron Bear and mount it as a turret, and so you can co-op together in that way. So that's just one of the many little things hidden around like that the character design team put in for co-op play. It's so cool.
I may have freeze framed a couple times on that gameplay, and I may have looked at Moses' skill tree and noticed that there's an ability that you can choose to activate that lets it essentially function like an AI companion, like after she jumps out.
Yeah, so you can, that will stick around for a little while. So, you know, basically it's when you're getting out, when the timer's expired, it'll stick around for a little while. And people who are really creative might put 2 and 2 together and realize that if it sticks around for a little while and they have the turret on the back,
It can cause some damage.
they can use their own Iron Bear as a turret.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. So, you know, this is a looter, shooter, schluter. Are we going to coin that one?
Sorry.
It's a schluter genre of a game. And it's really exploded in popularity over the last few years, but you guys are the ones who've like really owned it, popularized it, originated it. Have you gotten any takeaways from some of the other examples that have come out since?
I feel like I'm just capitalizing. I'm talking so much. I want to let Kayla jump in here. Anything like?
I mean, we play a lot of games at Gearbox. You know, one of the things we're talking about, someone was asking us, like, are you here just for man, I've loved watching all the panels. You know, it's really cool to see what creativity comes out of this. And I love to love things. I love to love games, and I love to love the gaming industry and all that. So we've certainly played all the others. I think one of the things that we really looked at, and Paul can even speak to this in more detail, is Borderlands has always had this huge variety in gunplay for us. But you know, our guns, I think we always prioritize variety over just really, really super tight shooter performance. One of the cool things that happened in Borderlands 3 is we actually built that gun system again from the ground up, those billion guns, and emphasized things on just like tightness of control. You know, I've always been a sniper in Borderlands before. You can be a good elemental Maliwan, and that's all I want. In this game, I find myself, you know, grabbing submachine guns and hip firing and running around and swapping modes and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Just, you know, understanding that the bar for shooters now, just as not even just shooter looters, but shooters in general, is a lot higher for the precision and tightness of gun firing. And our gun team has done a tremendously good job, I think, of doing that. We heard a lot of really positive feedback at the reveal event. I can't wait for you guys to get your hands on it soon, because I think it feels like a brand new Borderlands without losing the things that we loved from the previous Borderlands.
Right. There was a time early on in development where somebody had come to me and you know, again, ideas are ideas, and they'd said, hey, what do you think about these, you know, hubs and having, you know, games as a service and all these other things? Those aren't bad things, but it was not right to put this hub into Borderlands for me. I want people to be able to get into the action right away. To, you know, as much as a menu isn't very sexy, being able to just jump into it with your friends, that was from the very beginning our goal, which is why we added level sync, and you know, we added the instance loot and things like that. We want people to be able to get into the game right away. And so a hub and all those things, it just didn't feel very true to us. And I think it was the right call to say no to that. I hope you guys agree that that's not where we wanted to go.
Keeping it Borderlands style.
Yeah.
And you know, while we're talking about the Schluter, we've got the shooting part of it, but also we should talk about the loot, because not only can you know, kill stuff to get awesome loot, but a tremendous amount of effort was put into the presentation of the chests.
Yeah.
Our art team went crazy, and per Paul Sage, the red chest had to be the coolest ever in any title. So we put a lot of work into making those look really awesome, and in the way that they move and animate, the effects that come out of them. They still have to get the loot fast, because we know that's what y'all want. But each manufacturer has a set of chests that's truly unique to the style and aesthetic of that manufacturer. So you'll see all of those things around the levels. I think in the Promethea level, we saw a lot of the Maliwan chests.
Right. They almost look like drones,
yeah,
right?
like spaceships almost. And the COV ones are a lot more junky and handmade looking. And in our other environments, we talked about Jacobs a little bit in the manner you might see some of those loot chests looking very teak wood and fancy. So give mad props to the art team and Sage for making sure that those look real good too.
Yeah, there's a lot of that you translate just visually, you know, if it's like rarity levels or, as you were saying, like the different manufacturers, and it's kind of helpful as like little reading cues for people playing. Right. Yeah. And yeah, and like the part of the big Schluter, Borderlands 3 Schluter experience is playing with people, and we were just mentioning like level syncing and loot sharing and some of those new additions to the series, and even just Mose herself feels like a character that was built specifically to emphasize that cooperative experience. It's always been the heart of Borderlands, that you play with people. You know, what else have you guys like looked at to try to like retain that experience or bring that experience out more?
You know, I think again, you know, we talk about cooperation. We talked about a little bit of those things. We haven't even like broached any of the other things about cooperation, like you know, our matchmaking system is really robust. We spent a lot of time working on our matchmaking system. But again, I mentioned just briefly that we had the thing where we do a soft introduction. We have vending machines, and of course we have vending machines, right? But one of the things about this is now you can sell.
Breaking news.
Surprise.
You can sell an item in your vending machine, and then you can be offline, and then when you come back, that item could appear in one of your friends' vending machines. And we can do that now because we have the loot syncing and things like that. If you go to a map, like just a different place in the world, we'll show you which one of your friends might be in that map if they're online at the same time. So there's just, again, there's lots of little things to incentivize that cooperation, just because, you know, hey, it's great solo, but it's also really fun. I think it really shines when you're playing with other people.
Yeah, I believe we talked about that idea that your loot can show up in your friend's game. There are like missions specifically geared towards pushing you in that direction as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the cool thing: like if you don't have the automatic loot that you sell and shows up there, you like, so you find a really cool legendary drop somewhere, and like, I've already got one of these. I want my friend to have it. We actually implemented in-game email, where you can email items to your friends, whether they're online or offline, or your enemies. I mean, if you want to send your best legendary weapon to your enemy too, that's great too. It's up to you. But I love that. We've got email. We've got a way to change it, and we use that. We use that a lot to do that back and forth. So that's cool. Right.
And our players might even see emails from weapon manufacturers.
That's right. That's right. I mean, once we have an email system, right? Why not exploit it?
I think that's our frequent fire program.
Oh.
Why not?
Good.
Love the jokes back and forth. But if you do want like the classic experience too, in terms of loot sharing and level syncing, that's something that you can turn off in case you want to, as you guys described it to me, like ninja loot your friends while you're playing, if that's your thing.
Yeah, that's leaving classic mode was really important. There are people who like to, you know, the old twink their friends, which is, you know, they can be higher level and they can take their friends and level them up really quickly. And some people like going after loot because I think one of the things that Randy was telling me one time was there was a guy who came up to me and says, hey, at least I know if somebody gives me a weapon, I want to keep playing with that person. So it's one of the benefits of keeping a system like that is there are people who like those trust mechanics in games that really want to just know, hey, this is the person I want to keep playing with, you know, when they are made up and they're strangers at the first. So, yeah.
The more options, the better, right?
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to say the word Schluter. Because we're still on that topic. Is it grating yet?
All together now. Schluter.
So yet another aspect of the Schluter experience is the loot. We talked about it a little bit already, but I wanted to dive more into it because $1 billion really does sound like a made-up number, but it's not.
No.
It is, well, okay, it is a made-up number because I don't really want to do the math. I will say $1 billion was our safe number, and it is well over $1 billion.
I mean, we've had a QA guy counting, you know, one gun at a time since the beginning of the project, and he's still going.
He's still doing it, yeah. Just a poor guy, like test every gun.
Lose count at 20 million, have to start all over again.
Yeah,
it's
like,
the worst.
crap! You said 7, like 12, 13.
You know, and it's funny because, you know, numbers are one thing, but we really want guns, you know, not every gun can feel different from every other gun, but we really wanted to highlight, can these guns, as much as possible, vary in gameplay from gun to gun, where if you pick up a new gun, you're like, holy shit, I haven't seen anything like that before. That's really cool. I didn't know they had this. Because the joy of exploration is surprise, right? And seeing something that you didn't expect. That's the thing that brings me back to games a lot.
So how did you pull off 1 billion plus guns?
Bribery. Again, it's we look at the parts. We talked about how we have to mix and match each part. There's a stat that goes with each part. Then there's the gameplay mechanics that we wanted to put into the manufacturers this time, like the pew.
Oh yeah, the ricochet. Oh, sorry.
Mess it up.
The only time. So yeah, so we have the ricochet mechanics. We have the bullet magnetism for the Atlas, and then we have things like the Hyperion with the shields there. And the shields have their own background as to why they're on Hyperion. But all of those things lead up to that, and that's just the baseline guns. The oh boy, do I tell this story? Oh
yes.
my gosh, there's
Go on.
There's a gun. Okay, hopefully it's an adult audience. But there's a gun. There's a mission very early in the game where you have to shoot a guy in his butt as part of a bonus, and of course I believe the gun's name is the butt plug. Did you get from that? So. Hi, Mom. Yeah. So that was. It's just that kind of silliness and fun, like those conversations around the office, And I think also just as stupidly was talking about what the critical text is that goes up when you actually do achieve that. And I think it's like starfish, brown-eyed, and butthole, and I can't remember what else. So yeah, it's just a joy to create guns like that and have people have a good time. So
back to you, Tina.
Yeah, moving on.
There are knock-on effects to those butt shooting experiences, though. We had to argue with finance for more expensive statues to be sculpted because we couldn't just do a bust. Paul Sage wanted one shot in the butt. So.
Yeah,
you see, in game development, it's all about the details.
That's right.
It is all about the details, and we have there's a great gun team back there with the Jet and Jimmy and those guys that and they've been working on the legendaries, like all the unique guns. People have seen Mouthpiece's gun, the one that fires that. But I think I don't know for sure, so maybe not. But I'm pretty sure we have way more legendaries and uniques than we've ever had in any other Borderlands.
There's a bunch of them.
There are a lot.
And I imagine adding legs to guns helps with the variety there. That's really what got you to the 1 billion plus.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's so many guns with legs. It's crazy. We've not even seen all of them yet. So cool.
But like mechanically, the way that you guys constructed that was basically like, as you're describing it, it's like exponential math. You're just making combinations of these things, and there's a lot of visual elements too.
Absolutely. All of those different parts and pieces are all hand sculpted. The different shaders that indicate rarity are all done by our gun team and all picked out personally by Jimmy and Duke and Jet and the team. Those all started from concept up. So Kevin Duke is the main concept artist on the guns team. His brain somehow is able to figure out how to do all of that stuff where you start out with like a weapon base and you can make all of these parts that look good and work together. And they take a lot of effort to make sure that whenever a gun rolls, it will only roll parts that look good together. So the guns will look as good as they feel. They will look very different in their silhouettes. Each manufacturer just absolutely something crazy and cool, and whether or not you're using a pistol or an SMG, it should feel really awesome and different for each manufacturer. Once you start playing for a while, you can actually just look at one and know what you're getting, and that's really cool. Especially if you're like me, I am really, really picky about which guns that I choose that fit my play style, so I will definitely always pick up a legendary COV pistol, like always.
And the legendaries and the higher rarity guns, they also look like they're legendaries.
Absolutely, they'll be shinier, they'll have a cooler shader on them, and even when you apply the skin will look better on a legendary weapon than it will look on a common. It might look a little bit beat up on the common, you slap that on a legendary and it's gonna be pristine.
Yeah. And effectively, because of the gun firing modes too, that kind of expands the range of weaponry even further from that point.
Yeah, we didn't even count that in the billion. It's like a whole nother thing.
Right.
Yeah, you have a whole gun team that works on sort of the randomization engine that fits into it.
For years, yeah. They worked really hard on this, and I think it's going to show really strongly.
So that also speaks to just kind of the modern capabilities. You know, the last time that we visited in Borderlands 2 was on last generation consoles. So now that we're on modern technology, like what's come out of that you've been able to do with Borderlands 3?
It's yeah. So
Don't tell me there's a butt shooting mission related to this story.
no, but yeah. Okay.
Thanks to the power of the new generation, we can shoot butts.
You know, it's interesting because we talk about that, and we actually did have an engine switch in the project, and we switched over to Unreal Engine, and it's got a lot of great technology. But when you look at Borderlands, you know, we hear the word cell shaded a lot. The game's not cell shaded. Everything is hand inked, and that process actually takes much longer than just a normal game for the art, because you know they have to go in and they have to make it look like it's got that comic book style to it. So when you have something like PBR, which is I think physical based rendering, right? And it gives you materials, so it gives you reads on things like it's it's aluminum or it's wood or something like that. But that's how the lighting plays off. So we actually have to take something like that and decide, how does that work with our art style? And I think they did a terrific job. And I say that because it wasn't me, and there's so much math involved in things like that. Like
It was all Kayla.
How that works, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
But that's one of those things where you get new technology and everybody's really excited. And for us, it's a real challenge. Like, how does that work? How are we going to get that fit in? But it also gives our game that distinctive style, and there's no way in hell I would get away from that style. I love that style.
Yeah, last time we chatted about this, you guys mentioned that you have higher fidelity models, that even just like the randomization in terms of, because it's the same sort of randomization engine for the gun as it is for the enemy types too. So even on different planets, the enemies are supposed to sort of mirror that design.
So the different planets and biomes will have all of their own enemies, and within those subsets of enemies, you'll actually see a lot more variety than in any other Borderlands title, using a similar gestalt system to the guns where those parts can kind of interchange and swap out. So everything from like skin tone on a psycho to the mask to patterns on their clothing, you'll all recognize them as the iconic psychos and the bandits, but you'll be able to not feel like you're shooting the same one over and over and over again. And that even applies to the big dinosaurs on Eden 6 Historians, where you can get different heads and tails on them that create that different visual, which is also associated with the type of gameplay. So while you're playing, when you see a little one or a big one with horns, you should be able to get an idea of how it's going to attack you just from the visuals. And it just makes all of the worlds feel a lot more lush and immersive when there's that much variety.
Yeah, I love what the art team did there, because I think as a team, we're very cognizant of the fact that you guys play for ridiculous amounts of hours in Borderlands, and thank you for that. But we all know that after a certain amount of time, you know, there's always some fatigue that can set in. So finding ways visually to keep the game fresh and exciting, even when you're going back and you're playing, you know, True Vault Hunter mode or whatever, or you're playing late game, or you're playing through as another character, or playing with a different set of friends, like, that's real in this game. And I think we looked for all of the nooks and crannies we could there to add and expand the visual fidelity of the game.
Yeah, they're like real good.
Yeah.
I'd be remiss not to mention that there's a day-night cycle now.
Yes?
There's a day-night cycle. One of the fun things about the day-night cycle, and I think Ryan Smith and the tech art team had a lot to do with this, and Triss with the skyboxes, right?
Oh
Absolutely. Triss deserves a shout out.
Yeah, so those guys worked their butts off to get not a day-night cycle on one planet, but different day-night cycles and different lighting for other planets, to be like, okay, this is what the lighting would look like on these planets, right? And it seems like a minor detail, but it's really important to make the world feel alien.
That's correct, yeah.
Adds to the ambiance. Is there like a pitch black planet where it's just light out for 2 hours once a month or whatever that was?
I don't know if I'm hitting.
Yeah, there isn't, because we want to make sure you can see what you're shooting at. But I will say that
Night vision
Promethea
goggles.
is almost always in a state of twilight. So it's in a state of dusk for the most part.
But it has a lot of neon lights to make up for it, right? It's the city planet, right, we saw in the real event. So it's got a lot of neon billboards and bulletin boards and advertisement. And then Maliwan is doing Maliwan things there. So, you know, of course, they're very stylish in everything they do.
You guys described it to me as effort meets tech, and that felt like such a good, succinct way of describing why Borderlands 3 looks as gorgeous as it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious about any behind-the-scenes dev stories that you guys might have. Was there anything in your playtesting sessions as you guys were kind of exploring what Borderlands 3 looks like, feels like, any stories where you've discovered like unintended features? I know that happens often in development.
You first.
Sure. So one of the great pieces of feedback that we got from the art director, Scott Kester, after looking at the spaceship map set for Sanctuary, was that it just didn't quite feel like home enough. So we went through a couple of iterations of that art set just to try to get it right. And when we came out with the one that eventually we liked, it still didn't feel quite like home. So he looked at it and he said, rub some funk on it. Which,
Quote.
yeah, actual quote, which in Kester speak means that it's got to look a little bit messy and a little bit more lived in. So the level art team just started pulling stuff from other maps, just random rugs and adding all these little flavor pieces. And then we got Adam Ybarra from Concept to do some paint overs and make all of the decals and stuff that help you get around the ship. And after that piece of feedback, it really started to look like a home hub map that people lived in, because that was the most important part for Sanctuary, is it should feel like you live there. And that was really cool to see it go from this sort of sterile environment to something that actually felt like a player could feel at home in.
It's got like beat up couches and you know, like
String
stains.
lighting.
Oh yeah. It's got my favorite joke in the game. Like, and it didn't even come from the writing team, so I can couple with the art team on there. Like, there are these pipes that run through the ship that you see, and one of them is coolant, and the one right below it is heatant.
It's a thing if you want to make it a thing.
It's important to keep those labeled.
And you can even like customize your quarters too on Sanctuary 3.
Yeah. I think you're talking about stories. I'll tell this one on Josh Atkins. He's a great guy, works at 2K, but he very seriously pulled me aside one day, and it was kind of early in development. And Mose, believe it or not, was our first character that we worked on. And here's this big mech, and you know, and like in any development cycle, not everything's roses, right? But we finally get Mose into a good place, and it's looking good. And you know, everybody's like, okay, I think we have something here. And Josh pulls me aside and says, okay, so we love Mose, but how in the hell are you going to top this, right? Like you've dug yourself a hole. I'm like, the hell, man? No, we're gonna have a great Siren character. We have our Beastmaster character, you know, that we'll talk about more in August, you know, of this year. And Zane's one of those characters that I just love. Like Zane is a sleeper hit to me because he's the mix and match. You know, he can throw out the shield, he can do the clone, he can do his sentry, or you know, and all of that. You know, like I think all of the characters really turned out, you know, great. I mean, I'm just kind of sound self-serving, but it's actually one of my favorite parts of the game is how much time we spent with them and took care on those characters.
For me, it's just the great development story is that moment where we desperately want to ship the game because we want to play the game, right? And it happens so late in development for so long. You know, the art's not in, it's untextured, there are bugs, the editor's crashing, everything's going wrong. And there was a moment for me about 3 months ago where I was going and working through a bug one week, I think getting ready for the reveal event. And it was a bug in the early game, and it required me to load up the game and start playing and get that. And it was really early game. I think it was when Claptrap first meets you and something like that. And I played that, and like, this is kind of feeling fun. 3 hours later, I closed the bug and moved to the next one. I'm like, man, I should fix more bugs. We've got to get this done. But to me, it's that great moment when that game goes from just being a work project to like it now feels like a thing. It breathes like a thing. We hit it and we're there, and that's been the news around the office lately. Like we're like let's get it out. Like there was seriously a thread this week on our internal email of someone saying like, when is it a good time for me to start playing the game when we're not like going to reset our profiles and I just want to play all the way through. And that's when we know that we've got the magic's back and the magic's happening, and that's so exciting for us as developers to feel that coming together.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks super exciting, and we've really enjoyed it at IGN playing as well. But on that note, I wanted to ask, what Vault Hunter are you? Of the new crew.
My go-to is always Siren. I really like that you can play this particular Siren a lot of different ways. My personal build that I make for myself, I call the Leroy Jenkins build, because I just like to run in there and really get in, and using the phase slam ability sort of when you enter battle right away, and then all of Ibarra's abilities that allow you to get more damage for proximity is a great way to play, and I've been tweaking that build. When I really want to do some wacky stuff and experiment, though, I do play as Zane.
Oh yeah, in fact, I'll go ahead and say Zane is mine right now. I think that's the Vault Hunter I'm going to start with. So Zane, you talked a little bit earlier, like Zane has some really cool action skills. He can do a drone, he can do a shield, he can do he can do a digiclone and then swap places with it. So there's a lot of cool positional element. But Zane has this neat idea that he can take of all the different permutations of his action skill, you can actually cannibalize your grenade slot to have another action skill button, so you can actually run 2 completely separate action skills at the same time. What's cool about that is you have to give up grenades, but I found a trick. TDOR weapons in this game are so amazing. They're the guns with legs. We still have the TDOR that go out and explode, and there's even more variety to how they explode. So a lot of TDOR weapons to me present like grenades. So I found when I run Zane, I can just run with a TDOR weapon or 2. I can have all the crazy fun of guns with legs, and I don't really feel that I've completely given up that grenade slot. There's still a lot of other grenades that do things above and beyond what TDOR do, so there's a cool game there. But Zane is this really cool kind of, I just want to tweak it. I want to twiddle with them for a little bit and find out, what's the right combination of stuff that just does insane stuff on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul?
Which one of your kids,
Yeah,
Paul?
it's Sophie's choice, right? So this is a tough one for me. It's who I'm playing at the time, usually, for me, and mostly because I think I'm going through with Mose right now because we're at the show. But there's things I'm really liking about the way Mose plays right now. So I'll say Mose for now, and ask me again in a month, and I'll tell you a different character.
We'll revisit.
Yeah.
Well, noticeably absent is Flack, which is not to say by any means not a favorite of the group, but definitely I've noticed a favorite of the community. So is there anything that we can give to the community just to tide us over until the next reveal?
Yes, so, and probably somebody from PR will come slap me, but just for everybody here. And people have had this one question about Flack that I want to put to rest. It's like, can you command your pets? Can you tell your pets to go attack this one thing? Yes. It is not like Death Trap in that way. It's not just a summon. So
it's a true pet.
Yeah, your pets stay with you all the time, and you can tell them to go attack. But we'll get more into it, and I'm probably in trouble now.
But I think we have one more thing that we're
One more
going
thing.
to talk about Flack, and this is kind of an exclusive to this panel at E3. You guys are hearing it first. So a big announcement with Flack the Beastmaster, and that's the voice actor.
Oh, right.
We have not yet heard Flack speak anywhere in a trailer or a demo, and today we want to let you guys know Flack is being voiced by a really amazing voice actor named Sungwon Cho, who you might know as ProZD from YouTube.
Good news?
Really amazing. I can't wait for you to hear Flack.
Absolutely. Well, it wouldn't be a Gearbox panel without a little bit of news. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Don't forget September 13th. Shut up and take my iridium, am I right?
That's right.
Friday the 13th.
Well, thank you guys for sharing. Thank you guys for watching, and have a wonderful E3.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's roll that trailer one more time.
There are 6 sirens in the universe. I used to be one of them. My name is Lilith, and I need you. Children of the Vault is a psycho cult. 10 billion followers demand we join or die. We've got another proposal for them.
please welcome the man, the myth, the legend, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to E3 Coliseum. We've got so many great panels for you this afternoon. I also wanted to mention that on the 4th floor, there is the AMD Lounge where you get to play Gears 5 on PC, a bunch of other games. So if you're looking to play some games and you can't get over to the Microsoft Theater or there's a big line over there, go play in the AMD Lounge up on the 4th floor, which is available throughout all 3 days. All right, well, let's move on to our next panel here with a provocative title, The Future of Bungie and Destiny 2. And I'm honored to have 3 of the key folks from Bungie here with us to talk about all things Destiny 2. So please welcome to the stage Mark Noseworthy, the GM of Destiny 2, Luke Smith, the game director, and Raylene Deck, the design lead on Destiny 2. Hello, guys. Luke. Good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Let's welcome the independent Bungie. So guys, it's been a news-filled week for Bungie. All started sort of last Thursday with Google Stadia and the Vidoc and the live show. I was going to say, I feel like you guys should be hosting. You guys were great hosts of your live stream.
Well, since you asked.
Exactly. It's like Luke and Mark. I like it. No, it was a great show. And I don't know if you guys saw it. It was like a whole hour and a half where you guys broke down a lot of stuff. So, you know, here I think is an opportunity to kind of give a little more context to sort of what you announced. I polled some people on Twitter, had some interesting questions for you guys about a bunch of things. But from a macro perspective, I want to kind of talk about Bungie as a company and kind of where you guys are at right now. You know, I've covered Bungie pretty much since the beginning, and you know, certainly through all the Halo years and the Destiny years. And you know, this is an interesting time for you guys, doing that deal, like leaving Microsoft, doing the deal with Activision, and now kind of going independent. Can you guys maybe talk philosophically about, you know, the decision to sort of, you know, sort of take Destiny, or I mean, you always own the IP, but sort of like to, you know, not have self-publish, I guess, and that concept of sort of, you know, Bungie really sort of, you know, fully owning your destiny, for lack of a better term. Tell us about the evolution of that. I mean, how did you guys sort of ultimately come to that realization that that would be what's best for Bungie?
So from the very beginning, like even all the way back to 2014, we've talked about how Destiny kind of has had an identity crisis.
Yeah.
Like we've talked a number of times over the years about the different iterations of Destiny. And as we've continued to move forward and think about what the game could be, we started to realize the opportunity that we had as developers was to get to a place where we could truly be in control of Destiny. And as we look at the landscape and the way that video games are changing and evolving and the business models are changing, this becomes an opportunity for Destiny, a franchise that we want to be around for a while, to continue to evolve too. And in this case, you know, Bungie has sort of struck out on its own a few times. Like you pointed out, we left Microsoft and we ultimately separated from Activision. And a bunch of that is because we want to be the independent spirit that the company's always been.
Right.
And we want Destiny to adapt to the evolving marketplace, sort of riding the wave of that independence.
I mean, I think I thought some of that with certainly Destiny, where you were on sort of a cadence when you were working with Activision, which is, you know, like as a traditional publisher, cadence of when content comes and sequels and whatnot, and it's, you know, it's leaked, but I mean, that contract you originally signed was sort of very specific about like, you're going to drop this here, and it was sort of like, you know, formulated in a way, you said, where the business was, it was signed at a time, you know, 10 years ago or whenever, when the business was a bit different. So as you were sort of going through Destiny, there were obviously, as you said, sort of those pain points or pressure points where you sort of felt like you were kind of, is it fair to say you were making decisions kind of more for business reasons and creative reasons about how you wanted to evolve it?
I mean, if you just look at we slipped Destiny twice. Yeah. Like with the original game, we slipped, and then Destiny 2, we slipped, and we didn't do those for business reasons. Those were purely for creative reasons. It was, we're trying to get the time we need to make the best thing that we could.
Yeah.
I do think that one of the things that can happen sometimes, or did happen to us in the, you know, developer-publisher relationship, is, you know, we collaborated and chose directions, and sometimes the directions maybe weren't the right thing for what our core players were interested in. And I think we've spent a year plus, just completely taking care of that.
Yeah, we love the idea of being able to put our core player, our core Destiny player, at the center of all our decisions. You know, like we look at Destiny as a franchise, as a game that has a lot of people who love playing it. We love playing it, and part of this, you know, second newfound independence is we get to chase that. We get to say, we're going to make Destiny for people who love Destiny, period, right? And that's just like really exciting and invigorating for us as a company and the team.
And I think even, for me, one of the most fascinating aspects of this is you have a player base, an existing game, and this transition is like, it's disruptive in a way, and it's sort of like, trying to figure out how do you change, the business model in many ways, right? Add a free-to-play component. How do you move, especially on the PC, to like an entirely new ecosystem and platform? Bring in Stadia. I mean, it's like there's a lot of shift there. So I'm sure, tell us a bit about philosophically how you approach that, because you said, I think you knew these were things you wanted to get to eventually, like, hey, how do we take this free to play? But then how do we honor the players that have spent a lot of money in the game and bought it and respect that, but also entice new people to come in? So can you talk a bit about sort of how you approached, the knowledge that you need to make this shift, but how you got there from where you were? Because that's, it's something really, I think, difficult to navigate. And to your credit, I think you guys did a pretty good job last week, bringing the fans along to explain that. But give us a bit of context about, knowing that that's where you needed to go, but how you got there.
So probably like shortly after Destiny 2 came out, Mark and I and some other folks started thinking about how Destiny could evolve. Right. And one of the first ways we looked at it was not only the game design evolutions that we felt like could be an opportunity, but also just how's the game industry changing? After Destiny 2, that's where you had a bunch of things like Fortnite was ramping, and we see this trend happening, for kids today, basically, where they're just like, are they going to be paying for games in 10 years? And what we felt like we had with Destiny 2 was kind of a business model that was ripe for adaptation. But when we think about adapting it, we want to think about what's like the controlling idea behind the adaptation. And so the controlling idea was crush the barriers between friends, and that led us to New Light.
Yeah, tell us about New Light.
Yeah, because New Light isn't like a new mode, or it isn't an expansion, or it's actually it's the game now, which is really exciting, and where it's geared towards new players, but all players can experience it. Right. And so the idea is to break down those barriers, and some of the barriers are content related. So now with New Light, if you don't want to spend tens of hours of going through campaign content by yourself, and you're like, no, I want to play with my friends, like I want to jump in, you can do that now. Some of the campaign content like Red War and Curse of Osiris and Warmind, so they're free now, but they're optional. So it's like, yeah, if you want to go play that, you can. And some of the other barriers are, money, right? So before, I think you had to play Forsaken, you had to get that, and then
it was the compounding business model, right? Where if you think of it just like a pyramid, like, I bought the base layer, now the next thing came out, and now you layer on top of that, and you need to keep buying and buying and buying. And that's just gonna diminish your audience over time. And what we found with games like Destiny is the audience does tail off as the game gets older, and what we want are ways for people to constantly return. And we've witnessed this even with our annual pass this season, where there's really cool stuff right now in the game. Season of Opulence just came out a week ago, and it has this new 6-player matchmade activity, the Menagerie, which is awesome. But if you want to play the Menagerie, you have to buy a bunch of stuff that maybe you didn't want. No, I don't want Black Armory, or I don't want Drifter. And so as we stare into these sorts of problems, we want to think of a different way of distributing content that could be kind of more player friendly, but also more friendly toward inviting people to come play the game, rather than it's the example I've given you before, Jeff. Like, if Greenberg is, going deep on Opulence and he's trying to lure you in to play the Menagerie, you're like, well, in the game today, you're like, oh, I'm so far behind. Right. In the game coming out this fall, you're not that far back.
And it's about having just one community of players, right? We don't want to fragment people. Right. As we've sold expansions in the past, sometimes you buy an expansion, you end up leaving your friends behind. Well, I get to go to the new world, I can do the new thing, but you can't unless you purchase it, right? And it's really important for us to have one global community of players. And so whether you're coming in free with New Light, or you're buying Shadowkeep standalone, or you're one of our hardest core players who've played since day one, played since the alpha, you're all going to be playing together, right? And one of the great things about having people on board and join the game year round is it just makes Destiny richer for everyone, right? Like it's great to have new people join PvP so you can beat up on them, you know, and they can eventually become your friends. It's great to have more people in public spaces.
Yeah.
It's great to Sherpa someone through the raid and have that experience with them for the first time where they've never played a game like Destiny with 5 other Guardians back to back shooting monsters. They kill that last boss and they get that drop and they're like, this game's awesome, you know? And so these free players that often they're going to be your friends, you're just recommending it to them, but they might also just be total randos. They make Destiny better for everyone, you know, for our existing fans. You know, I said earlier how we're making decisions about really satisfying our core players. Well, by adding new light and giving people a free entry point, that's better for our existing fans too.
Well, because I think fans, they want more people to experience the game and see why they love it and kind of, you know, enroll people. You said, like, in the past, it's been difficult to sort of get people ready for that. One thing when I was looking at my feed this morning, a lot of people were asking about, and I don't know, this is more technical, but a lot of people were asking about, you know, hey, you have cross-save, which you've talked about kind of across everything. People were asking about some of the, you know, the paid content. Like, if I buy it on one platform, then, you know, am I able to play it on the other platform via cross-save, or do I have to buy the content on each individual platform?
Yeah, so we're still working out the details on a couple precise things there because it actually gets really complicated when you look at it. But you know, if
I'm entitled to it on, you know, if I buy it on PS4, then can I?
So with cross-save, you're going to pick the account, the set of Guardians on one platform that you're going to promote. You're going to say, these are the ones I put the most time into, I care the most about, and that's now like, you know, got like a star above it. And that's the one you can play on all the platforms.
Yep.
Because of New Light, you know, coming out on PlayStation and PC and Xbox, that means you can go to any of those 3 platforms and try out cross-save for free, right? Yep. And you can jump into PvP, play Crucible, run around all the worlds and destinations. You've got all your guns, all your characters and abilities from the beginning, and that's awesome. But if you want to play the story, you know, of Shadowkeep on that new platform, you got to buy Shadowkeep there, right? And so the core license, the core expansion, you will.
The Shadowkeep, I might have to buy if I want to play it on PS4 and PC. I have to buy it on both.
Yes, yeah, okay. That's the plan of record for sure going forward. There's more details about other edge cases and stuff. We're actually still trying to work this out.
Well, I said like it's
put
what
an
you're
FAQ
doing
together
is
for players because we see there's
the
lots of
business
questions
kind of has
about
to follow sometimes the vision of kind of how this is done because you said like I'm sure fans are freaking out. It's like wait, you know, I have to buy it twice. Like that doesn't make sense.
But we do think that cross save and New Light go really well together for people, right? Because it allows you to like, well, you know, I've got a PC. It's not that great, but maybe I can, because my brother's moved over there. But maybe I can check it out, and it doesn't cost you anything to go check that out now. Like, just go jump in, and what is it like to play, you know, Destiny at 60 frames per second or higher on PC and PvP? You can just you can try it out for free, right? Cross save and New Light do that together for our existing players.
When you
I was just gonna add to the thing you're saying, because the New Light offering is pretty robust. Like if you're a raider on PC, so you buy Shadowkeep, you're gonna raid with your community on PC, but your brother or sister-in-law is playing on PS4, you can go play a bunch of stuff with them on PS4. Crucible, Gambit, Strike playlist. You can go to all the worlds with them. Like there's a bunch of stuff you can do. We've really tried to make sure that the New Light offering is so content heavy that a bunch of the engagement game you can go play kind of anywhere with your friends, or go to Moon and farm helium filaments or whatever.
Yeah, so new players start in the Cosmodrome, just like Destiny 1. So we're going back there, and within 15 minutes, like the mission's not very long. You get, dumped into the tower, the same tower that everybody else experiences, and all the activities are opened up for you. So you can play Strikes, you can play Crucible, you can check out some of the destinations, start unlocking those, and there's a lot of content. Like where at work, there's almost every day there's something new. We're like, oh yeah, we forgot about this piece of content, and like, how does that fit in? And it's crazy and really exciting to have all these new players come in and check out some of all the content that we built over the years. So, yeah.
Speaking of all the content over the years, I think a lot of people are wondering. You mentioned Destiny 1. It's now you're Destiny 2, but all that content that was made for D1, is there kind of a plan for some of that to like live more, be ported or move into Destiny 2 in any way? Like,
I don't think everything planned. But
what you're seeing with the Moon is like the beginning of a kind of like an experiment. We're looking at what happens when we create destinations, like even from Destiny 1, which is going to be new to a bunch of players who didn't play Destiny 1, like a bunch of our PC community. But then what happens to these locations? Like the game takes place in our solar system. So the moon is still there. Like you'll see the moon outside at night here, in LA. If the haze, goes away, you might not see it. In Seattle, you'll see it. But the moon is this opportunity for us to say, hey, that's a world that people loved. What happened to this world over the last few years? What happened to Eris over the last few years? How's the context for these things changed? And what we want to do with Destiny is ultimately, think about what is the library of content that we have built over time. What are the ways these worlds can evolve and change? And the moon and it being twice as big as it was the last time is our first kind of step into what happens when we take this cool piece of content and our artists and designers go nuts and enhance it and tell an environmental story there about how it's evolved.
It's really exciting to peel back the layers on a world, right? Like we want Destiny not to feel like just a game or a disc in your drive, but a real place that's evolving. And we started this journey of what would it be to expand on a place you've been before? Way back in D1, when the Taken King first came out, I think it was the second mission. You go back to the Cosmodrome and you get to Sepix Prime's lair and he's dead on the ground, and there's a door that's open behind him and you walk over his dead corpse and you ascend this colony ship that you've seen in the distance for almost a year at this point. And you don't even remember, was there always a door behind Sepix? I don't really know. And you get to see the Cosmodrome from an entirely new perspective. It expands your view of what that world and that destination was like, and it makes Destiny feel like a real place, right? And we're taking that and really trying to push on that with the moon. You're going to go to places in the moon that you didn't know were there, right? And it's really fun to explore a place that's familiar, but actually evolved and really different.
I think so. Moon's my favorite destination, so I'm really excited to go back. And I think for new players too, it's brand new for them, right? So I think it's almost like the best of both worlds, right? So it's cool.
From a story content perspective, obviously we know Shadowkeep November or September, but what's the cadence going to look like in terms of story content moving forward, like in this new kind of business model? You've had the seasons and whatnot, but it's like, are you still imagining they're going to have these sort of big story drops, once a year, or is it going to be are you thinking about it differently now that it's going to be more sort of?
We're really only talking about the next year right now of our roadmap, but when we think of the story, we don't think of evolving and telling the story only once a year. Like the seasons are an amazing opportunity for us to tell really cool stories and go to new places. Like just this past season, the season of the Drifter, I think we've really tried to explore that character and the relationship with Emissary and what that all means. And so we see the seasons as a real opportunity to tell stories as well.
The thing I would add is, in Destiny's history, it has felt oftentimes like the kind of monster of the week, or each quarter's been a little bit different. With seasons, 8, 9, 10, 11, et cetera, the next year of content, we want the seasons to do a better job of handing off. Like we had the Dreaming City in Forsaken kind of launched this loop, and what we want to have this fall is something that happens in the Shadowkeep game experience that begins season 8, and something that concludes season 8 kind of serves as a launch pad to season 9 and so on, where you do feel this momentum through the game as you play it over the course of the year.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of learnings from the Dreaming City, and then from Forsaken, a lot of the content is we'll be able to use the learnings from that and for New Light, because there's a lot of systemic. I did it. Yeah, systemic content that will be free for new players as well. So it's really cool. Yeah.
You guys have been pretty bold about your vision of letting people play Destiny kind of anywhere with anyone you want, that kind of idea. So you've got a lot of platforms going, shifting to Steam on the PC, which is that's a big move, right? Sort of pull people up on Steam. I don't know, you may have answered this, I may have missed it, but do I have to rebuy it on Steam if I bought it on it, or you'll get entitled to it?
Yeah. So we can tell what people what they've bought in the past and what they've earned in the game. What progressions they've gotten. And so we're preserving everything about your player account and any of your licenses. They're all going to transfer over to Steam, free of charge. You're just going to have to download it again. Right. we've got some detailed migration plan that's going to be communicated on our website sometime soon about how that's going to work and what steps you have to take. And but we want to make it really seamless and a good experience for players. And we want people to be playing on September 16th on Battle.net and on September 17th play on Steam and not miss a beat.
Yeah, you'll be able to keep your items and
all their
that,
progression.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much you can talk about this, but I'm curious about the idea of going with Steam, which is only a block or two from you guys there in Bellevue. But obviously on the PC side, like Epic has been making a lot of inroads there, doing lots of deals. Battle.net is still a platform out there. You talk about like Valve, which love those guys. I've known them since the beginning. They haven't been sort of super aggressive in going out and doing a lot of these deals. Can you maybe talk about philosophically like why that felt like the right place to put Destiny?
Well, they are just right down the street, of course. But
it's pretty helpful.
Valve Steam is a huge platform, right? With the largest number of users around the world, and so we're looking at what's going to be a good experience for our players, what's going to have the highest overlap. People have already created an account, certainly. But we're not tied to Steam exclusively.
Right.
This is about where we're moving this year, and we do want Destiny to be a game where you can play anytime, anywhere with your friends, and be able to find it in multiple places. So it's totally conceivable that someday we'd be on the Epic Games Store or on other launchers, in different regions. But it made sense for us to do that this year with Steam.
Mobile, I imagine, is something that I guess through Stadia, it's sort of like on mobile to some degree this year. But can you talk a bit about especially now with iOS having controller support and things like that, like how does mobile kind of factor into your thinking over the next short term?
For the Destiny 2 game engine, we haven't actually looked too closely right now at trying to get that product running on a mobile platform.
Yeah.
We're so busy trying to get things like Stadia stood up, get the Steam transfer set. We want to keep making the game awesome for our core fans, and mobile Destiny represents like future potential, far off ideas. It's obviously, I think it's probably far and away the #1 gaming platform in the universe.
Yep.
And so it represents.
It could be a different experience in the world, right? And that's one thing now I see a lot of people have the same game, and this is just me, but like I'm probably not going to be playing Fortnite on my phone, but it's cool the engine's there. But is there another experience in the world that can sort of work for mobile that ties into the universe?
Do you have a resume?
But yeah,
Thank
in case it wasn't clear, like with Stadia and with other cloud platforms like xCloud and stuff like that, you're going to be able to play amazing AAA games on your phone, right? And so
with a controller,
with a controller, right? Which is awesome. And like the idea that it's happened to us at the office, but it happens to many people. We hear the story where like I went traveling somewhere, and I brought my PlayStation 4 with me because I needed to get something done in the game by a certain date, or I was afraid Zerb was going to sell something, or somebody got their brother to break into their apartment so they could buy something on their Xbox. Like it's insane, right? And it's cool. We love those stories, but like those stories are going to go away, right? Because you can you can just fire up your phone and log in your character and keep playing Destiny, right? It'll be on a smaller screen, but it's not going to be. You're not playing in HD, 144 hertz or whatever, but you're still having a great experience, like anytime, anywhere, right? And so that's going to be really transformative for gamers. Like we're really excited about that story.
I really wish that shit was here now, so that I could have got my Raid jacket this week instead. I had like a day and a half. That's it. No Crown of Sorrows jacket for me.
In time. And also, with next gen, Xbox has talked about holiday 2020 for the next Xbox. Somebody's out there talking about PlayStation Stadia. Obviously, will kind of continue to evolve. Let's talk about Bungie kind of moving into the next generation now, because this is going to be interesting. That you have Destiny. This game, obviously, you're going to keep building it over the next couple of years. You're not going to have Destiny next gen, or maybe you will. But it's. Can you talk a bit about like kind of how that's going to factor into sort of just the roadmap? Because games are still, evolving every year, right? Technology is getting better and whatnot, and now you have this ongoing live service game. So can you talk about your philosophy a little bit on sort of like how will you continue to upgrade the engine and add new features, and what we can sort of look like there?
We're upgrading the engine technology every year. Like this is part of being, a live game service. And the good news is because we have really high-end PC support. The game looks, you play on PC with a crazy monitor and all that kind of stuff. And and so we support a variety of platform fidelities for Destiny already. So when we think about next gen, we're really excited about moving to that platform someday.
Yeah.
We believe like the technology and the infrastructure we're building already supports ramping up things like way higher resolutions and higher frame rates and better lighting and all this kind of stuff. And so we think we're going to be positioned pretty well for that transition.
But we're just learning about these things too, right? Like we're like,
So
new
you
consoles
say.
coming. Like, oh, cool, we should start having some plans around that.
120 frames per second.
Yeah, crazy.
This year is crazy enough, I think, right?
Yeah, well, that's not coming this year.
Yeah, no.
It's funny, we always have these NDAs, and so we know things, and you're like, but what's public and not public? And if you're not tracking like what's happening in the media, you don't really know, and you're like, just don't say anything. Just say nothing. You'll never get in trouble.
But you did say higher frame rates, which is,
That's just
That's
what I read.
120 frames?
I read that on some website. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, it's an interesting time, I think, as you said, for a company like Bungie that's always been, at the forefront of a lot of these console launches and whatnot, and now to be able to sort of have this ongoing platform that's going to evolve in this world. How big is the studio now in terms of like developers?
We're about 600 people.
600. And is it pretty much like all 600 are devoted to Destiny?
We're primarily working on Destiny, right? Almost the entire studio. We've got a few people in the backyard, planting some seeds that might grow into some future things. But we've got a big forest called Destiny that we're working on, and it's still growing. But yeah, we're predominantly focused on Destiny. That's the lifeblood of the company, and many of us joined the company to work on Destiny. That's why I joined almost 10 years ago, but the last year of Halo Reach. But I came to work on Bungie's next big action game, right? And so,
Which is interesting because you're at that point where it's like, the 10-year journey, and it's like you're a creative studio, and like, one of the great things about this is you can keep growing and building within this world, but I'm sure there is the, restlessness of like, oh, well, there is other things that we want to do as well, and it's like, just doing another 10 years of Destiny. It might be cool because what Destiny is can change, right? And same thing with like Fortnite, what it's going to become probably 3 years from now. It's probably not going to be just a battle royale game. There's going to be all these new modes and different things in there. So you can be creative within the Destiny world.
Yeah, Luke and I have been working on Destiny together. We've been partnered for about 5 years, and and ourselves, the team, we've got all sorts of ideas with Destiny that we haven't talked about yet, that we haven't revealed, that aren't in the game yet, that we want to see in the game, right?
And that's just like different types of gameplay and different sort of experiences?
Yeah, like
a bunch of features that we definitely don't want to talk about, but if they were, they'd be really cool and exciting, and people then would go, why the F haven't you put that in the game yet?
But we really feel like our work with Destiny 2 is not done. Like there's so much more we can add to this,
I think
series.
You can prototype. I mean, there can be different games or different game experiences.
Yeah,
like Sparrow Racing, like people are like, oh, that's like
Sparrow Racing, Gambit. There's all kinds of ideas. The team comes up with all kinds of awesome
6-player match-made activity this past week in Destiny, right? Like where else in video games can you play a shooter with 5 other players back to back against hordes of monsters? It's Mario Party meets Destiny, right? Like that's freaking awesome, right? Like what's the
Destiny
next thing?
Party coming soon.
Yeah. It's good, man. Like there's tons of room for innovation in this series for us. So like we're still really pumped about
And I think, now that you're in a free-to-play world, I think there's that many more ways to onboard people to the experience, right? And have different experiences that can be different types of gameplay within that world.
Yeah, well, with one Destiny, one entry point,
Yeah.
right? There's so much time to be able to evolve the game, right? Through seasons and through whatever else we're doing next, right? Like I think that it's just going to keep changing. The industry changes so fast. Like we have to change fast as well. So like it's exciting.
Sure. No, I have to say, I mean, leading into last week when I knew some of the stuff you guys were announcing, I'm like, how is this going to roll out? Because there was like a lot of things happening last Thursday. But I got to say, to your credit, I think you guys were very kind of, focused on message, and the fans, I think, are still with these guys, right? No tomatoes to the stage. All right. Well, thanks so much, guys. Good luck in the next few years here with Destiny. We look forward to seeing everything in September and beyond. Team from Bungie. Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Alana Pierce.
I don't know why I got such a cool introduction and they didn't. These are the talented people.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. As you heard from the God voice that just blessed us all, I am Alana Pierce. But I am here with...
Chris Avalone, writer on Dying Light 2.
Hi guys, I'm Timon Smektała, the lead game designer of Dying Light 2.
You guys excited about Dying Light 2?
Did you like it? Yeah?
We're excited about it too.
Yeah. You paid them to do that, come on.
Checks
Okay,
in the
so
mail.
for anyone who isn't familiar with Dying Light, how would you explain the franchise as a whole? What's Dying Light all about?
Well, so Dying Light is parkour, which allows you to traverse through the environment with great ease. Brutal, FPP, very immersive, very visceral, very in-your-face combat. Day and night cycle that changes the rules of gameplay. And with Dying Light 2, we are introducing a new element to the game, the narrative sandbox. Your ability to make choices that impact the narrative, but also the city, the sandbox space of your game as well.
I actually think that's one of the parts of Dying Light 2 that I'm most excited about, is the idea that every decision that you make will physically change the world and how it looks. How complicated is that, and how do you QA test for that?
Oh, that's you should ask our QA testers. They basically hate us for it. And of course, the problem is that there are so many combinations. It's kind of hard to really guess and measure all of them. But the thing is that as you play the game, first you follow the narrative and you make choices through the narrative. So this is the highest level of your choices that impact the city. And this is actually the biggest because, for example, you can reveal or destroy whole locations. You can kill important NPCs, save important NPCs. You can uncover new types of zombies and unleash them to the world. So that's one level. Then you start to interacting with, well, also before then, there is also one thing in between, is that as you play missions, you also make decisions during those missions. And those decisions change how the mission play themselves. So this can be a stealth segment, or maybe not. Maybe you go all out, and then suddenly you need to fight with anyone, with humans, with zombies, with bandits, with everyone. And also there's another level where you interact with open world activities and open world elements. And those are also things that can change the narrative or the city to some extent. So for example, if you play with a specific faction, they will start installing line bridges or zip lines or rope escalators that basically take you to the rooftop in a second. So a lot of different decisions on a lot of different layers, so it really is complicated.
I don't mean to call you out here, but developers for a very long time have been telling us that our choices would affect the gameplay, and sometimes it's not quite true. Mm-hmm. Everything I've seen of Dying Light 2, I actually fully believe that it is true. I've seen gameplay of how the city changes.
Thank you.
For people who haven't seen it, can you give us a really specific example of one thing that you would do that would dramatically change something versus someone else's playthrough?
So one thing that we are showing here at E3 is the fact that you make a decision to, I'm not sure if I can spoil it, but basically what you can do is...
Do it.
You can, so one thing you can do is basically you can uncover a new open world region for you to explore. And this is really like a huge area, which if you do it right, then you get quests that are aligned with that area. You get a new enemy that's inside that area. But if you don't do it, then this is gone. You don't see it. If you finish the game, our internal measure is that you will see about 50% of the content. So it really allows you to replay the game a lot.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. What was the decision-making process behind making everything different? What was the inspiration for that?
Well, basically all types of zombie fiction, all types of open world games, those are the things that inspire us. And also on the narrative side, those are the real life problems of today, because there's one thing actually that's very important to Dying Light, is that as you play the game, you make decisions, and these decisions allow you to choose between more selfish take on everything or more collective way of thinking. And I think that's one of the core themes of the game, and this is inspiration for us. If we see something in the world that plays that balance between selfish needs and collective needs, then those are the things that we introduce to the game.
So obviously I'm a little bit obsessed with this one point, but I'm going to keep asking about it because I think it's very interesting.
Okay.
Basically, if I'm playing through this game and I get a certain ending and someone else is I don't know how to phrase it, but basically, is everything going to sort of look the same? Like, if the narrative for everyone will be in a similar direction, just with different pieces? Or are we going to have completely different endings and completely different characters?
I'd say that's a big no. Yeah, because I think the point that you're getting to is that when you feel like your choices don't really end up in a different world or a different set of circumstances.
Is it a different colored explosion, for example?
Yeah, like, because you're like, well, yeah, and then you don't really have any player agency whatsoever, and then you're like, well, I don't feel like this character is actually making a difference in the world. One of the things I like about Dying Light 2 is, a lot of my history is with role-playing games and doing reactivity with like NPCs you meet and humans in the world, of which Dying Light 2 has quite a number since Civilization sort of crawling its way back, but also doing the environmental reactivity and seeing that being done on a scale is something that I rarely see. And the idea that the new maps and new creatures, that's a significant change in gameplay
I don't
elements.
think I have played anything where I've seen that.
Neither have I. Most open world RPGs I've done, it's mostly the NPC reactivity. To see the environment change is very difficult to do, and the fact you made a commitment to doing it was one of the cool things about this project.
Yeah, that's the thing that made me very, very excited about the game, and I say that as someone who loved the first game, so it looks awesome. And leading into that point, I know a lot of people played the original Dying Light, and I was looking at it the other day. The percentage of people who started and finished that game is actually very high.
Yes, it is. I think it's above 50%.
Which is crazy.
This is crazy.
A lot of games, for anyone who doesn't know, for people who actually start them and then finish them, it's around 13%. So not many people actually finish the video games that they play. 50% is crazy high. What do you think it was about Dying Light that did that?
To be honest, I think it's gameplay. This is just basically a game that you pick up, you understand quite quickly how to play it, and you really get a sense of like a kick out of every move, because when you jump, this is really a cool jump. If you grab a ledge and you climb on something, you really feel like this gives you freedom. If you hit something, you really hit hard. So I think that's why that's the reason why people keep playing and playing and playing the game for so many hours. And we have also some other data that I can share right now. We have a guy that have played the game for, I think, 4,500 hours. So this is really like a lifetime. But this is gameplay. Basically, we were always at Techland. Maybe I should be more modest, but this is what our community tells us. Guys, you really do great gameplay, and we really do gameplay that excites people, and I think that's the reason.
You should be proud of that. That's awesome, and I totally
Thank you.
So how much has gameplay changed when it comes to Dying Light 2 versus the first game?
So we have Dying Light is a game that's built on 3 gameplay pillars. It's, as I said, parkour, melee, brutal combat, melee FPP combat, and day-and-night cycle. So we have taken those 3 elements and basically rebooted each one of them. We have the Dying Light 2 works on a new engine, C engine, so that was one of the reasons why we had to start some things from scratch, but we also wanted to improve a lot of things. So for example, the parkour algorithm, which basically analyzes the environment in front of you and understands where are the ledges you can grab. This is something we have written from scratch. We started anew, of course, with the experiences, with the knowledge we had from the first game. So now it allows you to do way more. So for example, you see a door and there's a small opening on top of the door. So now this is a place where you can, through which you can
It's just
squeeze.
very loud. You just drank from
Sorry. Yes, so now that's an opening through which you can slide. Openings in walls. Also, we were able to introduce dynamic elements of the environment. So, for example, you start running to the rooftop and suddenly it all starts falling down. The platforms are breaking. There are things that keep moving as you parkour. So, a lot of improvements on that side. Also, on the combat side, we wanted to introduce more tactics to the game. So, and what helps us with that is the introduction of our bigger focus on human enemies. Zombies are, you could say they are stupid because they just want to get you. So there's not that much of a tactic when you fight them. You just want to survive. But with humans, they behave like humans, and they think, they use different tactics, they use different attacks, they keep moving on the battlefield, they use different gadgets. So this is another improvement on the first game where you really have to think on top of you being actually quite skillful on the controller. So those are the types of improvements that we have made to the gameplay. And of course, as I said, the biggest new thing is the narrative sandbox, choices and consequences. Yeah. You shape-shifting, city-shifting abilities.
To talk about parkour specifically, a lot of games have tried to do it, and I feel like Dying Light, even the first one, did it incredibly well. It feels so fluid. You feel like you can just run and you keep that momentum for such a long time. Did you consult with people who actually do parkour to make that work?
So the first game, for the first game, we were lucky enough to work with the best parkour, or at least the most known parkour guy in the world, David Bell, and he really helped us with nailing that feeling, with telling us what is that's important about parkour, the rush, rush, the freedom, all of that stuff. And he also looked at all of our motion captures. He also took part in some of the motion captures. So I think those are the things that allowed us to make the parkour as immersive as it is.
How do you mocap that?
Well, you need a huge mocap room, and that's
Is
how
it
you
literally
do it.
just people running and
Yes,
jumping
exactly.
on things?
It's just Timon just running around.
No. Actually, the funny thing was that our game director, Adam Ciszewski, he was trying to do that during one of the mocap sessions, and he broke his leg. So there's not an easy thing to
Wow.
do.
You know you love your game
footage?
that much.
To go back to combat, then, I feel like, again, in the first game, it was all really satisfying. I mean, does it get to a point where when you're making a sequel, when the first game is received really well and everything feels really polished, that there's any difficulty being like, well, how do we fix this? How do we make it even better?
Yes, it is difficult, but I think we found just to give players more. So when we worked on the first game, we also had a lot of ideas of things you would like to introduce. Things like, for example, even small tweaks, like if you do a dodge in a perfect moment, then the game slows down for a bit so you can hit the next attack with really precisely. So things like that. Also new gameplay tools. So for example, in the demo that we have for this year's E3, we introduced a weapon named Scorpio, which is a ranged weapon which basically one-shots enemies. But if you want, you can like make a switch and start using this as a two-handed mace, which is very devastating. So there are a lot of ideas, cool ideas, crazy ideas that we didn't have time or we thought maybe would derail from the experience, maybe would not allow us to focus on the core of the core aspects. So we have added those things now in DL2. And also, when we started playing the game, we came up with a lot of new ideas. So
yeah.
Plenty of stuff for the players to enjoy.
Yay. We like that. We've already seen a lot of enemy varieties. There are a lot of weapon variety as well.
Yes. So again, this is melee-based. This is melee-based game, I would say. This is melee-based combat. So it's axes, it's hatchets, it's machetes, it's baseball bats, it's maces, it's things like that. But the cool thing is that you can modify all of them. And in the first game, we had a lot of blueprints. But when you really look at them, they really boil down to like 5 or 6 elemental effects. So now the number is increased significantly. The actual number of special weapon powers you can add to your weapons is in area of, let's say, 20. So it really is something that adds to combat itself and to your weapons. And you're feeling that the weapon that you wield in your hand is the weapon that you create, and this is your weapon.
Sounds like it would be very hard to do, to tailor to make it feel like everyone owns the thing that they have in a game that so many people can play.
Yes.
We did it! All right, what happens at night?
At night.
I want to know, how crazy does it get at night?
I know, Chris, what would you like to say
Well, I
something
mean,
about
if you play Dying Light 1, I think you know the swarms of the infected suddenly start pouring out of the buildings.
Yes.
They get the free range of the city. I think there's been a misconception that somehow night is more dangerous than the day in Dying Light 2.
But it's not really
and I'm
true.
not actually sure that's the case, because humans are sort of threats about them.
Exactly, that's the idea. That's the core rule of this world, that the day is for humans and the night is for the infected. Yeah. And since there are so many of them on the streets during the night, then we have also looked at things like UV light mechanics. UV light was a quite important part of the first game, but in gameplay terms, it was mostly used in our multiplayer mode, Be the Zombie. But right now in Dying Light 2, we introduced this as well in the, let's say, in the single-player game or in co-op game where you fight the environment, and you get things like UV flashlight that stop the infected from attacking you. But if you keep them in the cone of the UV light for long enough, they lose their stamina, they fall to the ground, so now they are open for an easy kill. We have UV flares, so basically if you get surrounded, if the zombies start grabbing you, you can light up the UV flare, and then it clears the area around you. So this helps you in a situation like this, but only for a few seconds. So this is your moment to escape. One thing you can also change in the city as you make choices, as you interact with different systems, is the fact that we have UV lights installed in different parts of the city, like lamp posts with UV. So you can increase the number of them, or change the placement of them by your choices. So then it helps you complete your missions, the missions that you complete during the night, because now you did some things that give you more freedom, give you like make those missions, night missions, slightly easier because there are a lot of UV lamps in the city, and it also is very cool visually because when you enter some of the highest buildings and you look at the city and you see there's plenty of those UV lights around you, you feel like this is what I have achieved in this world. This is what I have achieved in this city. I made those things to happen. So this really is a empowering feeling.
And I feel like having those UV lights makes sense as the tech has evolved because this is set quite a bit after the first game, right?
Yes.
And how was that decision made? Why is it? It's 15 years?
Well, I mean, there's a few things. Like, so 15 years gives, I think, enough narrative aesthetic time to have new factions develop. Because, like, when you're dealing with like a recent zombie apocalypse, and I'm saying that like it's a common thing, but 15 years feels like it's a long enough for new types of factions and civilizations to sort of cook and find new ways of expressing themselves, as well as letting a lot of ammo and guns die out, and you have to resort to more melee weapons. It makes more sense in that environment. The other thing that's really cool, and I don't want to speak for the artists at Techland, but it also allows you to sort of do to show how vegetation and life is returning to these cityscapes. So when you look over the landscape of the city, you'll actually see like forests and like fields actually on the rooftops of old buildings in the city, and seeing that mixed in with the architecture, it looks really beautiful.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
And one thing that Chris mentioned was the artists. And so first of all, hi to all our artists. If they see us, I hope they do. And the other thing is that we have made a very conscious artistic choice in this game. We have decided to give this game a style which we call the modern Dark Ages. And it also connects to the question about 15 years because this time span allows this to develop. So what it is, it's like because we say, okay, so after 15 years after apocalypse like this, the humanity, the civilization will go back to Dark Ages. But the scenography, all that's around you is basically modern. But it has been changed by those people so they can make a living, they can survive. And so what you get now is a shopping mall that, because of some additions like structures that the survivors have added to it, now it starts looking like a castle. You see a police station that looks like a fortress. You see a settlement of survivors that looks like basically like a village from medieval times because these people, they don't have access to modern factories and everything. So you see weapons, hatchets, axes, as I said, so medieval weapons. But those weapons are made from plastic or gas pipes or basically things you can find right now. So this is a very interesting clash of what was happening in the Dark Ages and what is happening now, and it also works with the meaning that we have for our game, that you should feel the loss, the shame of all of those things gone to waste because of human decisions.
Sounds like a lot of creativity must have gone into building all of that out.
Oh yes, so if you could look at our art guide, it's basically a document that has 300 pages, so yes, a lot.
It's going to be a great art book.
Yeah, I was going to say, expensive art book. That's going to cost a lot in shipping.
That's true.
Back to the narrative though, Chris, I know you can speak about this. What are we going to be doing story-wise in Dying Light 2?
Well, you come as a stranger to what we call the city.
Yes.
It doesn't actually have a specific name and a real-world location. It's more a generic, like where it's sort of more like a metaphor for civilization. I think what you compared it to is how Rome was referred to back,
Yes.
and it was always called the city, and that's kind of the feeling that we're doing with Dying Light 2. So you are a stranger to the city, and you are infected, and you have to sort of find, okay, well, how do I sort of keep myself alive while this disease is eating at me, and then also these different individuals that seem to be vying for power and have their own agendas. Where do I fit into that world, and how do I make sort of like a place where I can survive both, I guess, socially, and then also just physically in the environment with dealing with all the threats that are coming at you.
I know a big part of this is the wristbands that everyone
Yes.
has.
Yeah, biomarker.
That's a biomarker.
Yes.
So that's like a bracelet that tells you how close you are to the point of no return for your infection.
Mm-hmm.
So when the lights start go red, you really want to find antizin, which is the drug that allows you to postpone the moment. Because if you don't, you basically screw it. You turn into a zombie.
So everyone is infected.
Yes, so in this city, because this is 15 years after the apocalypse, it was very hard for those people to survive without getting at least some kind of infection. So everyone is infected. Aiden is infected as well. He's in the city that probably, perhaps, is the last human settlement on planet Earth.
Yeah, with everyone being infected, that also sort of levels the playing field, and it also gives a lot of pressure to quests and situations in the game because everyone's trying to scrounge for medicine and stay alive just one more day, and having the infection be that widespread adds a lot of urgency to the narrative too, which is kind of cool.
It's also probably just an exciting threat to write for, in that any of your NPC friends could turn into zombies at any point in time.
Yes, so it's used in the quest as well. So basically the biomarker, this is a thing that is like you pass to enter human settlements. If there's a hub, if there's a group of people living there, they will look if you have the biomarker and what's on it. Are you close to getting turned or not? And we also, of course, we use that as a narrative element as well.
So I guess even socially, people could see if you're closer to turning, then they might not want you in a certain place.
Exactly.
Oh, sounds like people can get real nasty with that.
I need to make a Black Mirror here, though.
Yeah, absolutely, that's what I was thinking. It's like, oh, I don't like that society. We don't want that.
Yeah, that's that vibe, yeah.
Yeah, definitely exciting to play through, though. Another thing is this game's co-op. How does that work exactly?
So co-op is up to 4 people, and basically you can play the whole game from start to finish in co-op. But the interesting bit is that when you play the game in co-op, you always understand in whose world you're playing in. So if I invite my friends over, they see my version of this world. So they see what kind of decisions I made and how that impacted the city. But then one of my friends invites me and the rest of the guys to his game, and suddenly we see, okay, so this could have gone totally different. So this could look like something completely different than what I have in my game. He can have different regions opened or destroyed, different people living in his version of the city. So this is really one of the elements that supports replayability and supports playing in co-op.
It's just like Animal Crossing, but really dark and full of zombies.
But a little bit more grim.
Well, you were saying that with co-op though, like so when I would like to go join your game, like but I actually get to keep the rewards that I get from that. I get XP.
Yes, exactly. So the XP is the player progression stuff, the weapons, everything that you earn, you get to keep. But then you go back to your game with all of those things that you have earned, and then you can follow your story. So that's how you make the distinction.
How will like main story quests work when you're playing co-op and there's a cutscene? Say if I've already completed that in my game, I jump into someone else's game. How does that stuff look?
So as I said, you understand who is the host, so you always see what the host is seeing.
Okay.
And this happens anyway. Like this kind, of course, we understand this kind of slightly breaks the immersion, but this is what happens with co-op sessions anyway. You talk about Game of Thrones, you talk about the latest match, you talk about what happened with your friends, so you don't really follow the story that much. You don't focus on it that much. But yes, when you play in co-op, you follow the story of the host.
So if I just want to run around with my friends and get crazy in the open world, is there a ton of side content?
Yes, of course. So aside from the main story missions, there are side missions. Some of them are connected to the main story as well, and you never really know which one is the more important or less important. To be honest, we don't even look at this way because all of those are important to us. There are activities you can do. There are things basically in the open world where you can interact with factions. You can fight against the peacekeepers. You can help the peacekeepers. You can help the survivors. You can sit on the top of the building and start observing using your binoculars what is happening around. And there will be some bandits that try to muggle some poor guys. So you want to help him. On the other hand, you see some scavengers that try to loot some place, some kind of a dark zone. So maybe you help them. So there's plenty of the gameplay for you to interact with, even if you don't want to follow the story.
Are you expecting people to finish the whole game co-op, or are you expecting people to more jump between each other?
I think it's like this is the freedom we give to people. Like for me, but this is just personal opinion. I think the best way to experience the game is to play it first solo and like make those choices and feel the weight of them. And then after you finish that, you can invite your friends and just have a blast with it.
Is it something where you can just jump into wherever they are in the game?
Yes, but this is very seamless. So yes, of course you can do that.
I don't know. I'm excited about that. I want to see everyone else's Animal Crossing town. That's exactly what it is. What kind of plants you got?
Infected crossing. Yay.
So we've only got 3 minutes left. Is there anything else that you guys really want to tell everyone about here today? You've got 3 minutes. Go for it.
Yes, guys. Okay. Okay, so one thing that I always keep saying, and this is very important to us, is I would like to thank our amazing community. If you guys have played Dying Light 2, this is also for you. I would like to thank you very much, because what you guys give us is really the confidence that we are making the right thing, that we are making the right decisions as we develop the games. And we try to give that love back by supporting our community. Dying Light, the first one, is a game that is still being supported 4 years after the release, and we plan to do the same with Dying Light 2. So once again, guys, thank you very much. This really is important for us. So if I see you smiling, then it means, yes, you support us. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much.
Speaking of ongoing support, what are we going to get in terms of multiplayer?
So what we reveal right now is only the co-op modes. So up to 4 people play the whole game with your friends, and that's all that we're saying.
They always
Sorry
say that.
for the...
Why is it always, we'll see? Damn it. But there was you guys released a sort of battle royale type.
Yes, but that's a different project. That's
Yeah.
Dying Light Bad Blood, which was one of our experiments, what we could do with the franchise. But this is made by a different team inside Techland, in-house team, but a different set of people, which I would like to say hi to as well.
So hi.
I keep waving in this direction, but I'm
Yeah,
not
we
sure
don't
if
even
that's
know where the
right
cameras are,
direction, so
actually.
maybe here it is.
It could be there. I have no idea. So when is the game coming out? What can we get on launch? What can we expect?
Okay,
in
so
terms
it's
of
spring
pre-orders?
2020. It's being released on PC, PS4, and Xbox One.
And do we know what we're getting in terms of like collector's editions? Or?
Not saying much right now, but there will be a huge info blowout soon, so please stay tuned.
Every time. Oh, is there anything else that you can tell me that you haven't told anyone else before now? All right. Well, I really did my best. No, thank you guys so much for joining me, and thank you to all of you. I really hope everyone's
Thank you.
excited about Dying Light 2.
And now, Marvel's Avengers Showcase.
You know that old saying, never meet your heroes? Well, I did. And it was awesome. The Avengers were everything I imagined.
Hello, San Francisco!
Thor, Tony, check it out. At once.
Try to keep up. This just got a whole lot more interesting.
Let's make this quick. Secure the bridge. Those weapons can't get into the city.
You set them up. Foul, knock them down.
Thor, what's your status?
There are humans trapped, and lots of small, angry men with guns.
Is that a joke? Did Thor make a joke? Cap, they got pulsar tanks.
Tony, Thor, the cables! Cap, what's going on over there?
Start the Chimera, what's your status?
We should head back.
No, stay on task. There are still civilians on this bridge.
Reactor.
Damn it, they played us.
Some say they were set up. Others call them murderers.
Do the Avengers pose a danger to society? That was the question, Bruce. That was the question.
Well, we all lost something that day. But that's not how this story ends.
Well, what are we waiting for?
What's up, true believers? Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome to our fantastic panel here at E3 2019 for Marvel's Avengers. I'm Andrea Renee of What's Good Games. How many of you saw the big reveal last night? Yeah? Excellent. I, of course, brought some friends with me, and I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves. Sean, we'll start with you.
Sean S. Guy, Creative Director at Crystal Dynamics.
I'm Vincent Napoli. I'm the lead combat designer at Crystal Dynamics.
I'm Megan Marie. I'm Senior Community and Social Media Manager at Crystal.
Hey friends, Bill Roseman, Creative Director, Marvel Games.
Oh, Bill's got some fans in the audience. Well, we have so much to dive into here in a very short amount of time, so we're going to try to cover a lot of ground. But Sean, I wanted to start with you and talk about Crystal Dynamics as a studio and really how excited you guys were to be able to work on Marvel's Avengers. I mean, Avengers kind of a big deal right now, coming off this incredible launch of Endgame, really kind of capping out the MCU.
Yeah, it's a super big deal. I mean, we, just the merger between, this 80 plus years of history with Marvel.
This year, our 80th anniversary.
Right? And then,
Amazing.
right? And Crystal Dynamics, our storytelling abilities, our single-player campaign's been, with Lara Croft, right? Just getting that merger now of taking such a big, franchise and putting in that story, that riveting story, and giving it, putting our spin on it and telling our versions of those stories in that world. It's super exciting.
Did you guys feel any pressure at all when you knew that this project was going to happen?
Oh yeah, the pressure's still on. Look at this. Look at this.
It's very
right?
intimidating.
The fans drive us, right? Whenever we see these comments, we take it to heart. We're like, we've got to fix it. We got to make it better. We're doing it for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about this story. So you had mentioned it's an original story that Crystal is spearheading, obviously working with your friends over at Marvel Games. Let's dive into what fans can expect. So we saw some things in the reveal trailer.
Yep.
Where do you want to start?
We should start at A
Day. A-Day. So the Avengers, are blamed for this tragedy, A-Day, right? They brought out some technology that was pretty experimental. There was a heist to steal this technology, and it pretty much leveled San Francisco and hurt a lot of people. Cap went down with the ship. The Avengers are now a little, sort of in disarray. They don't know what to do. There's a lot of guilt at the loss, right? Lives were lost. They failed. So, the journey as a player that you will get is seeing how all these different Avengers deal with this guilt, this failing. And will they make it? Will they be able to pull it together and do what they do best?
I mean, it sounds super intense.
It is. I mean, and it's a really authentic Marvel story where, yeah, you want the costumes and you want the powers and you want the big spectacle and the action. But, as Stan Lee said, we're going to put the human in the superhuman. And so you want that, the highs and the lows. You know that these characters have flaws. They're not perfect. But they don't give up. They face their adversity straight on. And the fantasy of the Avengers is, we may come from different backgrounds. We may disagree. We may argue. But when a hole rips in the sky and hell pours out, I got your back.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work.
That's right.
It is.
So you were talking about the recognizability of these characters. Right? Everybody knows who the Avengers are, but these faces that we saw in the reveal last night were different. Right? I think a lot of us maybe felt a little off-put at first because we have spent so many years with these actors in the MCU. As a studio for you guys, did you find that process of kind of creating the looks for these characters to be a challenge, or did you always kind of know what they were going to look like?
No, it's an evolving process, right? So it is the challenge of the studio. We wanted to put our spin on it. We wanted it to fit our story, right? And tell, see them grow in that. So everything from their designs, their costumes, the ability to change those costumes, to outfit it as you want them as players, to level up. All that is in the player's control. So we have to start from somewhere to give you that room to go somewhere. So it's by design our own spin on these Avengers.
Exactly. When we started, we looked at everything. We looked not just at films, we went all the way back. We looked at 60 years of Avengers comics. We looked at cartoons. We looked at statues. We looked at t-shirts. We looked at everything. And we said, how can we tell our own all-new, authentic, original Avengers story? And part of that is that the characters are, yes, they're going to, be instantly recognizable. You're going to look at it and you're going to say, that's Captain America. But they're going to be unique to the game to say, well, I've never quite seen that Captain America uniform. In fact, if you get a close-up of the shirt, revealed here, first time, we actually changed and did our version of Captain America's shield. Usually the star stays within the blue. We're going out, we're making the red a little bit more aggressive, so it's a small detail, but when you see it, you're like, oh, that's Captain America's shield. Well, wait a minute, let me look at that. That's a little different. Yep. So we're approaching all the characters like that. How can we make them unique to Crystal's game?
That's what I loved about seeing this process and seeing the evolution of the characters as the team was working on them and how every detail had so much thought. And, hardcore fans can go into various things, even the logo with the beak on it and stuff, and know that came from a huge group of passionate and knowledgeable Marvel fans.
That's right.
Yeah.
It goes for the gameplay also. I mean, just like the story for the gameplay, we have to look back on 80 years of history and deliver the experience that people are expecting. So it's throughout the entire thing, I think.
And speaking of what people are expecting, we're on a different coast. We're not in New York, where we know the Avengers to be.
Right.
What are the Avengers doing on the West Side?
Everyone always expects, Avengers, East Coast, Manhattan, Avengers Mansion, or Avengers Tower. But astute true believers, who read West Coast Avengers back in the day? Yeah. So there was a series back in the 80s, great book called West Coast Avengers, and the Avengers said, well, wait a minute. In a state, there's not just one fire station, right? There's fire stations all over the state, so the firemen can react quickly. So why do we only have one headquarters on the East Coast? Why don't we have a headquarters on the West Coast? So it doesn't take us 8 hours to fly over, sorry, California, that Namor's attacking. We'll be there in 8 hours. So as the game opens, it's A-Day, and they're opening this all-new Avengers headquarters there in San Francisco. And part of that is, if you notice, that helicarrier. Now, usually, you associate a helicarrier with only S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers are in Quinjets, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s in the helicarrier. But as our A-Day opens, you realize that the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., who don't always see eye to eye and don't always get along, but they've decided to band together, and part of this new headquarters is the Avengers will have their own themed helicarrier called the Chimera. And on that Chimera, that's where the experimental energy source is located.
And the source of the conflict, right? Because you have S.H.I.E.L.D., you have the Avengers, they don't play nice normally, right? Now they're in this merger and something goes wrong. So you could only imagine the tensions to come.
It just gets
right?
worse.
It does.
Well, we definitely are excited to see how that tension's going to unfold. And speaking of tension, we've got a little cinematic here that we want to show you guys, which you may have seen last night with two pretty recognizable characters. So let's go ahead and take a look at this clip.
Do the Avengers pose a danger to society? That was the question, Bruce. That was the question.
Did you even check the science? Did you check
It was a
the science?
heist, Bruce.
No.
We were outsmarted.
No. The Terrigen reactor was unstable, and you knew that, and you still paraded it before the entire world.
So what? We just give up?
We didn't give up, Tony. We failed. At least I can admit that. No, we failed him. We failed him.
I love that scene.
So good.
And
Smoldering.
the acting.
Yeah.
The acting during that
Phenomenal
scene.
Yeah, and that's the tension, right? You have Bruce, who's always, cautious and smart about his decisions and careful about his decisions. And you have Tony, who's a little more brash, and he'll go out there. He is very smart, but he takes more risks, right? And in the scenario, the same thing. The technology, that's the conversation that they're having. It was experimental. We shouldn't have put it out there. We shouldn't have risked, lives. But it wasn't meant to even move. So there's this conflict of who's to blame, and that's what I think a lot of people are not seeing on the surface. There's a much deeper story about the Avengers. Are they heroes? Are they villains? Are they dangerous? Right? And those are the conflicts that they're having themselves, which is great.
Well, and taking on this kind of subject matter is not something that you trust to just anybody. You guys unveil a star-studded lineup of voice actors that are going to be appearing in the game.
One might say we've assembled an all-star cast.
I didn't want to say it. Thanks for taking the
So
bullet
shall we
for
go
me.
through them?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Sean, we'll do the Marvel team up. Playing the living legend, super soldier, Captain America. We have.
Huh?
We have Jeff Shine.
Threw me off there. I thought you were going to say the whole thing. Jeff Shine.
All right. Let's see. Playing the ultimate tactical spy, Black Widow, we have
Laura Bailey.
All right.
Hey, Laura.
Playing the Asgardian God of Thunder, we have
Travis Willingham.
playing Dr. Bruce Banner, who deals with his inner anger monster, we have
Troy Baker.
And playing the world-famous philanthropist, genius, playboy, armored Avenger, Iron Man, we have
Nolan North.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. So did you guys just get them on the first go? I think in the video, Nolan's like, how do you say no to somebody asking you to play Iron Man, right?
Yeah, no. It
no
was,
arm twisting?
Yeah, there was none needed. These guys are fans themselves, right? They were literally calling, like, hey, I heard you guys are doing this thing. I want to do it. I want to do it. And you know, there was just, you know, of course we want you to do it. Who else could bring these characters to life? And their spin on these characters, I mean, it reflects in the game. It is truly amazing to see them work.
Well, listen, as great as those guys and gals are, I think everyone in the audience here wants to hear a little bit more about the gameplay of Marvel's Avengers. So let's talk.
We have someone.
Oh, no.
Yes, we've got Vince, who happens to be the combat expert of the crew. So let's start there, shall we? So we got to see some cool little snapshots within the trailers that we saw last night. But I think everyone wants to know, how is combat going to work in Marvel's Avengers?
Well, I mean, as you might expect, the biggest challenge with something like Avengers is that every character is so unique and so different that there isn't just one kind of combat genre thing that you can apply to it. So I think the most amazing thing with the combat system that we've done for Marvel's Avengers is that we've put together something that is uniquely catered to each hero. And we went with the goal of, like, when we get to Iron Man, it's, all right, what do people expect out of Iron Man? It's gadgets, it's abilities, it's flying around. What do we expect when you get to Hulk? Can I pick people up? Can I pick a second person up? Can I run around and jump around with two people? It's like we have to have all those things, and we do. And it's pretty amazing to look back and look at all the characters and think each one of those feels like it's their own game. So like when you're playing Black Widow, you feel like this is a Black Widow game. Like if you weren't playing cooperatively or you're not playing one of the other heroes, it feels like the entire thing has been catered to her. So it's been a huge challenge, but I think that's at least for me, that's the best thing about the combat system so far.
I think you can understate that challenge. I mean, the 5 characters with the 5 different combat styles and the 5 different traversal and gadgets and so on, and each of them feels so different on the sticks, and that's what I love. I love that so much. I mean, playing Widow, she's so agile and she's got all these cool gadgets, and that's so different than playing Hulk, who feels hulky, like he feels more weighty when he's moving, and the things that he can do are so different. And finding ways like, how do we empower traversal for this character? How does it make sense for that character? How do we, give that fantasy, that ultimate fantasy of being Thor?
Yeah, I mean, they all have unique traversal.
Yeah.
Grappling hooks, they've got wall jumps, they've got characters that can fly. So each one is not just, there's no mechanic that we can just sort of copy paste to them. It's like we get to that character and we're like, all right, how would they move? Let's do that first and foremost. Not even thinking about, what would be the easy way out? It's like, nope, we've taken the way to be exactly what you want out of that character, and we're going to deliver that first and go from there, which is definitely the hard route, as Sean knows. It's the
well, you got Bill over there.
Well,
yeah.
He is. And it began with the conversations of us sitting down and using these glasses to bring out the comics and really dig in and think about, well, wait a minute. How would Captain America fight? He was trained by the military, so he'd be very direct and forceful in his combat. Black Widow, you'd think, oh, she'd fight like Cap, right? No, she was trained by the Red Room. She knows about espionage and spying and stealth. So while there is a military flavor to her, it's more tactical, so it's leaning in that direction. And then looking at Thor and say, he wasn't trained like them. He was up in Asgard training, fighting against beasts and monsters. And speaking of monsters, the Hulk is all about that, and unleashing that strength. Yep. We talked about everything about how they stand, how they would move, how they work together. And then Iron Man, bringing in that aerial aspect, and of course he's gonna fight differently. He wasn't trained like Captain America, so it really began with those conversations and like talking about how do we want to deliver the Avengers as we see them, as they should be, and most importantly, deliver the Avengers how the players want to play them, and then choose how to unlock their skills and make them play how you want to, and make your Avengers comprised of the teams that you want, and so you're living your superhero fantasy, making choices with all the options that the Avengers offer you.
So let's talk a little bit about that, about how co-op is going to work, because that was a big question that I saw from fans after last night's reveals. Like, obviously I want to assemble my friends and play together. Are we going to have teams of multiple heroes, or do you have to pick individual ones? Can you guys explain a little bit about how co-op's going to work?
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, we only allow one hero. It's like there's only one Hulk running around. It's such a narratively focused cooperative experience, and that we're keeping the story alive through single player, through multiplayer. So, but we let you assemble up to 4 heroes, and you can play number of missions. You can play the narrative storyline that sort of weaves through the single player in a really inventive way.
Yeah, and I can add to that a little bit. So just to give you an idea of the structure of the game, right? We have a really story-driven campaign, and you can jump out in that beginning of that campaign and decide, well, you know what, I just want to go play with my friends, and then you get the setup of the world and you understand what's happening, and then you can jump out and play with friends. Then you have, so there's multiple options for players to play this game. Then you can just say, I just want to go through this story, and straight shot the story. I want to learn everything about the story, and then jump out into, the co-op world. And then you have the third option, which I think is pretty awesome as well, which is I can go play the narrative, jump out at intervals and complete missions, level up, make my own Avenger, choose my favorite hero, come back into the story, progress in the story, and then jump back out again, level up this character, feel that character out, say, oh, I want this version of Hulk, I want that version of Iron Man. And that's the thing, it's kind of a new game, right? It's a new organism in terms of game. It's not just a single-player campaign. You have choices. You have choices of characters. You get to customize them. You decide how you want to play this game, which is what I think is the best part of this game.
So if I only ever wanted to play as Thor, is that something I can do, or do I have to kind of try them all out at some point?
No, you can. The campaign you'll have to play the character that progresses the story, right? But if you only wanted to choose missions as Thor, you can when you go out on your missions. And if you only wanted to play it in single player, you can, and you can experience the whole thing just playing a single player, which is awesome.
And these co-op missions are so fun. I mean, we have like the campaign, and it's very cinematic and so on. But then the co-op missions have this narrative wrapper. They're in this world that just hearing the banter between the characters, and it's you really do feel like you're on a mission with your buddies as the Avengers, and you're going and doing something meaningful within this world that's going to advance this huge meta narrative.
Exactly. And there's as you said, there's story woven through everything.
Yeah.
Whether you stay in the single player campaign or you do your co-op, at the heart of everything that Marvel does and the heart of everything that Crystal does is story.
Yep.
So we're always talking about why are the characters doing this? What are you doing? And what's your motivation? What's your goal? And that's what's really great. Is our collective love for story comes through, and it's in everything.
That's why it's so exciting that launch is just the beginning for this. You get this amazing core campaign, which is so satisfying on its own, but then this world is just going to keep expanding. We have a narrative that's going to be delivered over multiple years with regular content drops, and we have so much history to draw from.
Yes, we do.
So I mean,
80 years.
80 years.
It is just so fulfilling knowing that we're just going to take our community on this journey that is going to be, like I said, unraveled over multiple years.
So would you guys qualify this as a live service game? Because I think that's something that a lot of players are excited about today, about being able to constantly go into their favorite games and spend time in there on an ongoing basis. Or is this more of like a traditional release with DLC expansions?
It's tricky.
It's
or are
kinda
you still
unique.
working it out?
It's kind of new, I would say.
It's
It is a live
all
service.
different experience.
Yeah. I would say it's sort of all those things. Like it is a live service, but it's so narrative focused that there isn't really a game you can point to that says, oh, it's kind of like this thing. It's like, no, this is a story driven with all of the multiplayer sort of ongoing gameplay stuff.
Organism. Yeah, it is something that is new, and that's why you'll have to experience it to see.
We wanted to live in the Marvel Avengers world.
Exactly.
Like I think that was the goal.
Yes!
I feel like it was.
We want people to keep coming back.
It was like whatever it took to achieve the goal of like we don't want to just level up these characters and play them. It's like no, once we commit to all this gameplay and commit to the progression of them and really build them out, it's like I don't really want to put that down. How do we build a world where you keep playing these characters? So it kind of started
at a
from
regular
that.
cadence too, and that's the thing. We said this last night, and it was so great to hear the reception to it. But all new superheroes and all new regions are going to be free. So you buy the game,
free
and
is
we're taking you on this
And let
journey.
me say, last night we heard people yelling out for certain heroes that they did not see that they wanted to see. Let me tell you, we love them all. I hear a Hawkeye out there. We love Hawkeye.
Yeah.
I'll just say, stay tuned, true believer.
All the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much in store for the future of this game, and like we said, superheroes and new regions are free, no random loot boxes, no pay-to-win scenarios. We want you to be able to play with your friends and have this superhero, this superhero dream, being able to be your favorite Avenger and play with your friends on a regular basis in a world that's just constantly evolving. It's so exciting.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Embrace your powers.
So you guys also announced that you're doing a partnership with PlayStation.
That is
Don't
true.
think that didn't slip by us out there watching.
PlayStation? Sony?
And
What?
so there was another Marvel PlayStation game that came out not that long ago that maybe some people out here played. I believe that was Marvel Spider-Man on PS4. So
Well-
we're going to see some crossover content, Bill?
I could say this. Last time we were here a year ago discussing that certain character, the roof caught on fire. And if I was to comment on that character now, I think the roof would fall on my head. So I will say right now we're just focused on creating the best Avengers game.
Thought I was going to get an exclusive, you guys. I was really hoping for it.
You gotta
Had to
try.
do my due diligence and ask, though.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Well, we don't have too much time left, but I did want to touch on one thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about with Vince when we were discussing combat, and that is your pedigree and your legacy, because you don't want to talk about it?
Yeah,
No,
he doesn't want to, but we want him to.
Okay, well listen, I think everyone here wants to hear about throwing Mjolnir and where that came from, right? No?
Yes.
Of course you
No.
do. Because you helped craft another Norse axe that we threw in a game last year called God of War.
You did. You did.
That was a satisfying game. So.
I spent 5 years working on a certain thrown weapon that might have been inspired from a certain Norse god. No, I mean, to be honest, one of the reasons that I wanted to come work at Crystal, I've been such a Marvel fan my whole life, is that when I got there and they sort of explained what the game was and what they were trying to do, I thought, if I don't do this, I'm going to regret it. Like, when it comes out, I'm going to be playing it no matter what. So I can either be a part of that or I can regret not working on it at the time. So I had to come here. And yeah, I mean, as we showed in the demo, we showed a little bit of throwing Mjolnir in the gameplay demo. It's been fun. It's been fun doing it, to kind of get to do all the extra Thor stuff, and again, pull from 80 years of Marvel history to kind of build something pretty unique. I'm pretty excited for people to get to see it.
Well, I think everyone out here is very excited to get to see it as well. So thank you so much for coming by. Don't forget, you guys.
Thank you for coming out.
Crystal Dynamics, Square Enix, and Marvel Games are showing a behind closed doors presentation on the show floor over at the Expo Hall. So please make your way to the South Hall to check out some gameplay from Marvel's Avengers. And we're going to get to play it. You guys announced the release date.
May 15, 2020.
There it is. So
Right.
we have one more little piece of video to show you guys, because we want to see what the fan theories are going to bring back. So thank you so much again, and
Thank you, True
make
Believers.
Nathan soon enough.
Thank you.
Enjoy your E3.
Damn it! Progress, Hank!
I have a plan, but it's risky.
Hank, that doesn't look ready.
Come on, Tony, live a little.
Unbelievable. It worked.
It's sort of cute when they're small.
Ah, didn't doubt you for a second, Hank.
Please welcome Jeff Keighley, Chad Stahelski, and Donald Mustard.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon of E3 Coliseum, and this is a continuation of a discussion that Donald and I started last year about storytelling across screens, and this is such an awesome duo. Chad, of course, just directed John Wick 3, which pretty good movie, right?
Yes.
And Donald, of course, worldwide creative director at Epic, and has put together such amazing partnerships with Fortnite, and also, just the way these things turn up in the game are incredible. We'll get to that. But first of all, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this idea and this theme of storytelling across screens, because, obviously, like what you do and what Donald does, people like us love these properties and love what we can do. But I think it's been really interesting to see how these collaborations have developed between sort of, different fields that respect each other. And specifically with like John Wick and Donald, I know this is something that you guys have been talking about and we're working together on for a long time at a creative level, right? This wasn't just like a marketing partnership. And maybe if you could start with you, Donald, talk a little bit about like John Wick and Chad, and like how did you identify this as something cool that you wanted to do?
Well, I mean, I think it's that it all starts with, is it cool?
Right.
Like, would 12-year-old me be like just crazy excited to see something like this? Like, to me, that's the litmus test always. And so I'm a massive, massive fan of the John Wick movies, and I think that of what they're like, just the voice they have in film today, and what they were doing with both, what Chad's doing with action, but also with like world building. And it just seemed like, we were just like, my tiny list of like, if I could work with anyone ever, it would be this. And so it just started from a creative standpoint of, could we do something awesome? And luckily, Chad was into it.
Well, and plus I think the fans is like, they sort of had it wasn't the John Wick skin, but people sort of thought John Wick was in Fortnite anyways, right?
Yep.
It was one of those ones where it's like, people were like, oh, this would be such a natural partnership. So Chad, on your end, if you guys don't know Chad's career, I mean, he's had such an amazing career, stunt, starting with, amazing stunt work, like, Keanu's stunt double in The Matrix, and, classics like that. And then the company that Chad's developed with his partners, 8711, has done so many amazing stunt sequences over the years. I've always been huge fans of these guys, like 300, those classic films, all that stuff. Chad and his group put together. Now, obviously, directing some incredible films as well. But I wanted to ask you about, from like perspective of you doing fights and choreography, like have games inspired your work over the years?
Yeah, absolutely. When you do, we call it action design. When you're designing the action, you're trying to get a point across certain points about either the character or the story. Sometimes we'll call it a journey. So rather than stopping the story, doing a car chase or kung fu fight or something, you try to learn something about the character, about the story or plot, or at least the journey when you're designing the action. Hopefully when you see, you've always seen that scene in a lot of the action movies. You want to tell the audience something about the super badass guy they're doing. So you'll have the two CIA guys sit down and go, look, Bob was a Navy SEAL, he did all this.
Yeah.
And we just kind of chop that out and go, well, why don't we just see Keanu Reeves kicking somebody's ass? And then you're like, oh,
right,
he's a badass.
action.
We don't need to read about it. We don't need to hear about it. We don't need the exposition about it. You just see it. You learn about it. Yeah. I don't need to tell you, John Wick is great with knives. We'll just show it to you. You don't need to, he can ride a horse. We'll just show it to you. That kind of thing. And in video games, if you look a lot, again, there's a roster on what the characteristics are, but like you're basically living with the character in that moment. You're going on the journey with them. And that's kind of the way I like to tell stories. It's like you can tell as much backstory as you want, that's great. You can tell about future predictions, it's great. But I just want to see a day in the life of somebody. Yeah. Like the Sergio Leone series, Man with No Names, like Pale Rider, you learned about Clint Eastwood as he did things. You didn't need the backstory on the preacher. Like Kurosawa does it quite a bit. You learn about each of the 7 samurai just by watching that one scene with them. And I think that has a lot to do with the way we tell stories, or I like to tell stories the way a lot of video games tell stories as well.
Wow, that's fascinating. So when you were doing, when you do action scenes in films, will you ever pull like clips from games or look at like gameplay? Because I mean,
yeah, we've done that a couple times.
Wow.
We've ripped you guys off as much as
It goes both ways.
Yeah. Speaking of that, John Wick, yeah. So Donald, obviously fanboy of John Wick. How did this come about like teaming up with these guys for Fortnite?
I think you guys came. You saw us after John Wick 2, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's
Right.
when we first started
Wow,
talking.
so it's been a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it started. We started early, just saying, hey, what if there was a thing we could do, and it got a lot more serious when I happened to end up in a spot where Keanu and I were together talking about some stuff, and we're like, what if this kind of made sense, and he was into it, and especially because of we have this character in Fortnite called the Reaper, which kind of, I mean, it wasn't intentional. Like for me, we were just trying to like, no, let's just make this super awesome,
Cool.
like the Man in Black,
Yes.
right? And but he was starting to have like all these kids like come up to him,
Right.
like and all these teenagers like on the street, and they weren't doing the normal like, oh, you're Neo or you're like Fortnite guy, and he's like, what is this Fortnite thing? And then of course he's just like, that doesn't look like me. That's not me at all. He's like, we gotta do it right, you know. And so that's when I think we met, and it just kind of, I mean, I'm biased, but like we really super hit it off, and I just thought it just really felt inevitable and made a lot of sense that we would do something together. So
I think we just finished New York, right?
yeah, you just finished New
We
York.
just finished shooting in New York, so
Yep.
the boys came by and we showed them a bunch of the action sequences in a very raw editorial state
Yeah.
to show them kind of what we were doing and some of that. But it was really
Which
cool.
is crazy, by the way. Like seeing, like it was raw footage they had just filmed, and there was no post, no
But it's still real.
no sound.
Yeah.
It was
Pretty
real,
real.
and it is.
Yeah.
And you were showing me that the knife scene in the three, and like it's all freaking real, man. Like they're just throwing those things, and it's just like it's crazy. It's crazy that you guys do that.
Yeah, no, I said because you
Yeah,
said
they're-
it was like, oh, it's got to
they're
be all
good.
CG knives or something, but yeah.
Yeah.
no, it's okay.
They're a good cheering crowd. No, it was good. And the way they came, when all the boys came down, we showed them stuff. But it was interesting. They attacked it from a very different way. Like it wasn't just about the cool action sequences, about the character and how do we put this into it. They wanted to know about the mythology, and like action design is more than just choreography. It's like, how do you take a character? How do you take set pieces? How do you tell the story? How do you design stuff? So it's a little bit more than just a fight in a bar, a fight in a club, a fight, something like that. And they attacked it from a very intellectual standpoint, which was really attractive to Keanu and I.
Wow. And I know you got to see kind of an early cut of the film too, right, Donald?
Yeah. So like a few months after that, we came back and they showed us.
I think
it was
the
probably
really long one.
Yeah, it's probably like January-ish, probably, right? And yeah, and it was a little, it was probably
about 3 hours.
Which I thought was awesome. It was just like
extra action.
Yeah, there's a lot more dead people.
A lot more dead people. But no, it was great. It was just, again, that's part of that process of how can we make it authentic and how do we find something that really just feels right. And it was cool.
And for you, Chad, when you think of like how you see Fortnite and the phenomenon what that is, you're building this incredible real property now in John Wick, right? I mean, it's like you're already announcing the next film. I mean, it's sort of this ongoing story. And one thing that I think is really fascinating about Fortnite is, Donald is telling and his team is telling a story, every day, right? And they're kind of evolving with, they can go from Avengers to John Wick to all these other different properties that sort of come in this metaverse-like environment. When you look at sort of what they're doing from a storytelling perspective, can you maybe talk about how that world building contrasts with what you're doing with John Wick? I mean, you guys even have, I think there's the John Wick Hex game. I mean, there's a bunch of other things, but I'd love to get
I think it's good when you're building like a metaverse or something like that. We were talking about it earlier just backstage. When you control the margin, you're not trying to hold on to or relinquish any pre-existing boundaries that a property may have, say a comic book or a graphic novel or a cartoon or an anime or something like that. You can kind of blow it out and you kind of reverse engineer the best way to make it fit. In my career, when I was looking to direct, we had been offered all kinds of properties that existed. And at the end of the day, we were being slaves creatively to so many pre-existing boundaries that were just like, never mind, we'll do our own.
Yep.
John Wick kills people over puppy. Okay, great. There's really no boundaries for that. You kind of get ninjas and ballerinas. Okay, great. Like, you can keep expanding. And I think what these guys are doing, they can take all these different elements but keep expanding out and tie it together, and then they make it work. That's the fun part. I mean, I love mythology and fables, and mythology is an ever-growing way to tell a story.
Yep.
modern urban myths grow from ancient myths, and you just keep expanding out from there. So if it's your own mythology and you're creating the mythology and reverse engineering all the stuff that goes into the mythology, like that's a great way to tell a day-to-day story.
It's a really interesting point you make about sort of the canon of Fortnite, because as you said, it can support so many different properties, and like when John Wick shows up, people are cool, or like when Marshmallow does a concert, people like they get it. And there are a lot of other games where it's just like wouldn't make sense.
Well, you're not just internal, now you're becoming an external observer in the game.
Yeah.
It's just like anybody here in the audience. They get to see us, but we're in the game, they're in the game with it. It becomes self-observant, and that's what's so fun about it.
Let me ask you, Don, like what is canon for Fortnite? Like, are there things that don't fit Fortnite, or is it so malleable as a property by design that you can kind of partner with anything?
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of our goals early on, was could we design a universe, or could we design a place? Because I think we've talked about this a little in the past, is that we really approach that the island is the main character, right? And we treat that as the thing that's driving the propulsion forward. That's the thing that basically has like an arc, an emotional arc that you're going through, so that as things happen to the world, and even last time we talked, like the comet had just hit for the first time. We hadn't done, the rocket hadn't happened yet, and all the crazy things that we've kind of done since then that are kind of driving this place forward and allowing you, the player, to build this sense of nostalgia and kind of history for this place. But we were trying to build it in a way and with an art style that it could accept having John Wick standing next to Cuddle Team Leader, standing next to Marshmallow, standing next to, whatever, like Darth Vader if we needed to, right? And that it all kind of still works. And the mythology that we're building around it, that people will start to see over time, is that there is a construct and a reason why that all works in our mythology as well. Which isn't, I think, again, when I saw the first John Wick, like, to me, it would have already blown me away on the level of just the conceit of, the boogeyman's dog gets killed, and now he's just going to go kill everybody, right? Like, it's already the coolest thing ever. Like, you see him breaking open the cement, but then I think you just were so deft and, like, starting to layer in just these subtle notes of building your world, this crazy world of, like, what's the Continental? What is this place? What are these coins? What are these? And so it starts to feel like this very realized place, which probably wasn't at the time when we were doing stuff, but it elevated it. To me, it elevates it to a level of just this super compelling world that you want to be a part of, which is why we all can't wait for John Wick 4.
I'm curious, Chad, when you guys are thinking of these, do you sort of start with like, oh, this is a badass action sequence? Like, how can we build the story around it, or how do you layer it?
Almost. We started like, yes, we just insert badass action.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly.
No, it was more a concern about, why don't you see more badass action out there? It was more how do we justify it?
Right.
That was the big part. That's okay.
Yeah,
you have three action.
It's so cool. How do we link this?
Yeah, we know, like the kung fu and the martial arts. Like I got Keanu Reeves. I'd worked with him all through the Matrix. I know what he can do.
Yeah.
I have our stunt team. I know what we can do. Like, okay, so how do we justify it? Like, I don't have superheroes. I don't want to do wire work. So how do you justify it? And what I was just talking about, like, we had to build a world in a situation. We figured a slow burn was best. Again, like a Leone film or a Kurosawa film. We started layering little things, and you want audience participation, just like you would in a game or anything like that. So you see these little hints. Okay, he's a solemn guy. He doesn't talk. He's good at driving a car. Then there's this one little button, and if you go back and watch the first Wick, there's all these little iconic little things that you'll see. You'll start seeing little things that says Continent. We drop these little things to hint, so you're kind of being active. And then by the time he goes, there's so much buildup and there's so much angst in the character that you just want him to explode, and that was the tricky part. And then we did it, originally it was like, the original John Wick was like 65 years old. His dog was like 15. He died of old age. And we're like, no, kill puppy. Got it. Puppy gets good. And we kind of build all these catalysts to kind of get it there. But it was more about justifying and bringing you into a world let that stuff happen. So by the time you're in the second act, you've learned that there is a hidden world that would allow stuff, and we kind of blow out the color and you blow out the production design, and then you blow out the emotionality of guys kill puppy, go kill everyone. And that was more the challenge than just shooting people in the head.
It works. And I mean, that's the thing is already when you're thinking of 4, you've announced that, and it's like I think 2 years out, right? It's like we're gonna wait a while for it. And the thing is,
I got to get working. I guess.
but what I'm interested in is like you sort of set that goalpost, whereas Donald, for you guys, obviously you're thinking further out, but you're also sort of like day to day telling stories. And I'm curious, like when you look at the rapid iteration that like the Fortnite team can do, are you envious, or what do you look at?
I'm completely jealous that they can just put stuff right in, like it's instant response. It's like going to a live show.
Yeah.
That's why I think in all the wicks, if you go back and look at all the references, I mean, from Kurosawa films, Japanese animation, you see all the references. If you can see Leone's influence, you can see Bertolucci's influence. Obviously I love silent films, so you'll always see a reference up there. Like we rip off stuff from The Matrix. But I have to plan it like 2 years out.
Right.
So you're seeing all these little like odes or tributes to these films that I love, from Steve McQueen's Bullet to, to The Matrix to, I'm trying to think, Lee Marvin films, Charles Bronson films, all these things. These guys can dump it in and be up hip and now. Like I gotta go retro on everybody because I can't keep up. But that's what it's about. Like, everything that these guys love, they try to put into the game. Everything that we love about film, we try to put into the film. I think that's what's fun about it. We're both trying to design something that's an adventure, a ride, and a journey. Still in this weird, film's changing, just like TV's changing, just like video games are changing. Does a film have to be this 3-act structure that you wrap up all the ribbons ties, or can you just leave it open a little bit? Can you let you guys decide how you want it to? Like, we've never had an intention of doing a John Wick sequel. We literally finished the first one and went, holy shit, we dodged a bullet. Maybe we'll never work again. Then they asked us to do number 2. We're like, oh, holy shit, we worked again. And like, we're like, oh, I guess, we'll do another one. And like, I like mythical themes. Like we deal with fate and consequence. So, when people ask me, do we mean to do a number 4? I'm sure a lot of the studio people hope we did, but like, the guy just killed 187 people, roughly. And like, so what do you want him to
One
do?
survived.
Ride off into the sunset like it's all going to be okay?
Right.
Like, he's fucked.
No, I said at some point, and people want the character to evolve. You don't just want
Exactly. So just like you do in game, you want the character to evolve. In TV, you want the character to evolve over arcs, over seasons. I mean, we don't see any reason why you can't do that in features. As long as the audience keeps liking the characters and liking the journey, you can keep extending that through, not trying to make these complete packages every time.
I'm interested from like a narrative perspective. You have, here's 3 this year. You've got 4 in 2 years. You've got Donald in this game, and yes, you did a cool, LTM right around like the film launch. But is there a world where like in those intervening years, like something like Fortnite, you could be like, hey, how do we continue to like tell more story, or how do we sort of like build more there that builds into it? Because I think that's what sort of is missing to me now. It's like, yes, there's a 2-year wait for the film. Like, wouldn't it be cool to have, more story kind of evolve?
I think it would be great.
Donald's giving me a knowing smile.
No,
now,
I'm like,
Jeff,
this is not,
go.
this is out of bounds. No, because that was one of the things that was really exciting to me. Was part of the Wick mythology is that there's not just the continental New York. There are the continentals, right? And at every major, like there's a continental in Rome. There's a continental. And the ones we've seen a few different continentals now in the films, but in Fortnite there's the continental in Neo Tilted, right? And I think there's all sorts of interesting things that could be done with that, and I think that it's an interesting space to explore if you're into it. But yeah.
But for you, I think is when you're thinking of the plot and story and how the bridge, right? And it's like a lot of people, we'll do a comic book or we'll do other sort of things. How much do you think about the opportunity that exists there to sort of introduce a new character, first in something like Fortnite, and then it comes to 4 or like those kind of things?
Yeah, I think for the first time, after when we were doing number 3 and we were finishing it, that's when we tried to blow the world out the most, and I think that's where we saw the most potential. So I think maybe we weren't quite ready to explore that earlier. But I think now having such a bigger picture and having to lay it out in order to write number 3 and now to do number 4, I think that offers so much. And like he has some pretty good ideas too. So.
Well, and I think that's part of it. I think one of the things that you guys have been so smart about, and I try to do, maybe not, well, we try this, is if you want people to buy into the crazy idea, you have to ground a lot of it first, right? And so and I think that's one of the things you do the best, because like you were showing me like a lot of these moves, like these long takes they're doing, and a lot of these moves where like Keanu's like reloading the shotgun and he's doing that special, like look at him reload the shotguns in the second movie versus in the third movie, there's this new technique where he's like sliding in all the shells at once. And that was like a real thing that you guys developed and taught and was real. And like, and when you see that, you buy into the reality of it because you know it's not fake. You're watching it happen. And so then when he turns the corner and he shoots and you see a guy fly back like 5 feet and smash into a wall, you buy that version of hyper reality because you grounded it before in such reality. And so with Fortnite, even though it's this colorful, crazy place, we still try pretty hard to ground a lot of it. So that's why you're, even though you're jumping out of a bus flying in the sky, it's still like you're skydiving into this place. And the weapons you pick up are way more like realistic. There's not a lot of like lasers or anything like that. The way you're traveling the world is a little more grounded, so that when we do have, you know, a rift in space-time open up in the sky, or when we do have, like right now, we have these like wind tunnel things that let you zip around the island, you buy that extra extraordinary thing because most of it's actually more grounded. Like you've got to have that contrast, or else you lose the audience. It doesn't feel fake. It feels too fake.
And in something like Fortnite, you know, what's interesting is that, you know, you're doing kind of a pretty kind of badass, gritty action film. You're doing, you know, Fortnite was kind of bright, colorful, and again, it can still support John Wick without being sort of gritty or gruesome in any way. But you also, like, from a narrative perspective, you know, a lot of the stuff you do, you know, you're not really using a lot of, like, you know, voiceover and things like that, at least right now. It's very sort of, you know, emblematic of sort of, like, characters and locations. But as you see things moving forward, Donald, like, do you get excited about, you know, having, like, the actors more involved, or doing, you know, kind of more narrative opportunities that can sort of tie a little bit more into, like, you know, sit down with Chad and say, hey, let's introduce the location and this character. You know, people are wondering what's happened to them in the intervening years. Let's do something in Fortnite. Like, it seems like an opportunity, but I'm curious where you think the property, how it can support
that's
that.
something that we're really thinking about, because I think one of the reasons why Fortnite is resonating so well is because one of our key principles is we don't ever take away your agency.
Right.
So meaning that, like, typically when if I'm having a story told to me, like I'm watching John Wick, right? Like I'm invested in the character of John Wick, and I'm involved in that emotional journey. But it's not me. I'm still passively sitting in a seat. Like the second you give me a controller and you say you are Darth Vader. And I'm like, oh, cool, I'm playing as Darth Vader. That means I'm the bad guy, and I do this, and these are the rules of Darth Vader.
Right.
And I worry that no matter how good our graphics get or our ability to, like, tell the story, that there's always going to be a level of cognitive dissonance between Darth Vader playing that character and my own agency. Because I'm like, what if I don't want to be the bad guy anymore? What if I want to be a Jedi? What if I want to actually just not even, like, I just want to go hang out in Mustafar and, like, I'm sure Darth Vader has a theater room. I just want to, like, chill and, like, watch John Wick. Like,
but Darth Vader could potentially, like, show up in the world, right?
For
and
sure.
Have a moment in an event.
And so, like, to me, like, a lot of, like, the reason why, like, characters don't have voices in Fortnite is because we want to say, no, it's not, you are not playing John Wick, you're dressing up as John Wick.
Right.
Or you're doing this, like, we're not taking your agency away. At the end of the day, you still get to be you. And in this place, it's your storytelling. It's how do you want to imprint on the world. And so there's some interesting stuff, I think, for us to figure out of how, because I'm dying to do more of the, like, traditional narrative. It's just how do we find a way to do it that is still really cool and authentic without removing the agency of the player.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Like something like Continental's an interesting idea, or even having characters, you know, that can show up not as player characters, but as sort of these, you know, NPCs that sort of pop into the world in some way.
So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think that because for you, I think can it become almost a testing ground for ideas as you guys think of, you know, characters and locations and things like that?
I think it's a good litmus test.
Yeah.
For what's hip. Yeah.
Right. That's what I mean. It's just like, you know, it's like introduce a character, or introduce an idea or a location. And from an action perspective, do you guys ever look at, like, wanting to, you know, get more involved in, like, designing action for games and whatnot? Is that appealing?
It depends. There's you know, it's always interesting. It's great. I mean, just the questions that these guys have asked about, you know, do you want to do reloads in video games? What type of guns? What kind of ammunition? Would it go through walls? With, like, just all the right questions to increase the interactiveness, or like Donald's saying, like agency. Like, how do you can choose your own gun? You can choose your own ammunition. Like, what's better for what. I think those are all interesting things to do. What car, why would you select a certain car? Like giving the player more choice and actually being more strategic and smart how they play is fun, other than just getting car. I think that's really cool. As far as the parameters of it, I'd have to immerse myself much more. They're dealing in a different world with different, I got to deal with physics.
Yeah.
They don't have so many problems with physics as I have. And like, you know.
No, your
agents
stuff is
and-
so real, and that's just Donald's. Like, it's rooted in reality. It's like, wow, they actually had that knife fight, where it's like you could do that in Fortnite, but it's like, it's, you know.
But
No,
it's
and it was
fun.
interesting.
It's
Like
actually fun.
even just like Chad was giving me and our team like a real education in ballistics and in physics and how, and actually the more he was teaching us about how ballistics actually work, the more fantastic it got. You're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know things could actually work that way, and that's how ricocheting would really work. And it's just like, it's super inspiring. Like so many ideas, like, oh, we could do this, we could do this, and it actually almost makes it more fantastic once you understand how it actually works.
So, I mean, when you think of like, you know, campfire storytelling, which is something Donald's talked a lot about, and using these games as kind of these shared experiences. We're a year later from when we talked, you know, last year, Donald. What have you learned? Is there anything that you sort of like, you know, you thought was going to be where you were going to going, and you've changed direction, or like a year later, like how has your thinking evolved on like what it's like to tell these stories and partner with people and things?
I think I've learned that we have a lot more to learn, right? I mean, last year it was the beginning of the wild experiment, right? We just had a comet crash into the world and make a big lasting impact, and we were just, I couldn't say it then, but we were starting to tease elements of this rocket being built that would actually be our first big live event, where, you know, there were many, many millions of people that watched this thing just take off in game. And what they thought was going to just be a rocket leaving into space ended up being this weird science fiction thing that ends up ripping these tears in the sky. And that was kind of the first, and we've now done several big kind of live events since then. And each one is teaching us a lot more. One of the kind of big crazy ones was this idea of doing a live performance, having Marshmello come basically do a live concert in the world. And, you know, at the time, like when I was talking with, I won't say his real name, when I was talking with Marshmello, with Mello, you know, we were saying, hey, this is like the bleeding edge of technology. We have no idea if it'll actually work, but, you know, we want to put you in a mocap suit and we'll have you on a stage somewhere, and
be able to talk
we'll
to
mix
the
a set, and we'll have you be able to like live, like talk to an audience of, you know, it was, you know, basically 12 million people in the game watching this event, with another, you know, 8 to 10 million people watching it, you know, through streaming and stuff, all live in this time frame. And that was our big ambition, because I do think talking some of the story elements.
Yeah. It was that shared experience.
It's not
and when
just
you
a shared
turned off
experience.
guns and people could just sort of like just have a shared moment.
Yes.
Like there was something really powerful.
Yes.
When I was there, I was like, this is, you know.
No, and it
experience.
felt like an experience. And I think when you think about the foundations of what a metaverse could be, I do think that live performance could be part of that. Like, what if, you know, you were in part of the world, and all of a sudden you see John Wick running
Big
by
battle.
and having a crazy fight, and it could be canned, but if that was live and it was actually happening, and you knew
Promoting
Keanu
to that,
was
but
doing that in that moment, and it was a real thing, like, that's kind of where I think some of the future crazy storytelling could go. But we have to build the tech to do that, right? Because what we did with Mello was the bleeding edge of what could be done, and you know, we have other experiments that we're working on that will hopefully push that further. But I would love it to get to the point in, I don't know how many years, where we could have hundreds of people being live motion captured into a place at once.
The live action scene.
Yeah, and then just
directed
imagine
by
what
Chad.
you could do with that. Imagine, it would be insane, right?
No, and that's the thing is for you, it's like to think of, you know, mocap action. And he said, like, you do so much rooted in reality, but then to have the fun of, like, building something like that in Fortnite would be...
It'd be great to cross-reference mediums,
Yeah.
It's all coming. All right, well,
I mean,
guys...
that would be the real campfire, right? It's live in front of you.
No, actually, I think that the shared experience, you said, like, you have 10, 20 million people all watching something together, and then when you can layer in fiction, and then you get into, you know, the reveals and the drama and the twists and all that, and that's, you know, the tension, and that's what I think is those moments where, you know, you have, you know, 20 million people around the world having that shared experience, and then having a reveal of a new character from the universe or something that pops in and then pays off with the film. It's like Donald's smiling because it's all in his head.
That'd be pretty cool. No,
One
I'm
day
just
we'll
saying,
get there.
It's good.
He's psyched. All right, well, that's all the time we have. Chad, Donald, thank you so much for joining us here at E3, and we'll hope to see more from this collaboration in the future. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Jeff Keighley, Tom Heaton, and Shawn Ashmore.
Hello, I'm back again. That wasn't too long.
If you're curious to see, pull the tricks out of my sleeve. All you find is yours to keep.
Shawn, welcome to E3.
Thank you.
So Shawn, I was saying backstage, I feel like it's every year we get a new.
Not
new
every
Shawn
year, but every couple of years. I feel like I feel lucky to have been a part of some pretty incredible games with fantastic storytellers. I mean, Supermassive, who did this, was. I was tracking Until Dawn when I was making Quantum Break because it was sort of like the motion capture, the performance. That was something that was a huge interest to me as an actor. That our performances can be translated, from mocap to players' hands, and so it's very exciting.
Yeah, no, Tom, as Shawn said, I mean, Until Dawn, such an amazing game. I think it's aged very well too. I think I talked to a lot of people that go back and still play it because it's such an incredible experience. Tell us, kind of, moving on to this project. Horror genre, deep narrative, as I said, Until Dawn. Is this kind of a spiritual successor to that, or I mean, how do you treat it? Because it's certainly a genre that I think you guys are uniquely.
Kind of. Well, I mean, we learned a massive amount from Until Dawn.
Yeah.
It was a big learning, whole process for our studio. I mean, in all areas of game production.
once we'd done that, we kind of sat around and said, what do we want to do next? We're big horror fans. We play a lot of horror games. We watch a lot of horror films. It's where our heart is as a studio. And we sat down and kind of riffed through all the various ideas. Horror has a lot of subgenres. Yeah. And Until Dawn was one of those subgenres. So we kind of made this list. We got to about 39 subgenres of horror, and one idea that came about was, well, why can't we do all of these? So that was the idea of the anthology, that we would make a series of games exploring these different subgenres, using what we'd learned from Until Dawn.
Mm-hmm. And so, what you learned from Until Dawn, what did you want to do differently for this one, or what were you sort of approaching and
well, there was a bunch of things. I mean, one of the things that really surprised us when we released the game was the people streaming it and people watching it over streaming services and engaging with the game in that way. That we didn't really anticipate that. It was a long development. We were kind of deep in it. We missed that whole development. So, but it was cool. I mean, just I literally came home on the day it was released and turned on my PS4 and just hundreds of people streaming the game, and that was an incredible experience. So that was one thing, was the way that the audience engaged with the game, not just the game but with the stuff outside the game, and they engaged with the way the characters related to each other. They kind of worked out not just the relationships that we planned, but other relationships between the characters. So those were things that surprised us, and then we tried to work out, okay, well, they were cool things. How can we develop those? How can we deepen those systems? We were pretty happy with the branching in our game and the way that the narrative kind of twists and turns around. And one of our key plans going into Man of Medan and the rest of the Dark Pictures series was to really expand that branching and really deepen it. So it's an extremely branching narrative, much more so than Until Dawn. And there's a skill to producing that, so it was, kind of how can we do that, but even better.
And even for you, Sean, as an actor, with more branches means kind of more things to keep in your head to understand where this is all going. Right?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the first script that I got was 1,000 pages. I mean, it was this massive, and I was like, how are we going to get through all this? I mean, that's one of the major differences, too, between film and television and video games is the length of script, and because of the branching narratives. But what is, from a performance perspective, what's interesting is, as opposed to a film and television script where here's the arc, here's the story. You start here, the journey is this, the story is this. So you prepare your character based on that sort of one storyline. With a video game with all this branching story, you actually, in a way, get to spend more time exploring this character because you're looking at all the different paths. Like, well, what if he goes this way? What if he makes a choice that makes him more of a villain in the story? Well, then you start to explore the darker side of this character. Well, what if the player chooses a more heroic aspect of this guy? So you really get to see all the varieties of who these characters could be, the possibilities of that, which is kind of interesting. And the other thing too that I had fun with this game in particular is that Supermassive, this is a bold story. So to come into a horror story and play a character who is kind of, I play this character named Conrad, who's this American tourist who's kind of brash. He's not the nicest guy in the world. But in a survival type scenario and almost in a detective type scenario where you're exploring this world, it's kind of nice to have a character that has no filter, that's just going to jump in and start, stirring things up. So it was fun.
Going through this and building this world, tell us a bit about kind of the setting of it, Tom, and kind of, Conrad obviously is a character, but how does Sean's character fit into this?
Okay, so the setting is there's 4 American guys who are on a diving holiday in the South Pacific. They kind of know each other. Conrad is there with his sister, and who's Julia, and she's there with her boyfriend, and then Alex, and then he's there with his brother. So some of them know each other. Some of them have never met, but they're there on this holiday. They've got the skipper of the boat, who's called Fliss, joins them, and they go out diving. That's what they do. And they find this World War II plane wreck at the bottom of the ocean. It's kind of what they were looking for. They're very excited about it. They go on a dive down there, and they find something and bring it back up to the surface. And that is a mistake. That's something they shouldn't have done.
The first mistake.
Yeah, that's the first
First
mistake.
mistake,
You don't do that. And because it's a horror game, things kind of go bad quite quickly after that, and they end up on this huge freighter, this World War II freighter, which is anchored in the middle of the Pacific. It's rusting, it's abandoned, and they're stuck there. Their engine's out, they haven't got any radio contact, they don't know what to do. And as they explore inside this kind of massive space, they find there's something there, and that there's a backstory, and there's something there, and they're going to have to fight to get out alive. And then you, as the player, you have to get them out alive. That's your job.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And so when you're recording this, Sean, you mentioned 1,000-page script. You didn't know how you were going to get through it. You got through it somehow. So
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
Again, daunting. I mean, you look at that much dialogue and the branching content. I think what these guys did really well for the actors was create sort of like a lookbook of reference photos for what the environment's going to be like. Because when you're doing a motion capture performance, you're basically just in a warehouse with actors and some technicians. So there's nothing to refer to. Whereas if you're on a movie set, you've got the lighting, you've got the props, you've got all these things. So first and foremost, the research they did and the sort of lookbooks that they created for us were fantastic. The other thing that's challenging in one way but also very freeing is that there are no other distractions, just the actors, the director, the technicians in a room. And so as opposed to having to be like rooted on spot on a mark where the cameras need to be, you can move around a lot, and so I think specifically in horror performances, it's all about this fear, but that usually comes from a physicality. Your heart's up, you're sweating, and we were allowed to move around a lot. So that was cool. And
Really?
it's
Physicality, that's interesting.
yeah, it's huge. I mean, and I've done quite a few sort of horror things in the past, and it's such a difficult emotion to replicate because it really does come from a physical response. All your neurons are firing, and again, when I sit in a horror film and there's a big jump scare or whatever, I sweat. Or my heart's racing, and I think to try to replicate that. There's a physicality. You can sort of cheat, by getting your blood up and sort of doing that. So that was kind of a really unique thing while doing a motion capture performance, is that we were allowed to move around a little bit, and we have this space that you could just interact. But also there's no other distractions. The script, the director, the actors, you're all there. And again, it's not about like, okay, we're running a take, and if you mess it up, then we have to start all over again. You can just sort of run it. And there's a lot of freedom to that I think allowed us to get through a lot of material and efficiently and effectively. Like feel like, oh, we really did that. You can wing it a little bit. Just if you want to jump back in a scene and start over, or you've gotten ramped up to emotional state. The first take, well, we're not quite there. You build up, you build up, you build up. Okay, take 6, we're on it, and we can just roll right through it. And you're like, oh, that's the one that works because we've built up this performance.
It's so important for us as a studio to get these really great performances. We're getting top actors in, people like Sean, and it's about creating that space where they can be creative, where they can come along and bring their interpretation of the character. Really important.
Yeah. Sean's talked about the branching. I'm curious, from your perspective, Tom, developing it. I mean, does this game have an insane number of endings, or tell us about sort of how far the branches go?
It's easily the most branching game we've done,
Wow.
How
many endings?
It's difficult to quantify the number of endings because there's a lot of permutations, and it's not. There's several completely different endings, but within each of those. There are different ways that those endings can play out. So there's differences even within the individual endings. Right. And then there might be, we have this rule, everyone can live and everyone can die. So we kind of, as developers, we don't know
Is that your rule,
who's
everyone can
there.
live or die?
Absolutely. So everyone can live, everyone can die. We don't know who's going to be there at that ending, and we have to kind of make that work.
So you can get rid of Sean pretty early in the game if you want.
You can get rid of everyone.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Well, you look at obviously Bandersnatch and what they were doing was sort of branching interactive narrative, and I think you're in a space where you know, I remember the old FMV video games, but it's like what I love is that you guys are doing it with incredible graphics. It's still fully interactive, right? And everyone's like, Bandersnatch, you're like, oh, we've never seen this before, and it's like actually, like you guys have been, you know, doing this much better for a while, and something like Until Dawn. There's just so much more possibility when things are digital versus having to have so many fixed sort of endings. So the appeal of doing more branches is that to make the player have more agency, feel the story is more their own?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, if a player's chosen to play our game and we ask them to make a choice or do something, then we have to pay attention to what they're doing. If we don't branch there, then that means it didn't really matter. So every time we give you some interaction, we're kind of creating a branch at that point. It might be quite a small branch. It might just be how a different player, a different character thinks about you or something like that, but it might be massive. It might be life or death, or the story might veer off into another direction entirely.
How do you go about writing that? Like keeping it straight in your head, right?
Well, we don't try and keep it straight in our head. That's the first thing. That was our first attempt.
We wrote flowcharts at the office. Yeah.
we wrote documents in Word and stuff, and that didn't really work. I mean, the first thing we do is we try and get to a really good story with really strong characters, and we don't worry too much about the branching. We just say, what's our story? What story are we trying to tell? Why are we trying to tell it? And who's going to be in it? And how will they develop? What are their arcs and things like this? Very conventional narrative stuff. Once we're really happy with that, we think that's going to be really cool. Then we start to think about the branching, and it's really just looking at every element of that story and saying, well, what if the player decides to do this instead? And then we have to think that through and make sure that what happens sometimes is we'll get some really cool event on one branch. And that kind of becomes a favorite branch. I hope everyone does that. And then we have to say, no, we need something that's just as cool over here. And that can be difficult to do sometimes. So there's a kind of big thought process about how to make, kind of break this into a series of really interesting stories. And then we've got a tool we developed in-house, kind of a big flow tool, very, very complicated. And we can just write out the story in this flow tool and put some, storyboards or whatever in there, and we can play the game. We can play the whole game in this very kind of basic way, like a kind of text adventure.
Right, yeah.
And we play it, and we play it, and we play it. I think you saw this, didn't we?
Yeah, it's cool. It really feels like the most distilled, basic version of the story in the game.
I mean, it's incredibly basic.
When you know when that works, when you can follow this very basic thing, then you can extrapolate and be like, wow, when the graphics are here, when the full performances are here, imagine what it's going to be like. And we were sort of shown that So when I'm following the story and being like, oh, I want to make this choice, and it's exciting in that state, for me as an actor that is just sort of there to add my performance, I'm like, wow, when this thing all comes together, it's going to be fantastic. And I wanted to add one thing that you're mentioning about the branching content. There's things that I found the most exciting were not necessarily giant story, like story points where a story or the narrative goes in one direction or another, but it can be just as simple as a decision that two characters make between a relationship, and then that relationship changes. The story may continue, but the way that these characters interact, their attitude towards each other, for the rest of the story has changed. And so, again, from a performance perspective, very interesting and very difficult to track, because you're like, wait, is this the track where we're not getting along? Is this the track that we are?
It was pretty crazy on set, wasn't it? Sometimes we get to a little section and go, what's happened here?
Yeah, we track back and figure it out. But that was really interesting, and I think from a player's perspective, to go back and be like, well, if I made that tiny decision way back in the first act or whatever, now I can go through this whole story where, again, the broad strokes of what happens to everybody might be the same, but the way that the characters interact is different. Like, that was cool to me. Like, super complex.
I think the branching stuff that games can do is so incredible, and even like when you play a David Cage game, you see like what percentage people pick this or that. Have you thought about sort of how you're gonna? Are you going to reveal to people sort of like what the popular branches are, the choices, and obviously it's it's a little bit more branching versus like moral. But there are moral choices in some of the branches. I'm curious like how much you want to surface that to people about like, hey, here's where you ended up versus where everyone else did.
Yeah, we do surface that, but we do it in our own way. So we wanted to move away from percentages and stuff like that. Yeah. We wanted to kind of give players a map of the path they played, and explain the kind of cause and effect. Because you did this, then this happened, and then this happened. And we get these kind of chains of stuff.
So
when
Detroit, I mean, Cage has done that a little bit too, where you can sort of like see the grid, right? So similar to that.
Yeah,
where
it's
you sort of, like,
kind of
see the
similar.
choice you make?
It's a similar thing to what we did in Until Dawn.
Yeah.
It's a bit more developed, and it's about, so when we know that these sort of games, narrative games, people love to replay them. They go back, they try and save the people that got killed, or find different endings, or whatever.
Someone on on Reddit's going to create the flowcharts anyway.
Some of that stuff is amazing.
Some of the work for you eventually.
Yeah.
We look at those flowcharts and wow, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's why, because people, like you said, want to understand. They want to play every option, right? It's
Absolutely,
like, can I really do that? And you always wonder when you play a game. It's like, if I pick that other option, is it really going to change, or is it going to sort of just be like, a dialogue option changes, or is this character really going to die or not? And when they do, you're like, oh wow, I wonder what the other path is.
I think they're going to find it difficult with Man of Medan to build up, because there's some of it is branching that's reasonably easy to track, but some of it does come through relationships. It comes through the character traits that you have. But yeah, we have a guide that tells you the key cards of cause and effect. It doesn't tell you what you haven't encountered yet, but it kind of explains your story. And if you replay, you can head back in, and that'll kind of tell you maybe different decisions to make.
Yeah. Coming out in August, so it's nearly done. I'm curious, Sean, like the process for you of doing this. Do you go back and do shoots over time, or is it kind of one block at a time? Like, how do you act in a game like this that has so many choices and options?
Well, in Man of Medan, we did two
shoots,
big sessions, essentially.
Wow.
They were week-long sessions, and again, it's a ton of material to fit in. But again, you're doing nothing but the work. There's no setup, there's no lighting, there's no hair and makeup. It's just you just jump in and act. So for this, it was actually, it felt like the story was put together, the script was done and completed, so we just went in and told the story. Yeah, it was actually, again, very efficient, very easy process.
I'm sure it must be hard because you're jumping around all these branches and like keeping it straight about like where you're at in the game, where your character's at.
Yes, but again, these guys had like flowcharts and details, and believe me, we had many questions where we're about to jump into a scene, and I'm like, wait, we have to track 10 choices back. Because they all branch out.
Well, as an actor, you kind of want to know, the grounding of your
always,
character.
especially in heightened emotion, especially in life and death situations. Like, it seems kind of ridiculous. Like, well, you're scared. It's like, yes, but am I scared because of this? And again, maybe those are details that don't necessarily are not as important to people when they're playing because they're just experiencing it. But I do think that you will feel those minute changes.
I think it is important because facial mocap now is so accurate. It can pick up tiny emotions.
Yeah.
So you have to have the right emotion in your head when you deliver the line. And, we really see that.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing what you guys have done of really crafting this new genre. And yeah, I mean, we loved you in Quantum Break, Sean, but this is something that I think is. Again, something that people are going to keep playing again and again. And I think, as you said, the streaming culture, now it's like where the folks at home can kind of, guide people in how they're going to play and where it's going to go. It's going to be super interesting. So excited to see more of Man of Medan, which is coming out end of August, right?
End of August, yeah.
End of August. All right. Well, thanks so much, guys.
Thanks,
Enjoy
man.
the rest of
Cheers.
E3.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
And now, Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
The rules have changed. There's a fine line between right and wrong. And somewhere in the shadows, they send us in to find it.
126 actual. Target is in the main house. You have execute authority.
Bravo 6. Going dark.
Weapons are now in the wild.
We get dirty, and the world stays clean. That's the mission.
Who's your team?
Some old comrades.
All right, hey everybody. Welcome to the panel for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I'm Jeff Keighley, and we've got a great panel here to tell you all about all things MW. So without further ado, let's welcome out Taylor, Jacob, and Joel from Infinity Ward. Jacob? Joel? Another day, another interview with me. Well, guys, it's great to have you here at E3 Coliseum. Congratulations on the reveal of the game. I know a lot of fans here and also around the world tuning in because there are lots of questions about this and a lot of curiosity because this is such a classic franchise. Infinity Ward, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty. Everyone's so excited to learn more about it. So let me just kind of start off with talking about the idea of, going back to Modern Warfare for IW. Why go back to Modern Warfare? And also, not Modern Warfare 4, it's Modern Warfare. So you want to maybe, start with you, Taylor, just sort of set up, what is this? What is Modern Warfare? What does it mean? Because it's not a sequel, right? It's not a prequel. It's reimagining, I think you're saying? Or?
Yeah, that's the term that we're using. We're calling it a reimagining. We've been working on this game for 2.5 years now. And when we started out, we asked ourselves a really simple question. We just said, the words modern and warfare, what does that mean to us today? Kind of devoid from the games that had preceded them. And it's always been relevant. It's always felt ripped from the headlines.
Yeah.
It's always kind of been this really cool roller coaster ride. It's been like a cinematic experience that you could play.
Yeah.
I can speak for myself that playing the first Modern Warfare, that was like a seminal moment in my life as a player, where I was playing Crew Expendable, and I'm escaping the cargo ship, and I paused the game. And again, now, granted, I've been a game developer for many, many years at this point. So I know the tricks, I know how to make games to a certain extent. But I paused the game, and I was like, what is this magic that I'm playing right now? What is this madness? Like, it just felt like the guys at Infinity Ward, Joel's one of them, had captured lightning in a bottle and created this action military movie that you could play.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do for the players of today and for the players like me that played it 11 years ago, we wanted to do that again.
That was the airplane hangar E3.
Well, Joel, you're back at IW and having, worked on, some classic Call of Duties here. Must be kind of, amazing for you to be reunited with the franchise, right?
I went off for about 7 years and played with giant robots for a while, and then, got a little tired of advanced movement stuff, and, games I was working on were making my eyes twitch, which is great, but I think I wanted something a little more realistic. I heard a rumor that Infinity Ward might be making Modern Warfare and returning to it, and I went and I hung out with Dave Stoll, my boss now, and I said, I heard that heard this is happening, and he said, kind of went, yeah, maybe, and I went, well, if you are, I want to be there. There's a few other people that came back, and we came back specifically to be a part of Modern Warfare again.
Yeah. No, I mean, this game means so much to all of us, and Jacob, you and Taylor, having worked at Naughty Dog, known for amazing narrative storytelling. Modern Warfare was a great story, but also incredibly rich, engaging gameplay with real stakes. Can you maybe talk a little bit about sort of why Modern Warfare? Like, it's obviously it's a big franchise. It's it's revered by everyone, but like, what was the deeper reason of why you guys wanted to do a Modern Warfare game?
Well, when we decided, okay, we got to figure out what our next game's going to be, we all looked around the studio and said, what do we want to make? And Modern Warfare is so beloved by us and by the fan base, and we just saw so many things that we could do with the new technology and the new storytelling techniques that we have that really hadn't been done before. The franchise has done all sorts of amazing, bombastic sequences, and we feel like the games that we've made, Infinity Ward in particular, have kind of gone as far as they can go with those, and so we decided what we can do now with the capabilities and the fidelity of the engine that we've built is to make something that's much more grounded, much more intimate, really focusing on the fidelity and nature of close quarters combat and all the performances that we can now get since we do full reality capture for all of our actors. It just seemed like the right time to revisit and reimagine it.
Yeah, no, when we saw that first glimpse in the trailer, I've had the advantage of going to the studio, spend some time with you guys, looking at this thing, and I mean, the technology blows me away, but it's also, I think, what you're doing narratively with your sort of positioning of this. And you said something important about, the big bombastic moments. We all remember those from Modern Warfare, but I argue, it was the characters and a lot of the, just the pace and the emotion of the experience that really was gripping, right? It's sort of the phrase I always use with Modern Warfare, right? You were kind of on the edge of your seat.
That was so important, is having that contrast and moment to moment, and not having everything at a level, a high level all the time. You need these ebbs and flows to actually acknowledge something happening, being able to appreciate it, and then move on to the next thing. Having that it's so important. The narrative that these guys have brought to the game has, it tiered it up so high, and you actually you get an emotional reaction to the game. I think you've seen some of it too, but I've seen some of the levels a few times already, and I still have an emotional reaction to it. Now, we're not out to disgust, but it's definitely, what I love about it is they're intense, and you get something out of it. It makes you you start caring about these characters, if that's believed. I mean, that's surprising to me, because I always think, they're pixel people. But these characters feel real to me.
It affects you, and that's the thing is, you're dealing with a massive franchise with lots of people that are curious about it. But as you said, there's a weight to it. I think that's the thing that I sort of really felt.
I mean,
when
definitely
I saw
put
it.
his big boy pants on. That's what it really feels like. It's a grown-up Modern Warfare.
Yeah, Jake kind of touched on it. The techniques that we have now at our disposal that we didn't have in 2007, for example. Making a game in 2007, the narrative of a game was more akin to making an animated feature, right? You have a character artist. Joel was one of the character artists, or the character artist, that's designing a character sort of digitally or analog, with clay, and then realizing what that character looks like. Then you find a different person to be the voice. And then you find a third or fourth or fifth, a team of people to be the motions of those characters. And yes, you can kind of put it together, but it is not the same thing as having actors who are inhabiting those roles, who are being those characters. So for us, when we started to make this game, it wasn't like, okay, who can we find that sounds like the old Price, and we're going to use the old character. It's like, who can we find that can be Price? That is the essence of Price. I think that's an important distinction here.
So new actors in this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Top to bottom.
Yeah.
The distinction I think that is important is we are not beholden to the exact sort of events of the previous games.
Okay.
We are beholden to the spirit of those previous games. When we look back at Modern Warfare 3, by the end of that game, the world had sort of moved away from the world that we all know it in a pretty great way. Nukes had gone off, and superpowers were invading other superpowers' countries and things like that. And so that storyline, because it had gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and more bombastic, had sort of started to diverge away from something that's really relatable.
It was an alternate reality, essentially.
Yeah. And so we just took it and we said, what are the things that people love about those games and about those characters that we, of course, also love? And let's strip it back down and let's make it really relatable. And let's now, with the new fidelity and the new other, again, the performances, we can capture so much more nuance. If someone's eye darts a certain way when they're telling you something, you're like, are they telling me the truth? I'm not really sure. Are they hiding something? Is there something behind that? We can capture that kind of fidelity now that we couldn't back then. It just was a totally different technique. So we can tell a much more human, relatable story, combine that with techniques that Joel, I'm sure, can talk about, photogrammetry, things like that. We can make real spaces that feel claustrophobic, that feel real, that it doesn't have to be a big, ginormous explosion to make you feel a thing.
No, and even that
that
townhouse level that I think people see a little glimpse of there, but I mean, it's intense, and you feel like claustrophobic, and I mean, the stakes are.
That level changed the way we make Modern Warfare. We had it working early on, and it was really clear to us. We have this level that you guys haven't seen yet, and I'm sorry. We want to show it really badly.
Set in London, though.
But
paint a picture with words.
It's been seen by some people and written about, and it's a very intense, tactical takedown of a home, a house, a layered house with staircases and stuff. We captured Navy SEAL consultants doing the takedown, and watching them move through the environment is spooky. They do things that, it's incredible how nonchalant they are, but how much of a muscle memory it is. But it was clear to us that we couldn't build a traditional video game environment. Usually we have to make these large doors and all this stuff, and these larger corridors, and it just kind of ends up feeling, we do it because AI needs to move and flow and all the other stuff. But when you put this motion capture in that environment, it looked completely inappropriate, and it ruined the entire feeling of the level itself and what we were trying to capture. Not to mention, this is all done with realistic night vision that we've redone with our new engine. So we had to change the way we built. We went to a one-to-one system. We built the environment one-to-one scale, and then suddenly it worked, and it looked great, and you feel that claustrophobia. And we took that way of thinking and did all. I could geek out on photogrammetry and stuff and reality capture and stuff, but I won't bore you with that. You can probably read about it.
It looks good, though.
We married that into the game, but we did our best to make as much of the game one-to-one as possible.
And then, of course, because these are real spaces, we're not throwing wave after wave of enemy at you. As you saw in that level, there's a handful of enemies, which means that, again, like a realistic situation, the stakes are high.
Oh, very intense, right? Because it's like you open a door and it's like even if there's one person.
You could accidentally shoot through a wall, which we have bullet penetration in the game, and it's actually calculating caliber. And so when these guys go into these tight environments, they use light caliber rounds and what they call frangible ammunition that actually splits apart when it hits things, so it doesn't go through. The concept is if you're in a level in Modern Warfare, you have to consider hitting someone behind the wall by accident, because that's a no-no. We don't want that to happen. But it's something that's a layer of complexity in the gameplay now that it really, it makes you think more. You think before you pull the trigger.
I mean, Price always said, check those corners, right? Check those corners. Now, in this game, you really do.
In certain types of levels.
Right.
Yeah. There's a wide variety of gameplay across the new Modern Warfare. What we've been showing people behind closed doors here at E3 are are more intense close-up levels, but there's going to be tons of different more open areas, and a lot of that's kind of teased in the trailer. Some of our larger scale battles where we're playing alongside rebel freedom fighters, swarming an enemy base, taking a hill just like in an old style Call of Duty, but now with these characters and these environments that are developed at such a higher fidelity and with so much more emotional connection, that it really is more impactful.
Let's talk a bit about the
Let's put some characters up.
Yeah, well, let's talk about sort of so there are two sides. You know, like Modern Warfare, like the old game. You know, you're going to be jumping sort of from multiple perspectives. Can you maybe set up sort of the two sides to this this story?
Sure. So in the first Modern Warfare game, there were these sort of two stories that were being told. You were playing alternately, for the most part, as an SAS Tier 1 operator, and then you were playing as a U.S. Marine. And those were the kind of the parallel storylines. And we really liked that as a concept.
Right.
And so, but in this game, you're playing as a Tier 1 operator, an SAS guy, who's playing alongside Captain Price. But the flip side of that is now you are playing as a CIA SAD operator who gets embedded with a local militia, kind of playing in the Middle East, in our fictional Middle Eastern country. And so we thought that was really cool for story, because not only do you get like you're overpowered and you're maybe going up against enemies that don't have as much technology as you, but you can also play the underdog and find the inverse of that. And what that does for gameplay is it just really opens up the palette, and you've really got to think, okay, I'm in this situation, I'm facing this kind of an enemy, and so how does that change my tactics, and how does that change my strategy? But of course, it's all based on the relationships of those people who are kind of alongside.
Well, speaking of the characters, we have something cool for you guys. We do have some surprises. You want to kind of
jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Joel. We got to get there. We got 8 minutes
I'm
left. We do have a
I'm
lot of
sorry.
cool things to show you guys that no one else has seen before. So let's take a look. I think it's and meet some of the characters here, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you want to walk us through?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Captain Price. I mean, Joel, you should talk about Captain Price. I mean,
Captain Price, played by Barry Sloane.
Yes.
This is actually the second incarnation of Captain Price. He started off in World War II. I had the assignment to work on Captain Price in Modern Warfare 1. And I was kind of thinking, you know, when they first came with the assignment, I went, wait, this guy was in World War II. How's this work? And they said, just don't worry about it. Just make him look good and get him in there. And so he actually started off as a Force Recon Marine in Modern Warfare 1. And, you know, there are images of him on the internet here and there where he actually had that's where the boonie came from.
Really?
It's a Marine. It's a Marine hat. They wear those boonies all the time. So we fashioned the boonie, got it perfect, all that stuff. Fast forward to now, that was Billy Murray, and then now you have Barry Sloane. Barry Sloane, went back and researched Billy Murray's Captain Price and did his best to pay homage to that, but brought an entirely different character.
But yeah, like it's think of it like. When Casino Royale came out, right? When they recast James Bond as Daniel Craig, it's like they didn't look for the guy that looked as much like Pierce Brosnan that they could find. They said, who's the guy that can be James Bond for right now? And this is Captain Price.
All right.
For right now. He's gone through Navy SEAL training before for other roles, so he's kind of knows the drill. And then when we were working with training our other cast members, because he had some training, he was able to assume the role of commander even with the other cast members. So it set a nice dynamic right off the bat.
No, you get to hear him at the top of the
And he's not wearing we could take the boonie off this time a little bit.
Yep.
He didn't have to be a cartoon character.
No, I said more badass Price. All right.
So this is half the game. So as a player, I'm playing roughly half the game, and Price is my commander, right? Price is the guy that I'm like fighting side by side with, and this is inspired by, again, a lot of our military consultants that talk about all these missions that these guys go on that you never hear about. But they are keeping the world safer in the shadows, right? Finding that line between right and wrong, and we never hear about it. And so again, for our players, you get to suit up and play alongside Captain Price and do some really cool stuff.
Awesome. All right.
And that brings us to the next slide,
Yes.
which is that player character is Kyle. Sergeant Kyle Garrick.
Okay.
He is a former British Army officer who is now working domestic counterterrorism in London when he hooks up with Captain Price. And he's a guy that's been saying, we could make more of a difference if we just kind of gave everything we had. If we just tried harder, if we did more, we could make more of a difference. And Price is a guy that says, you want to do more, Kyle? Then come along with me. And that's the kind of the promise that we give our players is you want to do more? Come along with Captain Price and make a difference.
Who plays him?
That is Elliot Knight.
Elliot Knight.
Elliot Knight, amazing actor
Give him
as
a
well.
name check. All right, so that's one side. Let's talk about the other side.
So for the other side, the player character you're playing as is Alex.
Okay.
Now, we only talk about his first name because he's in the CIA.
CIA operative.
Right? So he's a guy...
We think his name is Alex.
Exactly. He's a guy who embeds with local forces.
Okay.
And he's a guy who, he chose to sign up, right? He chose to say, I want to make a difference in this world, so I'm going to sign up. But once you sign up, now you are assigned missions, right? Mm-hmm. And now it's kind of a job. You're told, go here, work with these people, make a difference, and then move on. But what's different about this story and different about this moment in his time is now he's assigned to go work with another commander, sort of our corollary to Captain Price, a character who is as much of a commander as he is, and that is Commander Farah Karim.
Okay.
And the difference between Alex and Farah.
I'm going to point out that Chad is here in the audience somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, so we have
Chad,
Chad Michael Collins and
plays,
Claudia Dumit
Kyle.
are here right there in the audience.
Hello, guys.
They play
Alex
and Farah.
Awesome.
And so for Alex, right, he's a guy who gets assigned to missions, but he gets to fight with this commander who is the inverse of him. She didn't choose to sign up because the war sort of came to her. It came to her backyard. So she was sort of conscripted into it, right? She had a choice, fight or just give up. But now that she has chosen to fight, she gets to choose what she does. And so that's a real eye-opener for Alex. And it makes for a really nice, dichotomy of the story.
And I got to see a little bit of her story, and I don't know how much we can spoil, but there's definitely there's a good history there.
Played by Claudia.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to learn a lot more about them.
Yeah. I said no. There's a level that you guys showed us, which definitely talks about sort of their younger ages, I guess. I guess we can talk about that, right? We saw it. Yeah, exactly. All right. Fantastic. So those are the two sides of the game. But one thing I think everyone wants to know more about, of course, is the MP.
MP.
I know
there's MP in this game.
I don't know what you guys can tell us about that. I know probably later this summer reveal, but anything you can sort of, what can we expect?
Yeah. We're totally dying to talk about it, but we brought a couple screenshots.
MP screenshots?
We brought a couple of screenshots.
All right. No one's seen this before.
I want to give you more, but
okay.
I really like ghillie suits. I think they're cool. I think that's cool. That's
wow.
Well, that might be one right there.
Totally in game, of course.
And again, the tech on this that you guys walked us through, the way it moves too.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I mean, we have a new engine.
I can't believe what these guys are pulling off. It's incredible. Whenever I'm looking at the foliage and the cloth and all that stuff, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, we have dynamic
game.
cloth on the character, so when the ghillie moves in the brush at all, all the secondary motion and stuff.
Okay.
This character is wearing a veil over its head, or his head, or her. Who knows what's under there?
Right.
And it's really cool when it moves its head. Everything goes it flows like cloth. It looks great. Something that I've been trying to do for years. And if you're playing multiplayer, you want to have something like this. If you're someone that likes marksmanship and you're a rat sniper and you like to sit in the bushes and wait for people to drive by so you can take them out, this is for you right here.
No.
I take screenshot. First MP screenshot. I gotta get that on Twitter. All right.
I mean, the important thing for MP is that this is a unified experience, right? These are not modes. This is not a modal game. When you're playing Modern Warfare, you're playing Modern Warfare. Whether you're playing SP or MP or co-op, you're playing in this same world.
Yep.
So Spec Ops is coming back. We're playing Spec Ops
I don't
again.
know. I don't know if you guys recognize what that is.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe you could figure it out. What is it? I don't know. It might. Yeah. Okay. brand new suit. What's that? All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Juggernaut suit's back.
Wow.
And I think something. I asked for this early on. I thought it'd be really cool if you got close to the Juggernaut and it was heavy metal music coming out of its speakers or something. We're doing that. And when I was doing capture for this, I had the Juggernaut suit up, and it was an hour and a half of like death metal music. I just got into it and started taking screenshots.
Oh
but
my God.
It's a super cool detail, and absolutely, there's more to come on this stuff. Please be patient. We want this to be perfect when we show it to you guys, and we're gonna get it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of great stuff inside of this, and again, we got a chance to go to the studio and. The intensity of what you guys are bringing and the storytelling,
and the fun, right?
Absolutely.
As Wildstyle
if I could talk about multiplayer, I'd tell you that.
As Wildstyle
exactly.
from Lego Movie says, it's not always awesome, but that doesn't mean that it's hopeless and bleak. Everything, as long as we're together, it's going to be awesome.
Who knew a Lego movie would inspire Modern Warfare? But we'll leave it at that. All right. Taylor, Joel, Jacob, thank you so much. Call of Duty Modern Warfare coming out this fall from the team at Infinity Ward. Really appreciate you guys giving us a sneak preview of multiplayer. Well, surprise. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, awesome.
Cool.
And now, Watch Dogs Legion.
London. Had a good run there for a while. Now it's all riots, bombings, and people thrown in cages like animals. Oh, and who could forget the killer robots everywhere? So yeah, that's all gone a bit shit. It's up to us to take our city back. Thing is, we can't do it alone. We need to recruit a resistance. I know what you're thinking. Where do we start? Open your eyes and take a look around. Look here. Look at him. No, not him. Him. Former MI5.
Duty never ends.
He can get anywhere and erase anyone. See her?
Let's kick those bastards out of London.
She got kicked out of Oxbridge Robotics School for teaching him to reproduce. And that fella over there, proper bellend.
Come on, come at me.
He'll crack your skull just for looking that funny.
What am I gonna do tonight? Something makes me feel alright.
This had better be fucking good. And allow me to introduce you to the deadliest of the lot. She's not old, she's experienced. Like I said, you can recruit anyone, and I mean bloody anyone. Him, her, everyone is a secret weapon. Find them, recruit them, build the resistance. Let's unfuck this world.
What did you all think of that, huh? Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Andrian. I work on the Watch Dogs Legion team out of Ubisoft Toronto. Welcome to our panel at the E3 Coliseum. We're going to be giving you a little bit more of a look at Watch Dogs Legion, which we just announced. And to do so, I'm going to introduce two people on the stage with me. First of all, we have our creative director, Clint Hawkin, and we have our game design director, Kent Hudson. Please give them a round of applause. How you guys feeling?
Fantastic, man. Fantastic.
It's finally out there.
Yeah. The conference yesterday was great. We surprised everybody. We've been working on this one for a long time. It's been a long road, and it's great to put it out in front of people and get it out into the world.
Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be giving you a little bit more of a look at Watch Dogs Legion. We're going to start with you, Clint.
Sure.
So give us a bit of an elevator pitch. Just what is Watch Dogs Legion for somebody who has been under a rock for like the last few days?
Right. So Watch Dogs Legion is set in a near future version of London, where we look at a lot of the sort of core thematic issues that previous Watch Dogs game have looked at, like how technology is used both to liberate and oppress, how people in power like abuse their wealth and their authority and all of that kind of stuff. And we've taken those things and kind of turned them up to 11 and set the game in our near future version of London, where the government is collapsing, the economy's collapsed, private security forces have kind of been empowered to like replace the police and military, the surveillance apparatus of the UK, which is, the Allied surveillance apparatus since World War II is the most powerful surveillance apparatus in history, but now it's being turned inward against the people. Their freedoms are being taken away. People are disappearing. And in Watch Dogs Legion, your job is to build a popular resistance to fight back against the emergence of an authoritarian regime, and you do that by picking any Londoner from the world, profiling them, looking into their lives, figuring out what their challenges are, playing their origin mission, recruiting them into your team, making them a member of your resistance movement. And anyone in the game can be your next playable hero and the star of your story.
Anyone at all.
Absolutely anyone.
And we saw the granny in the. Who's a fan of Granny from the trailer? I want a team full of grannies. So why London?
You know, London is an incredible city. There's this sort of cliche vision of London of like people with funny accents and you know, it's always gray and foggy and like, you know, rainy all the time. Actually, London is an incredibly diverse and colorful city. It's full of life and energy. It's got all these different neighborhoods, boroughs, and districts that have very unique flavors and characteristics. There's like more than 200 languages spoken in London. And, you know, we come from a very diverse city ourselves, Toronto, but London puts Toronto even to shame, and it is unreal. In a game where you can play as anyone, literally any Londoner you can bring in your team, it made sense to look at a city where that choice would be meaningful, you know, like the more diversity and richness that you can have, the better that experience is going to be.
Awesome. Okay, well, we know what you want to see, so we're going to cut to some gameplay right now, and we're going to have Kent and Clint talk a little bit over it and give you some more details about what you're going to be watching. So
Cool.
we have a walkthrough of a mission, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's hear it. Is there sound? Is there supposed to be sound?
There would be sound.
Well,
Hey.
there we go.
All right.
Now it's a right mess. Government's fucked off. Extremists are grabbing power. Organised crime slicing up the boroughs. The war dogs are out. And freedom's a bloody joke. But this ain't their London. This is our London. And there's a new power growing. It's all of us, together. We're building a resistance, one recruit at a time.
What's my favourite operative up to this evening? And no, I never say that to the others.
Scouting talent, Bagley. So gob shut, eyes peeled, yeah?
So yeah, we're going to be watching the gameplay, and first of all, you touched a little bit on the themes, right?
Right.
About like, you know, the loss of freedoms and stuff like that. Can you elaborate a little
Yeah,
bit more on that?
absolutely. So this is Piccadilly Circus. It's sort of one of the sort of central you know, public areas of London in Soho. It's where all the theaters are. But here in our version of Piccadilly Circus, there's a riot drone up in the corner there. Albion are the private military company who's sort of taken over control of policing in the city. You see an Albion guy like stopping and doing an ID check on a civilian there and kind of intimidating her. He even points his rifle at her. In London today, even the police don't have guns. They don't carry guns. But here now you've got a London where there are literally armed private mercenaries like controlling people in the street. And here Ian's, you know, walking through the crowd. The mission here is, you know, because of these drones, they're looking for a new recruit who might have an ability that could help them fight against drones. And so he's profiling people in the crowd, you know, classic Watch Dogs gameplay, looking for different traits or abilities that would help people. Here he spots a potential recruit. This is Jimmy, but unfortunately, Jimmy's like wanted by Albion, and so everything in the profile is real, right? Jimmy is a real character. He has a life, he has a home, he has jobs, he has friends, he has a family. Every single person in London is fully simulated, and Jimmy happens to be a character who's wanted by Albion. So just as Jimmy happens to be walking by, he gets spotted by that guard. He's about to do an IG check. Jimmy tries to bolt, and Ian, our hero, kind of runs in, engages the security. The drone sees it, arms up, and comes in to take him out. And Ian goes down. Now this is sort of a beginning to our permadeath loop here. Ian's now critically wounded, and he chose to, instead of surrendering, he could have surrendered, been arrested, would sit in jail, and you'd be able to bust him out. But instead he chose to get up and keep fighting, used his AR cloak to kind of hide himself and escape. Now he's being chased.
You mentioned permadeath, so that means you can lose operatives.
Absolutely. So again, all of the characters in your team are people you choose from the world, you recruit into your team, you help them with their problems, you make them playable, but they can also die just like anybody else in the world, and they continue living their lives even once they're on your team. If you're not playing you say you recruit a bartender, if you're not playing him, then he's going to go to work in the bar, and then when you swap to him, he might be in the bar when you do it.
Okay.
And then here, Ian was persistent, got in a bit of a mess. Drones came after him. Albion pinned him down in Trafalgar Square. Because he got up and continued fighting, didn't escape, now he's dead.
He's gone. Okay.
He's gone.
All right. So Kent, let's talk a little bit about play. How do you make London, how do you make people in London playable? How do you make anyone playable?
It's pretty hard. You build ground up from the city, and as Clint said, London's a super diverse city, so many different neighborhoods. And so we actually map where people live and where they work to those neighborhoods, and we kind of construct. We've got this big background database that we call Census, which is some technology we've really invested in on the team that has genders, races, places people are born, sexual orientation, like all this information that we start to construct people out of. And we almost build from the ground up on each character. And it's not just random. It's not like it's a bucket of trivia where we just say, oh, let's just roll the dice and throw it. It's actually curated. So someone from this part of town would work at this kind of place, which means they'd have these kind of friends, which means that they would live and work around here. So it starts with building these rich characters from the ground up, because once you cross the Rubicon, so to speak, of not having a main character in your game, that means everyone has to be a main character, which means that they have to have, they've got to look great, they've got to dress how you would expect, they've got to have their own persona, they've got to have their own animation sets. And so we've got tons of voice actors, we've got different archetypes that we, animate people with so that people move and talk in the way that you would expect from what you see, and it's just a hugely complex background thing that we simulate these people from, but we all kind of stitch it together. Helen.
Give it up for Helen.
Yeah. So Helen, for example, she has a full backstory of what she's retired now, but what she used to do, and her age obviously influences her animation style and the way that she speaks and things like that. So we really construct all of that from the ground up in a really rich simulation to create these characters.
Okay. And this particular gameplay walkthrough has been edited for time, but you can switch on the fly. You can swap operatives whenever you want, right?
Unless you're in the middle of a gunfight.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're not in the middle of a gunfight, but yes, we actually encourage you to swap between your operatives because we really want you to feel like you've got this resistance movement that has sort of fingers everywhere in the city. In fact, if you look at the map in the game, if you open it up to sort of see, where's my mission going to be, or where's maybe an opportunity to go see, you can actually see icons of all your people in the world. Like Clint mentioned, they are living their lives. They're working at the bar, or they're having a drink with their friends, or they're visiting their mother at the hospital, whatever it is. And if you see someone who, a lot of times, they're almost like a little miniature fast travel network for you. You say, my mission's over here, let me put my map to set a waypoint. Oh, look, Brenda's right over there. I'm just going to flip over to her, and I enter her life. Sometimes she's sitting at a table having a drink with a friend. Sometimes, she could be doing yoga in the park, whatever it is. So you can switch between these people, and you're kind of encouraged to do so.
Okay. So we're watching the gameplay now. First of all, that's really cool that you can ride that particular drone. You can take control of them and just ride them into battle. But talk a little bit about the classes, because we've seen 3 different classes, I think, at this point, right?
Yeah, so as a way to make people a little bit more distinct when they come onto your team in DedSec, we've got 3 different classes in the game. So high-level overview, we've got an Enforcer, which is sort of your run-and-gun class. We've got the Infiltrator class, which is sort of stealth and melee. And then, of course, the Hacker class. And each class has its own special ability. So the Enforcer has a sticky mine. It's a non-lethal explosion that you can sort of lay traps in the environment or use it in combat. The Infiltrator has what we call an AR cloak. In our version of London, the government has actually mandated that everybody be implanted with an AR device. You'll actually see it in the cutscenes in the demo that they've got this little thing here on their face. So everybody's seeing AR in front of their face at all times. And the Infiltrator can actually say, all the guards around me, hack into their devices and delete themselves from the guard's view by doing a fuzzy overlay of what's behind them. So it's actually like a temporary invisibility. We saw it at the beginning of the demo with Ian when he ran to the car. And then the Hacker class is sort of a hybrid class. It's got a spider bot that you can control, and that spider bot functions as a non-lethal turret in the world. If you just chuck a couple down in combat, then they'll help you fight, but you can also take over the spider bot and sneak around levels, crawl through vents, take guards down silently. Sometimes you can complete the entire objective without ever even entering the location. So those are our 3 classes.
That's awesome. Okay, back to you, Clint. Sure. Play as anyone. You've mentioned it. It's an innovation, but talk about it from a design perspective. Why? Well, what prompted that?
I really think it goes back to those themes we were talking about at the beginning, sort of like the problems in the world, threats to our democracy, the wealth gap, massive unemployment, migration crises around the world. We were looking at these kinds of problems saying, we want to talk about those things. Watch Dogs as a brand talks about those things, and if we want to go further and go a little near future, we got to look at those things as well. And I think our feeling was, the solution, one of the problems I see personally in the world is that people are being divided against each other, and all of these powerful forces are benefiting from us fighting each other over stupid shit. And what I think, it's my feeling is that we need to get better at putting our differences, putting aside our differences and trying to understand one another better, coming together collectively to try to solve the real problems that we're facing that are starting to get out of control. And that's really, I think, what Play As Anyone means for me. It's about people working together to try and make the world a better place and a better tomorrow for our kids and for everyone.
Okay. And I also think that when you look at resistance movements in the past, you often see that, if the soldiers are off fighting the war, sometimes it is ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances who have to come together and fight back. So it actually is true to that spirit of resistance as well, I think.
Right. And then on the other side of things, Watch Dogs is known for hacking, right? So tell us a little bit about how hacking works in this game, because it's still there.
Of course. Very true to the brand legacy. So hacking is, of course you can hack things in the world. We've got gameplay ingredients that you can use to distract guards or do takedowns and things like that. We've also got an entire new suite of drones in the game. So the skies are constantly filled with drones flitting by, and some of them are very innocuous. They're delivery drones dropping packages for people, but the private military contractors also have some very fierce combat drones that patrol layouts. They're called on you if you alert the guards. And so you can actually, the hacker class is able to take those over and actually turn them against the enemy. So you can actually see the big CT drone come in on the sky with the machine guns going. You say, flip it up, all of a sudden your viewpoint shifts up to here and you're flying the thing and you are behind enemy lines and you take the guys out that way. So there's that kind of hacking. And then we've also, in the previous games, we've had what we call the mass hacks or the sort of the really spectacular hacks. We've actually moved a lot of that into the actual team at this point. So we've actually moved hacking onto the team. So now you can recruit people to your team who have the ability to do these spectacular hacks. So one of my favorite ones is if you're being pursued by the private military contractors, one of your operatives will actually pop up and say, hey, you look like you use a little help. And you say, yeah, please, they're on me. And you'll actually see the cars that are chasing you get hacked, start crashing off the road. A drone comes in, is getting ready to shoot your car, and then it just falls out of the sky and lands on the ground. And so you get that sense that you're playing as a team and that the people you've recruited from the world, you pick that guy because he had that ability, but based on his backstory, based on maybe he's an IT specialist or something like that, So now he's on my team, he's helping me. And so the more you recruit to the team and the bigger team you build with those specializations, the more you feel like the hacks are actually coming from the people you want. Because it is a game about people. So
the guys from IT are heroes to us all. So.
All right, so let's talk about the recruitment loop, because it seems like that's going to be extremely important. You're trying to build a team of anybody. You can play as anyone. How do you go about that? Like we saw on the profilers, some people have specific specific things that you can help them with. Do you kind of intervene in their lives and then try and improve their their opinion of DedSec in that way?
Yeah, so that's a good point you started on, the opinion of DedSec. Part of the simulation in our world is that everybody has a different feeling about DedSec, especially early in the game when people might not be so familiar with the movement. Some people are really against DedSec. They don't understand what's going on. Some people like them more. And so everybody's got what we call their support level. So how much do they support what we're doing? And when you first profile someone in the world, you basically look at that. It's just, it's kind of presented as a meter on the screen. And you say, wow, I've got to really get their support up to the point where they're willing to join my team. It's not like you're just walking around the world saying, oh, you look cool. Boop, you're on the team now. So you start to dig into their lives, you profile them, you scan their lives. We've got a really cool map view where you can actually see where they're going to be during the day, and you start to investigate their problems. And maybe they're being harassed by the the PMCs, or maybe they're in debt to the crime families because they had to buy some medical treatment because their health organization collapsed, and things like that. And so you figure these things out, and then you go actually try to help them get over those problems and show them the DedSec's here to support them and is here to try to make the world better. And there's all different ways you can do it. The consequences of how you do it is different. If someone's got a loan shark, for example, and you say, oh, easy, right? I go beat up the loan shark, and this person, oh, cool, I cleared your loan, you're on the team now, great. That loan shark's also a potential playable character in the world. Literally everyone is simulated. The guards that you shoot at in a level are simulated. They have families and lives. So if you just walk up and take the easy way out and shoot that guy in the head, his sister and his mom and other people he knows in the world suddenly hate DedSec because like, wait a minute, DedSec just killed this guy. Like what? So all of a sudden now you've got more opposition in the world. So you have to think about the consequences of what you're doing. So it's really free form how you can bring people on your team, and there's sort of a lot of different approaches to how to do it. But ultimately, you have to go find out what's going on in their lives, what kind of problems they're having, and solve them to help bring them on the team.
Okay. And you just mentioned like the sort of like cascading effect of the actions that you have in the world. I'm assuming that there's non-lethal alternatives to taking people out.
Absolutely. That's something that's really important to me personally, and it's something the team has really embraced as well. For example, almost half of the weapons in our game are non-lethal. So even if you really like run and gun gameplay, you love the cover shooting, you want to go in guns blazing, you can go guns sizzling, maybe? Maybe something a little less than that. But so we've got 4 different types of non-lethal weapons. So even mechanically, they're different and interesting. And that actually matters because if you go through a level and you're not killing everybody, they have that support meter slides less, and you're not creating those enemies in the world. We've also got a really robust melee system that we've really invested in compared to the previous games, where it's sort of like a rock paper scissors dodge grapple punch system that you've got to think more tactically in the melee, and we've invested a lot in stealth, and so you can play whole levels just stealthy without ever pulling a gun. And one of the really cool things that we're excited about is that if I as a player don't pull a gun, the enemies won't pull a gun either. So if I'm stealthing through a level and I get spotted, and he's like, hey, stop, he'll come and first try to de-escalate it melee, and if I can win that melee fight with him, level cools back down, no one went hot, and I can actually return to that stealth gameplay and keep going. So we really try not to force you into those situations. And so, we're really trying to support the non-lethal gameplay. We obviously do have lethal weapons as well. You can play that way, you're free to. But in our game, it does have different consequences. So it is something you have to consider a little bit more than in other games.
Okay. I'm going to pop some quick questions to the both of you before we end.
I've talked a lot. You should take some of these.
Which is your favorite class, Clint?
My favorite class, I think I'm an infiltrator at heart. I mean, I worked on the Splinter Cell games, and I like sneaking around, taking guys out in the dark.
Okay. What about you, Kent?
It's a flip. It's a coin flip for me between infiltrator and hacker. Because the hacker, if you play it with the spider, you can be stealthy. You can do the stealth takedowns and stuff like that. So it depends on what day you ask me, but those are my 2 favorites.
Can we have a granny class? That's going to be mine.
A granny class?
Just
grannies
for
can
her.
have every class.
Yeah.
One of my favorite characters is an enforcer granny. Yeah, she's awesome. Granny with a machine gun, takes the run and gun perk, so she moves really fast when she's aiming down iron sights. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you find people in the world, they don't have a class predetermined. They're kind of a blank slate other than that one gameplay trait. So you can actually make surprising combinations. You can decide what class they're going to be once they join the team. So you can really get creative with your builds.
All right, cool. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. I guess one last question to ask, which is, when is Watch Dogs Legion coming out, on what platforms?
March 6, 2020, on PlayStation platforms, Xbox platforms, and
PC and Stadia.
PC and Stadia.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So hope you enjoyed that, and make sure you go get Watch Dogs Legion. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you guys for coming out and talking about it.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Thank you.
And now, Doom Eternal, carving a new path through hell. Please welcome your moderator, Scott Jones.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming. Listen, I want to tell you a little story about me as a much younger man. Back in the 90s, I was turning into a serious writer, and I got into an MFA program. And I put my SNES and my entire collection of cartridges for sale in the Chicago Reader, and somebody bought it, and I was very sad, but I'm like, it's time for me to grow up. It's time for me to become an adult. And so I went to school. I did very well in school. I taught classes. I took writing workshops. I wrote poetry on a very high level. And my next door neighbor came over one day, and he knocked on my door, and he said, listen, I got this new game. It's for the PC, and it's called Doom. You want to come over and take a look at it? And honestly, I almost failed out of graduate school after that. I was so obsessed with Doom back in the early 90s. That's all I did for like 12 hours a day. I'd run to campus, teach my classes, go to school, and play Doom. And I wanted a career in video games, and I kept dreaming about having a career in video games. And one day, I did have a career in video games. I worked as a journalist for a long time and a TV host for a long time, and I am super honored to be here and to share the stage with Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin from the id Software team. Guys, come on out. These are the people that made Doom 2016. They're incredible.
Quite
Honestly,
an introduction.
I'm so in awe of the work that you both have done. And, you know, the thing that really kind of took my head off at Bethesda's showcase the other day was the brand new trailer. Can we take one more look at that trailer?
Yes,
All right,
please.
let's take a look at that. We got a warning for
What you interfere with now is bigger than you can imagine. If you continue, you will bring down the heavens' wrath. It is written. It is their time to give penance. You are but one man. They are no longer your people to save.
I'm going to say what all of you are thinking right now. It's just like, thank God for you two sick assholes. Like, how do you make something like this? That is amazing.
Thank you. We got an unbelievable team. I mean, we get to be the ones up here to represent our team at id in Dallas, and we also have a tech team in Frankfurt, Germany. They are really the sick assholes. We just like. It's a pleasure, frankly. Just the most creative, unbelievable, intelligent people you could imagine working with.
At id Software, do you guys do a lot of offsites at butcher shops? Things like that, just to sort of gather yourselves and get inspired?
No. We'll just have very sick imaginations. And some pretty messed up reference folders of images.
Listen, I loved the last game, and I can't believe you guys committed to making another one because I know that was a hard project, and you found your way through it. What did it take for you guys to say yes to Doom Eternal?
We had said yes before we even finished, making Doom 2016. You're right. It was a hard project. It was a journey for our team. I mean, we really we had to kind of redefine a lot of things about Doom, about our team, the way we worked. We grew quite a bit, and honestly, when you go through that process and you come out the other side, and we launched with a lot of confidence. We knew what we had. I think there was skepticism among fans and among the audience. Like, oh, we'll see. I don't know about id anymore and Doom. That's kind of from the 90s. But we really believed in what we had, and so it was really gratifying to put it out there. For the whole team, and then for us to be able to move on from that and have all of those questions answered. Like we didn't have to say anymore. Like, are we sure that's Doom? Are we sure that's Doom? Like that's Doom. And now with Doom Eternal, we really have the team's just spreading its wings in new ways.
Hugo, I don't know how it's like the old Spinal Tap thing. Like this goes to 11, and I feel like you guys are going to 12 on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you do that? How do you keep one-upping yourself?
You really got to see things through the player of the audience, the eyes of the audience, and it's such a fun brand to work on. You could really do anything. It's a comic book kind of a universe. I think that we laid down the foundation in Doom 2016, and with Doom Eternal, we have an opportunity to flesh out that world even more. The Doom universe. Tonally, the game can kind of do anything. Our hero is just, he's awesome. He's so appealing, and so it really makes our job pretty easy. It's a very, very fun brand to work with, without question.
Now, you guys also showed off a lot of new gameplay at Bethesda Showcase the other night. Let's roll that footage again and talk us through some of the changes that we're seeing.
Sure.
You can't really see it, right?
The screen's pretty dark. Game's a bit brighter than this.
I think it's an indication here of some of the storytelling that we're able to do now to really sell the power fantasy and do things in a more efficient way. We don't do third-person stuff just for the sake of doing it. We do it because it's more efficient. Want to get out of the player's way, make him feel like a badass, get right back to the combat. And so just a quick scene here, he just took an escape pod from an asteroid chunk floating in space down to the core of Mars.
We always say Doomslayer goes where normal men cannot. So good example there of going someplace, you fly an escape pod into the core of Mars where there's an ancient kind of gateway.
Yeah, right there with the pickups and everything in the world, you see that, I mean, to make the game so arcadey looking, it's proud to be a video game. We tell the team all the time, we're not making a cinematic game or an immersive game, we're making a video game. And I think that it's good for our brand, but in particular, as you see, the action is so intense and everything's coming at you at 200 miles an hour that if we don't message things to the player in a really big and bold way, they just won't see it. So that's why the pickups are loud. The weapon wheel is colorized so that way you know how much ammo you have and what ammo type you're getting. So you can make those decisions like in a second.
You got a sense there too, like he was out of ammo, you could see the low ammo warning, and move to the chainsaw. This is a lot of the new gameplay loop right here that you're seeing from chainsawing demons to get ammo. Resources are really important, and the way that you control your resources and aggressively manage them is to take them from the demons. So you're seeing a lot of that, whether it's the chainsaw to get ammo or the flame belch where he lights the demons on fire and then shoots them. That big gush of ammo coming out of him, that was from that. It's a thrilling thing when you're in the middle of combat and you know that all of the resources you need are just in the demons, and you just choose how you rip them out of them.
Yeah, what was behind the decision to make all of the weapons and the ammunition to look more like an arcade game? I mean, you're totally not even trying to create like a convincing environment anymore.
Again, it's a functional choice, not an aesthetic one. Like, we have to communicate to the player in a really bold way what's going on, otherwise they won't see it. It's kind of, the analogy is like you're driving a Ferrari. When you play as the Doomslayer, you're in a Ferrari. You're going like 200 miles an hour. If that sign that I pass by is small and gray, I'm not going to see that thing. So,
Right.
and then you're going to be frustrated because it's like the game got you killed because you couldn't see the health pickup. When you die, and you die a lot in this game, we teach you about the game mechanics through death, but we want you to die and know that it was something that you did wrong, and that gives you an opportunity to come back and try again. When you feel like it's the game that screwed you, that could be frustrating.
What was surprising, I just replayed the last game and thoroughly enjoyed it still. But there's so much history and lore in that game. What have you guys done to sort of widen that expanse of storytelling?
I mean, I think everybody loves the Mancubus glory kill. It's amazing. Yes. And you actually saw there, we'll get to the lore, because actually even you're seeing some of the lore with the, coming up here with the teleporter and the Colosseum behind it. But you saw there with the Mancubus, right before he glory killed him, you heard like the pink, pink when you shot him. That's not only do you get to blow demons apart and have that just feel really satisfying, it's very useful. Those were his guns getting blown off. And it kind of debilitates the gun, so it makes him a little bit easier to take down. So very useful. Thank you.
I think lore-wise, what you just saw there, it's environmental storytelling. It's out of the way, but if you want it, it's pretty deep and I think really interesting, very intriguing. So why is there an ancient city at the core of Mars? You know, like that's. So there is an answer to that. We're not going to just hand it over to you. You have to look for it, and there'll be a bit of mystery there. We love to. I like when things, you know, I have to theorize about stuff, you know, and Prometheus is a great example. I love that movie because there's just so many questions that it poses. Now, he didn't answer any of them with the sequel, which was total baloney. You're just like,
wow.
Who cares? Anyway,
that is you checking yourself. Something.
I held back there. I was very frustrated. Yeah, I love that in any form of media, and we really feel like it fits Doom because it means that we're not going to take everything you find will be interesting, but we're not going to take up too much of your time because it's all about combat. You know?
It is. Doom is very much about combat, but
it's so weird to see that you guys are just guys, you're regular guys. I mean, I didn't know what was going to come out here, you know, today. Like, honestly, what kind of people make a game like this? Like, it's incredible, honestly. It seems like the demons, and maybe I'm just not remembering properly, but the demons I feel like have gotten bigger this time. Have you guys made them bigger?
Some have. Yeah, some definitely have. I mean, things like, you see like the Mancubus. Mancubus was in 2016. All of the demons, and there's a lot that return. But anything that's returned has kind of been reinvented to some extent, definitely remodeled in textures and all that kind of stuff. But there's a whole host of new demons. Some you saw there, like the Arachnotron. We brought some back from Doom 2 that weren't in the Doom 2016. We've actually doubled the demon count in this. Yes, way more demons to slay. And it was, you know, part of that was just kind of reflection on 2016, as proud as we were of it. You get to it and you watch people play and you hear them talk about it, and we read all the comments in the forums and everything, and you know, there was a little bit of fatigue at the end of 2016. So with Doom Eternal, you are going to be facing new stuff all the way through the game, literally down to the last level. You're going to see stuff that you haven't seen up to that point, including environments and some of the stuff we've even shown in the trailer, the kind of white heaven area. That's near the very end of the game.
There was a giant thing in there too.
Yeah,
there
like
was
an
a
angel.
giant thing.
I'm ready to fight it.
Oh, he's talking about the thing at the end of the trailer.
Oh
The end
yeah,
of the
that's right.
trailer,
We
yeah.
can't say what that is yet.
You got to play it.
So you can just give me a little glimpse of its hip.
Yeah.
It's like Doom erotica.
Haven't thought of it that way before, but
Yeah,
it's
no.
odd now.
Only
Thank
I
you.
think of it that way.
I always thought of it that way.
But you know, there was only one. We were talking about this backstage. One female Doom demon.
Yes.
From the last game. the Summoner, which honestly, that was my least favorite demon to fight with.
She's tough.
She's so frustrating. She flies everywhere. And I think she's somewhere, and then she's constantly undoing all the good things. I mean, did you model
But
this?
she pushes you, right?
She what?
She pushes you. I mean, she makes you think.
She looked like my ex-wife, honestly. Like she looked. Did you guys model the Summoner after my ex-wife?
No.
No, we should stay far away from this
Oh,
question.
she kept undoing every good thing I did.
They kept disappearing.
But there are new demons in this one.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
can you tell me a little bit about what's your new favorite demon? Can you talk about that?
Yes. Well, the Arachnotron is awesome. I like them all, but he's a perfect example of some of the combat puzzle that you're going to need to solve when you play the game. It's like they have a turret on the back of their head. It's tuned really aggressively. I mean, this thing will mess you up big time. But you have the tools to disable that gun. So if your aim is good and you got the right mod on, you could knock it off, and then you basically disable its primary attacks, which changes its behavior. Then it goes into kind of a pressure mode and tries to get up close to the player. So that's one of the. He also jumps up onto the ceiling, which is awesome. So there's a lot of thought put into every element that has gone into this game to make sure that you guys are constantly engaged.
You've talked a little bit about your approach to level design, particularly the spaces between combat arenas. Again, let's roll that footage and talk us through the design process a little bit.
We're really proud of this video, to be honest with you, because
it's only a minute, but
it
chock
shows
full.
you that there's a lot more going on in Doom than just arena fights. And
What are these walls? Like, what is that? That's a new element.
They're just wall climb surfaces, you know. It enables us to open up the levels quite a bit, take you to places that you wouldn't have gone to before. We have so many tools now to create an engaging experience for the player, as Marty said, from beginning to end, with things other than just arena fights. Now, we've isolated here just the traversal portions of it, but there's all kinds of stuff in here. And when you combine this stuff with combat challenges, you get, I think some of the best parts of Doom Eternal aren't even in the arenas. I think it's some of this stuff, some of these great little moments that we put you in, and a little puzzle for you to solve, and here comes a Mancubus, and I've got this fire hazard here, and there's tentacles coming out of the ground, and I gotta open this door. It's awesome. It's really, really fun.
And when we talk about puzzles, whether it's a combat puzzle or a level design puzzle, it's all just about giving you an opportunity to think. I mean, like, you play games to think and to have that engagement, and as soon as you stop thinking, even in 2016, when I say people felt fatigued, I think it's that point where they get good with the combat, there's no new enemies to challenge them, they've seen kind of the extents of the levels that we're presenting, and you kind of turn off your brain a little bit. So with Doom Eternal, we're really in every facet, from level design to enemy design to the way the guns work and the number of enemies to the late game environments and the level design puzzles within those, the exploration you still can have. You will not stop thinking throughout the entire game, and then you take that and then you go play battle mode where you continue to think.
Those are always my favorite moments in Doom, where they're a little cerebral. They ask a little bit of me, not too much, just a little bit, and then we're back to the fight again.
The key is that the solution to every problem in the Doom game should be an aggressive one. Like, you always have to be aggressive, and so it's never going to be like, oh, you should hide for like 10 minutes.
Have you guys ever?
Or even 1 second. There are literally demons designed to, as soon as the player stops, to chase them and kill them. Like, just to prove, just to make sure that you do not, there is no reinforcement that Doom is not about movement.
That feeling that you never know what's going to be around the corner, I think we've captured, which I think was in the original Doom games too. Like, you kind of, not that you were scared, but the game was always surprising you. And that's key. We really have a lot of ways to surprise you this time. But again, the solution always to just barrel ahead, be aggressive.
Doom Eternal, that's the headline. No camping this time, guys.
No. No camping at
No,
all.
there's not a lot of camping in 2016.
There never was.
Yeah, no.
You will die horribly if you camp.
I mean, there were lots of surprises at Bethesda Showcase the other day, but the biggest surprise of all is Snap Map is out for now, and Battle Mode is in. Have you guys seen this? Like, this is incredible. Let's check out the teaser.
Fight. Demon health critical. Slayer health critical. Slayer killed. Round 2. Demon summon. Final round. Fight!
How about that, huh?
That mode.
Thank you.
That mode is every bit as engaging and as fun as single player.
Yeah.
It is awesome. We're really proud of it.
Are you guys naturally multiplayer gamers? You guys play a lot of multiplayer gaming?
We play everything.
Okay. So what was the inspiration for this? Where did it come from?
Came from Doom, honestly. I think that was the big thing. Is we when we look back at Doom 2016, we gave people an experience that they freaking loved, playing as the Slayer in the campaign, and then they didn't get to take that experience online, and they didn't get to experience it that same rush with their friends. So this was born purely of Doom. We've built it internally, right alongside the campaign. It is the Doom experience, but with your friends. So you play as the Slayer, or you play as one of 2 demons. There's various demons you can choose from, but it's 1v2 in a round-based arena fight. The demons work strategically. The Slayer uses his skill and his full-loaded arsenal. It's just phenomenally fun. I think everybody's just gonna. Yeah. I think you get out there, you're just gonna love it as soon as you get it in your hands.
Well, key pillars is like we wanted to make something that was fun to watch, that death wasn't as frustrating, and that you could overcome somebody's Twitch skills with strategy and teamwork. Like when you go head to head with somebody, like in our previous multiplayer, if your thumbs were better than my thumbs, I couldn't overcome that. But in this one, you could take a highly skilled player and beat him with strategy and teamwork, which we think, is really, really awesome. It's also, it's got incredible pacing. There's like a really varied pace to the experience with some really, lot of drama. And it's very digestible. It's quick and it's fun. So I've had great experiences 15 minutes before a meeting where I got in a quick couple of rounds and see who could win. And I've had great ones where we sat there for 2 hours and went at it. It's funny how accessible it is, because it's loaded with metas. I mean, single player's got a lot of metas, and certainly PvP does as well. So you always feel like you're figuring something out, and every time you die, you're like, no, I know what I could do this time. I know I could beat him. And surprisingly competitive, like extremely competitive.
Can you play this on the show floor?
No.
Can't play that on show floor.
Okay,
We're going to talk about it more quick.
Okay.
Lot of deep dive there.
But can I ask one last question about
sure,
it? Okay.
Absolutely.
Battle mode. If you were going to go into battle right now, and we're not going into battle right now, but if you were, who's your favorite demon? Who would you play as?
Are we allowed to say the demons?
Oh, the new ones. They're new ones. We can't talk about.
Honestly, one of the a really fun one is the Revenant. We show him there, and he just. All of the demons are so fun. We'll talk more about the specifics of the demons at QuakeCon, but each one of them is very unique. So if you have a play style, you want to play like a tank, you want to be very mobile, you want to kind of be a little bit more like a human player, you want to fly around. I'm kind of giving away some of the little hints, but you really it's very, very accessible, and I think even players who maybe are like, I don't know about this high-speed Slayer experience, try it, play as a demon. I think you're going to really love it.
I just want a leg up on everybody in the room, so I wanted to know which demon I should be coveting if I could pick a demon at the start of a match. But
they all can spawn AI, which is really fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys can tell me backstage.
We'll tell you backstage.
Yeah. Anyway, I could not wait to play Doom Eternal. I honestly, I told you guys this before, I thought you guys were going to take your foot off the gas pedal and just cruise control.
Not at all.
And then now I'm looking at this stuff, and my toupee is blown off. It's really amazing. So thank you so much for doing what you do. for fighting the good fight. And I guess we'll find out later this year how fun this thing is.
Absolutely.
we're
Thank you.
excited.
Thank all of you. Really,
Yeah, yeah.
we really appreciate it.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate
Please welcome Kim Wallace.
Joined today by, we'll try this again. Welcome to a conversation for telling lies. I'm Kimberly Wallace, I'll be hosting the panel, and I am joined today by Angela Serafian, Sam Barlow, Logan Marshall Green. Oh, that one. Yeah. We're doing great here. But I know you guys probably want to see the game, so why don't we just cut to the first trailer so you guys get an idea of what we'll be talking about here.
Listen, I need you to do me a favor, okay?
Once upon a time.
It's late. I gotta get her in the bath.
I don't love you and I don't miss you.
No more questions. You already know too much. It's late. I gotta get her in the bath. All right. Love you. Wait, love you.
I've only ever been in love once. It was with a girl I met when I was 18, but I was too young and naive to handle it properly. I guess I still carry a torch for her, which makes me an incurable romantic or underdeveloped emotionally. I'm a loyal friend.
A man died in my house at work today. We haven't done anything yet.
Oh, that's. I just got the high score.
A little bit of video gaming in there at the end.
Well, that was a pretty intense trailer, not gonna lie. I'm sure people are kind of wondering what is the overview kind of this game through the experience. I guess obviously we've seen a lot of little scenes spliced together.
Yeah, I mean it's we're trying very hard to not spoil anything and
This is
keep
gonna be a
everything
tricky one,
super
right?
secret. But the premise of the game is that at the very top you see this woman rush into her apartment and she has a stolen NSA hard drive on her. And on this hard drive is hours and hours of footage of secretly recorded conversations between our four characters. And so, yeah, your first question when you're playing the game is, like, how are these people connected? What has happened? It's clear something very bad has happened, which has led us to this moment. So you're trying to figure out what has happened. How do these people know each other? How are they connected? And from that point, then you start to really dig into the why and the motivations of the different characters.
Nice. The game is called Telling Lies, so I assume there's some lies going on here. Can you talk about how lying's kind of going to be involved in the game?
Yeah, I mean, the game is very much about intimacy in the digital age, people talking to each other over the internet. It's about law enforcement and government intrusion on that privacy. So the idea that to be protected, people can be looking through our emails and our most intimate conversations. So we kind of dig into what does it mean to be intimate with someone. You know, there are lies that you might tell a significant other. There are lies that you might tell to yourself. So we really kind of come at that from all sorts of different angles. Like when you play the game, you're jumping between different POVs, and so you're seeing all the characters from different perspectives and slowly interrogating kind of what's being said and what the actual truth of those statements is.
Awesome. Logan and Angela, do you want to share kind of how you got involved with the project?
Sure. Thanks. I got involved with the project. It was sent to me as about a 230-page script that I only knew Annapurna was behind. I had played a few of their titles independently and loved Edith Finch, and I knew they knew how to tell stories through the medium. And I didn't really know who Sam Barlow was, but I knew that he had invented, I guess, in many ways too, but had created this game called Her Story, which I think between the time that I essentially read the script, I knew I was going to talk to Sam, because I needed to know who he was, and he needed to know who the hell I was. But I was reading this about a 230-page script while I was playing Her Story at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So I'd read a bunch, because I just can't read more than about 80 pages at a time. I'm just not smart enough. So, but I would play Her Story, and it was very quick. I would read his words and play his game at the same time, and by the time I was halfway through the script, I knew I wanted to do it. So it was about keeping my cool when I talked to him, so I didn't blow it.
And it was a cheat as well, because I think actually with Angela and Logan, the first time we spoke was over a Skype call, which wasn't the same with all of the cast, but with both of them, it was like an added bonus to actually turn the initial conversation into something of an audition,
Well, it was
without
an
anyone
audition.
realizing that.
I mean, it really was. It was very
That's
meta.
So interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I had this Skype meeting with Sam prior to the meeting. I'd never seen a script that was 230 pages. Like that does not. I mean, that's insane. That's just crazy. And
They did tell
that's
me that.
nuts.
They
How
made,
did you write that?
They made me do a smaller version to send to agents, because they were like, even if it says Annapurna at the top, the agents just won't give it to their client. So there was so you guys were lucky, because there was a smaller version, which was painful, like trying to figure out how do we, because I was like, if I chop all this out, it won't make sense, and people need to see that all the characters. But yeah, you got the biggie.
So I read the 230 pages. I couldn't do it over one sitting. Sam, I'm sorry, couldn't. But I did it over 2 days.
That's
and
impressive.
I went over it a few times because I was like, how do you contain all this information? Because it's a lot of stories within stories and things happening, and how do you glue them all together? And then I found Her Story, and I started playing it. And then we spoke. And then I had to go to New York, and it was wonderful because we seem to have very similar points of view on who this character was, I think.
Yeah.
We really kind of matched.
Well, you were taking notes even in that initial call. I was
Yeah.
like referencing people and things, and you were scribbling it all down. I was like,
Well, because it's such a different world. The role that I play here is the furthest thing from me. So it was kind of liberating playing her, but I was being introduced to a completely different world. So every night after I learned that I got the part, I'd watch these videos of these. Wait, you haven't? Yeah, I won't tell you what it is, but oh my God, the part that I played, Jesus Christ.
It's worth the price of admission.
So then I was in New York, and not only have I not met Sam, I had not met Logan, and we had a table read over Skype.
Oh, interesting.
So the whole movie is done on, we are never in the same room. So it was just kind of beautiful how it
there was
happened.
early on, I had the really stupid idea that we should actually, so the way we filmed this, we filmed on location, but we had two separate mini crews, so everything was being filmed in two locations simultaneously. But I had the stupid idea that, hey, why don't we, because the story kind of bridges west and east coasts, and I was like, why don't we actually have two different crews? And we are actually genuinely Skyping from two sides of America. And then people pointed out that that was a really stupid idea. I was being ambitious enough as it was, but
it's a lot more cabling. Yeah. But that was it. I mean, even though it still felt like you were on two sides of the country, because again, I don't know if you guys were picking up on that. We were two sets, two crews working simultaneously, shooting concurrently on these rigs that were looking to make it look like we were using handheld devices, and it's all being fed into a central command with this guy in Video Village. That is very rare to have that kind of reality to the production value.
Yeah.
Well, unlike her story, this is obviously set in modern day. So I would think the technology that you're using to search things kind of got an upgrade. Do you want to share some of the differences between that?
Yeah, no, I mean, when I made her story, that experience was deliberately reasonably abstract. I wanted it to be somewhat opaque, so it'd feel like you were logging into a crappy old police computer. So this time around, it's set in the modern day, and so the computer you're using and the interface and the setting is all much more up to date. But it is still a piece of NSA government technology. So, you know, government technology tends to lag a little bit. But that was one of the freakier bits of research. Coming off of her story, I actually was contacted by a guy who worked for a legal company, and he said his job was actually to go through police interviews and annotate them and chop them up to provide to the lawyers. And when he had played her story, he was like, "You made my job into a game." I was like, "I didn't realize these things existed, I invented it." But in researching this, I looked into these databases that exist where MI5, the NSA, are surveilling people. And there was a period, there was a project called Optic Nerve, where the UK government recorded every single Yahoo video chat that was occurring in the UK. And they ran into an issue that 40% of the conversations that were happening on video chat were not safe for work. And so they had to get their best engineers to create an algorithm that would determine, based on an excessive amount of skin color in the footage, that this thing should be filtered out. And they did that to protect the feelings of their agents. But I remember reading that and wondering about the feelings of the people whose actual video footage this was. So I, in this research, found leaked screenshots of the actual interface that they use, and it's so close to this game mechanic, because to be authorized to look at some of this footage, they're using the metadata. And so, you know, if someone uses a name that may have some link to something that's being investigated, that gives them the authority to go in and look at this private stuff that has been stolen. So yeah, this game kind of was built around that, some of that research, and actually the interface that you use in the game is a little bit nicer and slicker than what the real world spooks are actually using to spy on people.
And how is this different from other acting projects you both have done? Obviously, you know, you talked about how you guys weren't in the same room. How was it, you know, trying to just record, just not being face-to-face with someone all the time, but then also have the technology aspect coming in, where that's how a lot of people communicate with each other, not face-to-face anymore, through a phone, you know, through Skype, whatever.
Well, we would have, normally if you're filming a film or a show, you tend to have multiple takes and different angles, and you know, you have this kind of entire day you could almost spend on 2 scenes that are about 4 pages. We were doing about 16, 15 pages a day.
We were in the high teens, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Logan did it, but we were doing a lot of pages every day, and they were 1 take. So whatever happens in that take, that was it. If you said the wrong word, which happened, because the key is, if I could say this, the key is the words are a part of how you find the clues and also where you go on the journey. So it was really important to keep the words very accurate, because it would change if you said, well, I won't use any examples. But so it was a challenge in the sense that it was completely different, and it was a lot more pages, and also trying to be your own camera operator was an interesting thing. Yeah.
I mean, in order to make it look like you're holding a phone, you have to have 4 arms of a Java man. And because what we're holding, while they are small in comparison to normal cameras, you guys all know all this, I know, but you know, you have sound on top of a little GoPro thing that has a screen. We have picture-in-picture so we can see each other ourselves. We have earwigs in at the same time so sound's not picking up a microphone. And you're holding it up like you would hold a phone most of the time, and that's a pretty big rig. So it's not just, these are oneers. Every scene you see are oneers. They're oneers while we're holding and operating. We're also the camera operators.
But we can't tell because you're such good actors.
I was going to say, but now I'm just all about the union, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why wasn't I getting more checks? Can I swear?
Oh, go ahead. It's totally okay. I do it all the time. It's fine.
Yeah, let's go. So it was a chore to just make it seem effortless, because we don't think about that when we hold our phones up. Our forearms are conditioned, but in this case, they were much larger rigs, and we had to act accordingly, as Angela said.
And you can't, like Logan's saying, we don't hear each other because we're in literally, I'm in a separate building, he's in the other building, literally, that's the case. And so there's no way for us to hear because we have microphones that are supposed to, so we hear him, I would hear him through my earpiece. It was a really strange and unique experience.
That was a big danger on the set, was the fact that you guys were permanently mic'd up on 2 different sets, so people could have conversations, not realizing it was constantly being piped to the other set.
It's very real. Like a dog could bark, right? And it works on one side, but the dog can't bark at the same time on both sides.
I know.
Yeah, I feel bad about killing that dog, but
I mean, we all
had to do it. Yeah. No, I mean, we essentially took a lot of the safety nets that these guys would normally have, right? If you're shooting a normal show and you're shooting coverage and the director's happy, you know that at some point in the edit room, they're going to make that thing make sense and they're going to get what they want out of you. But here it was, no, we would, close up the door on the set, everyone would disappear, action, and then you guys are just sat in a room talking to each other for, one of the scenes that you guys did was like 18 minutes long or something. Yeah. That's like a small play.
Yeah.
Which scene? Which scene
the one with like 10 minutes up front of Logan washing the dishes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. Sorry. But also it's freeing because you don't have to match anything. You're not going to try to imitate the same scene. Every take is a new thing, right? So anything can happen. Anyway.
Well, I know I can't do much of my sleuthing right now because we're trying to keep spoilers light. Can they say anything about their characters, like personality traits? I know me and Sam talked about a month ago about the game, and he's like, I can't even tell you their names because it's a spoiler. Can we go any basics?
Well, Logan plays Man with facial hair.
Typecast.
I mean, you can infer the job that Angela's character plays, I think, pretty quickly from the trailer.
You could. There's some. You're inferring everything in this game, so that's part of the fun, is looking through the clues. And I know one of the cool things is this does take place over a 2-year period, so you're actually kind of trying to notice the differences, right, in the backgrounds and environments and piece together time.
One of the things about trying to do this as real as possible was that, I really wanted the actors to be free. It's slightly different for Angela, but free to move around with these rigs in a way that was natural. Because part of the storytelling is the world that they're in. You're seeing the houses they're in, these apartments, and over 2 years you can track changes. And so all the little mise-en-scene and all the set dressing and things is itself telling a story. And you're putting these pieces together. You're seeing a scene from here, and then you're like, oh my God, how did they end up here? And then you're seeing this scene, and they're butting up against each other. And so every little thing, the beauty of this format that we've kind of created is it encourages you to lean in and scrutinize and just extract all of the fun. So, if you watch a traditional movie, it's heavily curated, and each shot is very carefully designed to have all that clever information in it, and then it's thrown at you 24 frames a second. Here, it's up to you to search through and look at things, and you can pause and you can watch a scene in which a character is listening to someone else and scrutinize their face, and you can pick up on these little details, what's changing in the background, what can you infer about these characters' lives by the houses that they live in, the places that they are.
I liked how you described it, I think yesterday maybe, that it's an open world game. And it's beautiful in that, and it's text-based, obviously, right? But that's why we can't give you too many details about character or adjectives or verbs announced, because it's an open world game and we'd be giving you loot. And you don't want that loot yet. You want to play the game to get that loot.
I think that's the hardest thing, because we had discussions around trailers and things internally, and within 5 or 10, 15 minutes, people are going to start to have a sense of where the story sits. But the analogy I use is this idea of an open world game where you boot up Zelda, you can go in any direction. I could go off to the Icy Kingdom, I could go off to the Lava Kingdom. And here, the Lava Kingdom and the Icy Kingdom are stories, and they are character plots, and they are themes. And when we've had people sit and play it, it's amazing how quickly they go in different directions, how subjectively they might anchor to a different character. We had one woman testing who was obsessed with Angela's character, and she spent 4 hours just very carefully threading this needle of only pursuing Angela's story. And everyone had this very different take on the story, who was the main character, whose story this was, you know, what was important to take away. So it was, for me, it's really hard to, if we even push into that initial 5 minutes that people have with the game, it really takes away from that genuine kind of offering to the player of saying you can go in any direction, you can follow whichever threads are interesting to you.
You've called this bigger and messier than her story. Can you talk about kind of some of the themes that you wanted to explore this time around?
Yeah, I mean, something that was unexpected, well, certainly wasn't the original design with her story, was people would come and say to me that they found it a very intimate experience. Like they found the experience of interacting with all that footage gave them a sense of having spent time with Viva's character and a kind of more intimate dialogue than even, you know, in a conventional video game where you have a real conversation with someone. And I was really interested in that texture. So here I really wanted to kind of double down on that. And when I say it was messier, like we wanted to unfurl the texture of this thing. So we have these scenes that last longer, that have this pacing. There's stuff in there that you couldn't really do in a movie. Like one of my early mood boards was, I was obsessed with this piece by Sam Taylor Johnson in which she filmed David Beckham, the soccer star, sleeping in his hotel in Madrid. And this thing is like a couple of hours long, and it's just David Beckham sleeping. And it's fascinating. You see it projected on the gallery wall. It's, on one hand, it's kind of boring because nothing much happens. He's just sleeping. On the other hand, that makes you kind of lean in and pay more attention, and the privilege to be watching someone sleep and it feel real is super interesting. So early on, I was really thinking about this idea of what does it mean to watch someone sleep? You know, in life, like I'm in a position to watch my children sleep, my significant other, but there is that kind of consent and aspects of privacy and intimacy. So I really wanted to really explore that idea and build this game around these relationships and these characters that have these very intimate kind of relations to each other. And, you know, there's lots of scenes where people are talking in bed, and just the kind of talk that you have when it's the end of the day and you're talking to your significant other, or some other scenario in which you have that kind of intimate connection. But yeah, I really wanted to take that aspect of her story and push in that direction. And the messiness as well came in with, so I was another thing that surprised me with her story was the number of people that 100%ed that game, right? Normally most people don't finish video games, and I think with her story, it's like 25% of people that played it kept playing until they'd seen everything and ticked all the things off, which I think is partly like the video game mentality, but partly just, you know, if you give people this black box, they want to find everything in it. So with this, I wanted to make it so much bigger and looser and more organic so that people wouldn't fixate on seeing everything, that they could just lose themselves. I was demoing the game earlier to Logan, and we were kind of talking about how I just wanted people to see moments with the characters, see people say things, and that sparks some curiosity. And then you can, in the game now, you can click on that word, and it'll instantly jump you into another search, and you find yourself just tumbling down the rabbit hole. That kind of thing where you find yourself Googling stuff and look up and you've spent an hour taking this weird hypertextual tour through the internet. Like that sense of just losing yourself, for me, was like a key feeling I wanted. So it is messier, it is more colorful. There's so many different places and locations and characters and textures. It doesn't have the kind of formality that her story has through being a formal police interview. So yeah, that was really important to me, where they have that kind of sense of these human lives over this span of 2 years and how messy and interconnected they were.
Well, I think we're actually out of time at the moment. Is there anything you guys want to leave the audience with to kind of look forward to with the game? Or is that a spoiler? We can't spoil anything.
No, I'm desperate to get it in people's hands. It feels like, yeah.
I'm a doctor in the game. Or am I telling lies?
Yeah, there you go.
When is it coming out?
very soon.
Very
we haven't
soon. Is that
announced a date.
Or is he telling lies?
I haven't seen it, so I'm excited. I'm gonna see it.
Yeah, very soon. I'm
Very
desperate.
soon?
It's like the final stages of childbirth where you're just desperate to get the thing out, but at the same time you want to make sure it's healthy and everyone is good.
Right.
So you kind of yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks everybody for coming and checking out Conversation with Telling Lies. Hope you guys all enjoy the game once you play it.
Thank you.
And now, Respawn Entertainment, a conversation. Please welcome your moderator, Andrew Reiner.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Reiner, as you just heard, executive editor of Game Informer magazine. Today, we're going to be talking to some of the people from Respawn Entertainment about all things Respawn. That's Titanfall, Apex Legends, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which is coming soon. So let's get these guys out here. We only have 30 minutes. We'll start with Drew McCoy. He is the project lead on Apex Legends. And then we have Stig Osmussen, the game director of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. That's Stig.
Good to see you.
And then Vince Zampella, the head of Respawn. All right. So let's just get started here. And talk to me a little bit about life at Respawn right now. It's kind of been the year at Respawn to a certain degree. Usually we get one game from you guys and then wait a few years or a couple of years. But you have 2 games that we know about, one more, a VR game that's going to be coming later. You're going to have 3 projects coming out this year. What's life like in the studio, Vince?
Prepping for E3 was a little nuts this year.
Yeah. Yeah, it was insane from the get-go.
It's good, though. I mean, they're 2 separate teams. So
in 2 separate buildings.
In
too,
2 separate buildings, yeah. So they're each built up individually, so it's just, twice the amount of noise, but not really like pulling from each other or anything.
And where are we at in development on Star Wars? Is it fully playable yet? Are you still piecing it together?
You can play through the whole game right now. We still have to basically finalize everything, but we've been able to do some full playthroughs technically. But we're scheduled early July to have playtesting on the full game.
Have you gone through it yet, Vince? Have you gone all the way through?
No, there's portions that Stig is holding from me. Doesn't want me to see yet. So.
Well, you've been telling me you've been a Star Wars fan your whole life. You still have like a Boba Fett action figure still in its packaging. Stig, have you had to change the locks on him?
It's the one that has Revenge of the Jedi on it too. Still. So.
Have you had to change the locks on him from keeping him from bugging you guys while you're making the game?
No, I mean that's one of the things I think is really the best about Respawn is Vince just trusts everybody. I feel like he's got my back, and he doesn't really kind of get into our stuff. He doesn't try to offer any kind of feedback that's negative. It's always constructive. He doesn't try to give the prescription of how to solve things, but he does point things out when he thinks that they need to be addressed. Otherwise, we can just kind of do things the way that we want, which is great. And I try to instill the same type of trust in my team. So, really one of the best things about this studio.
Cool. And Drew, what kind of a distraction is it having Star Wars building over from you? I know you guys are cranking on Apex, but that's got to be something like, for lunch, I'm going to go play the new level or whatever. Do you have that kind of access?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all a bunch of nerds. We all grew up with Star Wars. So when it was even whispered about that Stig might be making a Star Wars game, it's like, oh man. So I've actually tried really hard to stay away. So at EA Play on Saturday, that was my first viewing of that demo. I saw a version of it, 5 months ago when it was totally undone. So
you haven't seen the full
I haven't
25 minutes.
I didn't do the behind closed doors. I'm still waiting.
We'll have to do that when we get back to
no.
work. You're going to wait until the game?
No, I want to play I want to sit down proper, put the kids to bed and crank the stereo and properly play it. But no, it's actually really cool because like you're saying, the teams are very separate, but we have a company meeting every Monday, and Stig gets up and gives a little update on what's happening on his project. I'll do it for Apex. And then Peter for the VR project. And so I get a little glimpse every now and then, and it's just enough little dopamine hit to keep me going, yes, can't wait. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was recently a fly on your wall for the cover story we did with Game Informer, and I actually got to sit in on a design meeting. I've never done anything like that, and it was fascinating because it was a bunch of fans. These are people that are building a level, which we can't talk about yet, but they're just sitting together and riffing off each other, right? Do you guys ever discuss game design with each other for your 2 games?
No?
Not really. There was a portion really early on when Stig had, we called it Team Five Guys, because there was 5 guys on his team, and he would do like an update to Vince and Dusty, the other studio head, and I would sit in. Sometimes Steve Fukuda, who was game director on Titanfall and Titanfall 2, would sit in and just kind of see where he was going and like, oh, I need to hire this kind of person, or working on these core fundamental things. But that was
We kind of got away from that.
2014, I think.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even Star Wars at that point, so no, not really.
And Stig, Star Wars is kind of like this sacred scripture among, fans of movies and games and all that stuff. Where do you even start in making a story, a new canonical story in the Star Wars universe? That seems like the most terrifying thing.
Yeah, believe it or not, it started with the gameplay. We knew the type of team that we had built was a team that was action melee, and a shooter just really wasn't in the cards. So making something with a lightsaber was really the only way we could go. From that point, I literally made like what I call a one-pager, which was actually more like 2.5 pages.
And that's basically gameplay ideas or story ideas?
It's a breakdown of like, these are the pillars of the game, and these are ideas about what the hero can be that we were talking about. I believe back then Cal's name was Boone.
It was what?
Boone.
Huh.
It was Boone Kestis. And we talked about, it described BD, and it was, on that first one-pager, that was his name, it was BD1, and it was really cool because you guys were finalizing, I think, Titanfall 2, and BT was all the rage in the studio, and I was just like, well, I got to come up with a name. So I put down BD1 for Buddy Droid 1, and that stuck. And it described like the mentor character that we have in the game, her name stuck, the pilot Grease, that stuck, and kind of the conflict of like what we needed. And I brought that to Lucasfilm, and during the discussion, it was clear that the time period that I wanted to have it in wasn't something that we could explore. So we went back and forth for a while, and we arrived at Post Order 66.
What was that time period? Can you tell us? Or?
No.
Vince, as a lifelong Star Wars fan, is there anything that you wanted to see in the game that you maybe like hinted at to Stig? Or?
I mean, I think we had a lot of conversations about the possibility of doing it and what it could be, and so, I mean, tons of stuff. Some of the stuff is in there.
Yeah.
And I think having it set post Order 66 ended up being great because you get that drama of not being one of many Jedi. You're one of a few in hiding. So
yeah, and it really plays to the game well because you don't have to be like the heroic Jedi because of the time period. It's all about survival, and that really feeds into the visceral gameplay that we wanted to have.
And Drew, what's it like at the studio? Like, you're making this game that's constantly getting new content. Like, fans demand more of these types of experiences.
Yes, they do.
Always.
What's it like in terms of development? I know people really wanted a lot out of the gates. It was a little slow getting there, but where are you at right now in terms of what's coming next?
Yeah, it's been a learning process, and we're not done yet. I feel like the Apex team, which was the Titanfall team, our superpower is finishing. Like, we're really good at having lots of grand ideas a few years out from shipping a game, and then whittling it down and scoping it and making really good stuff that we know we can hit one date to ship it, a couple years down the road. And now that we got to try and be shipping all the time with tens of millions of players banging away at our game, finding bugs and exploits we never even thought possible, it's been a learning process for us. So we took April and May as an opportunity for us to kind of reset some of our internal development processes, look at our pipeline a little bit. I wrote a blog post out to the community explaining our, how we are operating and on a seasonal cadence and all these things. And I think starting last week with the Legendary Hunt event for Season 1 and talking about Season 2 that's coming early July, we're starting to show like how we think we can do this. It's interesting though because Fortnite's really warped the perception of what's possible in games.
Sure.
An update every week, like props to the guys at Epic. I know they're probably crunching right now, but that's an amazing feat. Like I don't even like logically understand how it's possible. And we're a team of only 120 people. I'd say only, it's the biggest we've ever been, but it's still pretty small in AAA space. So we've had to get really clever about how we make decisions, how we pipeline our work, how we have multiple things in development, like a character, a legend. We have like tons of them in development at various stages, whether they're prototypes that have been put on the shelf or ones that we are trying to finalize, like Watson. so that we can kind of give ourselves the levers to pull to make sure we're shipping the right stuff at the right time and putting the right resources where they need to be.
And getting better, like honing in on that process, because right now some things take way too long, or even
Yeah, like a Legend right now, it takes 1.5 years, roughly. I think the quickest one has been 14 months. And that's kind of what it takes us right now to make really quality content, but that's not going to sustain forever. We need to get faster at it. So like, again, Watson, we were playing it last spring, I think.
And how much does the community play a role in that? Obviously, they give you immediate feedback on what you've done. Can that shift your plans as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a balancing act. Like, you want to stay true to our like vision for the game. Apex is really the first game that we've taken a lot of user research and to kind of help guide where we're going. Past games, it was all about, you call it our gut, whatever we think is cool, whatever we think the right choice to make is. So now it's a balancing act between data, player feedback, and our gut. And I think we're going to screw it up. I think we're going to nail it. And, we'll just navigate as we go.
And we'll talk about kind of both games here a little bit, give a general overview. Star Wars, Stig, can you just kind of set the table for people? And where does the demo you're showing take place in the game?
It's Kashyyyk, the Wookiee planet. Yeah, we pick up about 3 hours into the game. Cal's on a mission to, it's a long shot to restart the Jedi Order. But more importantly, he wants to complete his training, so he hooks up with this mentor, former Jedi Knight, and she makes a deal with him. If he helps her on this mission, she'll help him complete his training.
And why are they going to Kashyyyk?
It's just part of the journey. If I really got into it anymore, it'd spoil the story.
So it's not a pit stop. They're on a mission.
Yeah. It's and in fact, you'll go there several times. Our game has multiple planets in it, and we're employing a Metroidvania design philosophy. So that means that you'll explore these planets multiple times, get new abilities that unlock new areas in the other planets, back and forth, retraversal. So we had to be very careful crafting a story that made sense to have several planets that are somewhat connected to each other.
Yeah, it was interesting when I went into the studio to see the game, because you were the creative director on God of War. Some of the people you had, God of War 3, some of the people you had on your team were also on that project. So I expected God of Star Wars, right? Or something more in line with what you guys have done on Titanfall, right? But no, it's like you kept referencing like the classics, like Metroid in terms of like the cadence of unlockables and stuff like that. And also you looked at games like Dark Souls for combat. So most Star Wars games are about flailing the lightsaber, being very acrobatic. What is your approach for combat here? What did you take from Souls or other action games in trying to craft that experience?
Yeah, well, we looked at Souls not only for combat, but also for the level design. They have one-way doors that effectively do the same thing as abilities in Metroid, unlocking the map and building shortcuts. And our approach to combat was really, we wanted to do something different than what we had done at God of War, on the God of War games. And those were very relevant games when we started working on it. And our kind of the personality for our combat, we wanted it to be closer to the original trilogy. So really what that meant is doing something that was grounded and not super over the top, not like super powered force abilities. I mean, he still can do some really cool stuff, but it feels like it's fair to Star Wars in a video game world.
Well, he's still a Padawan, right? Like, so if you came back for a sequel, maybe he would be Knight?
We'll have to solve that another time. We still got to get through this game. But yeah, he's a Padawan at the beginning of the game. What we're showing people right now isn't the beginning of the game, and I think he's a little over. We're showing a little bit more powers than he would have at this point, 3 or 4 hours in. But he's still pretty powerful at the beginning because he has the ability to use the Force, and he's got a lightsaber, and that's makes him still fun to play at the very beginning without all the powers.
Yeah, one of the comments I saw from people was that it looked a little too easy. He's mowing down stormtroopers. No, I played parts of it against a lot of electro blades, a lot of deflection from enemies. You got to figure out their weaknesses, break their guard. Are you going to do difficulties though? Will people be able
Yeah,
to...
we'll have to. We're figuring that out right now. We'll have to do different settings for that. I mean, if we wanted to, we could make something extremely difficult to, very easy, and that might be what we end up doing.
And then people are also wondering, like, there's the AT-ATs that we see in Kashyyyk. Will there be space battles?
Probably shouldn't talk about that.
Okay, Drew, you have a bunch of new content coming.
Yeah.
So what can we look forward to? One thing that I kind of find crazy about the Battle Royale genre is the one map, right? Like, it's always that one location. Can we expect changes on that as part of this next season?
If you watch the EA Play demonstration on Saturday, what day? I'm totally lost on time right now. There's a little teaser at the end. We got some stuff coming. All I can really say is keep your eyes open over the next few weeks. Watching everyone online talk about the space cows moving around the map. So just keep your eyes open.
And let's talk a little bit about designing the legends. They're all very distinct. Can you kind of walk us through your philosophy in figuring that out a little bit?
Yeah, it's been a really big learning process. We've never done a game with such personality to characters beyond like story-driven games. Like BT in Titanfall 2 was a previous high watermark for us, which was like just to design that character and figure him out, not even gameplay-wise, was like a 9-10 month process. So the legends for us, we actually approach them similarly to how we approach single-player levels in Titanfall 2, in that they're a very big collaborative process between designers on the mechanics, writers on their background and personality, animators. They're probably one of the bigger influences on personality of the legends. The concept artists, always knocking it out of the park with really cool character designs. I think one of the things we nailed a lot was the silhouette of characters. You can read who each one is from a distance, and then trying to learn how to bring a skin on top of that so players can express their own personality but not affect gameplay. But it usually starts from a gameplay perspective. We're a very design-driven team. They kind of set the tone and cadence of what we're trying to make. And it's all about player mentality. What kind of player is going to attach to this character? So like Wattson in Season 2 is a good example of, we only had one defensive character in the game, Caustic, and we had a designer, Griffin, who he's got a friend who's an engineer who likes to, we call it min-max. He tries to do the best amount of stuff with minimal amount of downside. And he wanted to make a character for that player type. And that's where Wattson was born from. So those mechanics that, they are now over a year old were kind of played with a lot. We prototyped it and said, okay, this character's going to be good. Now we got to figure out who this actually is. And that's when it goes to concept artists and animators and modelers and everyone and the writers to figure out who they are, how they fit in the universe, what their personality is, give depth to them, because for us it's not just about making fun gameplay with the legends, it's also about creating emotional touchstones for people to attach to. And for me, the litmus test of whether or not we've been succeeded at that has been all the fan art and the cosplay and people calling Caustic their dad and like all these funny memes and things. Like, to me, that shows that we're hitting at some fundamental like emotional level that's resonating with players. And I think that's core to a character game being functional, because if you don't care about them, like the gameplay only takes you so far. You have to want to immerse your brain in these characters and in this world.
And Vince, these are very different games, but is there a through line for all Respawn games? Is there something you're trying to hit with each of your games?
I think one of the core pillars that we always look for is the game has to feel good at its core, right? It's all about the gameplay. We're making interactive entertainment, so and I think that resonates through both teams like really well. And if you notice, like watching, you've played Apex, you know the feel, everything's about how reactive it is. Jedi has that too, where when you play it, and you've played it, so you get that feel just comes through.
And I gotta ask you, Apex is a Titanfall experience, right? But what about Titanfall 3? Anything you could say other than no comment? I'm gonna cut you off right there.
We don't have anything planned at the moment. We put, Apex is kind of where our resources are going, and we're looking at things for the future, but right now there's nothing planned.
And Stig, so on the Game Informer cover, we have the second sister. You don't want to talk about her, I know, like how she's involved into the story. She's hunting Cal. will there be other threats along that same level coming after?
Yeah, yeah. There's like you're talking about like boss type characters.
Yeah, or other Inquisitors, or maybe Darth Vader.
We aren't going to get into that stuff right now, but there certainly are other major battles to be had against different opponents in the game.
And one of the coolest things you told me is kind of the inspiration behind BD1 was a boy and his dog, basically. But also you had the code name for your game was Bird Dog, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you walk through that a little
we
bit?
We talked about Woodstock from Charlie Brown, Peanuts, that little yellow bird that's Snoopy's friend. Getting some of that personality into the character, but also, yeah, like a loyal dog. It's a boy and his dog story because he's young. When we kind of figured that out, it was strange because not only did we have this BD thing that I was talking about before, but the code name for our game was Bird Dog. So there was just all these things that just converged and made it seem right.
It just lined up perfectly,
Yeah.
right?
The force was with us.
And then let's also talk a little bit about the supporting cast a little bit. You got Seer.
Deborah Wilson, great actress.
Yeah, how do you get someone like that to come in? Like, did you pitch her on like, hey, do you want to be a Jedi Knight, or did she?
We hired a casting director, and they started doing they cast a really wide net, and they started sending in audition reels, and that's how we arrived on every cast member in the game. Some of them it only took a couple rounds. Some other characters we had to go several rounds.
And then one thing a lot of fans are asking about is the length of the game. I know you guys are still trying to figure that out. There's cuts that are made, things that are added.
Yeah.
Can you give us a general?
Yeah, it's big.
What does that mean? Like,
to be honest with you, I don't know exactly.
planets?
I don't know exactly how long it is right now. It's definitely not a 5-hour experience. Like as we polish the game more, that time might come down a little bit, just because places where players are getting lost, those types of things, we start to dial those in. But it's going to be a worthwhile, meaty experience.
And are you guys hiding anything in your games, like anything from Apex showing up in Star Wars or vice versa?
I'm not sure Lucas would be too happy.
We
with
can't,
that.
yeah.
Separate universe. You can't combine those universes?
No.
That would be awesome, though.
And Vince, what's your kind of takeaway watching these games kind of come to life? First, let's start with Star Wars. What's kind of your takeaway right now on that game?
For us, for me anyway, it's about growing the studio and getting in like a new kind of game than we've made in the past. And working with Stig, I pursued him for a while, finally convinced him to come over, and that's the kind of game that he really wants to make. It affords people in the studio a chance to go and work on a different team, on a different kind of game, to learn more, to maybe get a promotion where they didn't have that chance on the Apex team yet. So, like having that team there and kind of pushing each other has been great.
And then what about Apex? I mean, you guys kind of surprised the world with just launching it without even announcing it. Like it was 1-on-1. Like, here's our new game. You can play it right now. What's that like, seeing it kind of grow post-launch?
Good and challenging, right? Like we're learning how to be a live service studio. It's not something that was our core competency. So it's been challenging, but part of that challenge is fun. Part of it is
terrifying.
Terrifying, yeah.
Wake up in a cold sweat, lose 2 days a week. It just happens.
We care about what we do, and we want to make sure we're servicing it right, and we, keep the fans happy, and we keep the team happy. So it is a real balancing act on doing enough content, but not burning out the team. And it's important to us that everyone is really invested in what they do.
All right, and they're telling me to wrap it up here, but Stig, can I get a double-bladed saber?
Not talking about that.
Buzzkill.
Can I get a yellow saber?
Maybe.
Your pre-order bonus is an orange one.
What was that?
The pre-order bonus, you could do an orange one. You got to be able to do a yellow lightsaber.
You can do an orange one.
I guess we'll have to wait. The game's coming out when? November 15th?
That is correct.
Apex Legends is out now, and Vince?
And Season 2 coming.
Season 2 in July.
When can we hear more about the VR title?
Probably Oculus Connect this year, yeah.
All right.
We'll start to show something.
Cool. Well, thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all out there on the live stream and here in the auditorium.
Thanks,
Have a good
everyone.
E3.
And now, the strength of fighting games in esports. Please welcome your moderator, Jeff Keighley.
Welcome back. We've got a couple more great panels for you today here at the E3 Coliseum, and this one is all about fighting games in esports. So I wanted to welcome some very special guests from Bandai Namco to talk about that. First of all, it's my great honor to introduce a man who you all know. You've played his games for many, many years. Please welcome Harada-san. Good to see you again, Harada-san. Thank you. And now I also wanted to introduce Michael Murray. Michael, come on out.
Hey,
Michael,
Jeff.
how's everything? All right, and next, let's bring out Mark Religioso and Cesar Solorio. All right, well, it's great to have you guys here, and, you know, esports, obviously, everyone's talking about, but fighting games in esports, it's always been something that I've seen as a huge opportunity, because I think it's, you know, out of all the esports fighting games, it's so easy to understand, and that it's a fighting game, and it's very clear and direct about what's happening on screen, which I think is such an amazing opportunity to kind of, you know, grow not only esports, but also the fighting game genre. And Harada-san, obviously, you know, you've been involved in the genre for quite some time. So I wanted to ask you guys about why do you think, that's my perspective, but why do you think fighting games have worked so well for esports? Starting with you, Harada.
そうですね。
質問大丈夫だった？
いや大丈夫です。
なんで相性がいいのかという話。
まあ一つはやっぱりね、さっきもジェフも言ったと思うんですけど、特に e スポーツってキーワードが出る前からファイティングゲームっていうのはずっとトーナメントみたいなものがね、アメリカのゲームセンターでも日本でもそうですけど、ずっとそういうトーナメントシーンっていうのはあり続けてて、まあその理由はもう見てる人もやってる人もやらない人も誰でもまあやっぱりシンプルに分かりやすいっていうのがあったんで、それがもう今第三者がすごく入ってきて、第三者の経済ですねがいっぱい入ってきてすごい盛り上がるようになったっていうのが、まあ、一番の e スポーツと呼ばれる原因なんですけど、もともとはもともとそう競う要素としては、まあ、非常に盛り上がりやすいゲームだったっていうのがシンプルな答えだと思いますね。
You got that, Jeff?
No, that's why we need it.
So I'll help out today with translation. I'm actually a producer on the title. So Harada was basically just mentioning about how the structure of the game lends itself well to esports. inherently, because before esports was this keyword or something that so many people were involved with, we had our own tournaments for fighting games in general, where people would get together with common interest and be fighting each other without sponsors or teams or any this kind of thing. And the genre itself is just, as you said, lends itself well because, like boxing or any of the other fighting sports, it's easy to tell the tide of the match, who's winning, how the match is kind of playing out. So these elements really, I think, are why fighting games lend themselves well to esports.
Do you guys think that fighting games, has esports helped fighting games grow, do you think? Kind of out of the, I mean, fighting games have always been sort of mainstream to some degree, but do you think it's helped expand the genre?
Yeah, I definitely think, fighting games is like the OG of esports, right?
Yeah.
So if you were born in the 90s, you played in arcade. Although it wasn't a grand stage, but there was always a king of the arcade. So it lends itself really well, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, people would show up, go to arcades, and they would compete there. That was their stage.
Yeah.
And at times you would place your quarter, I'm next, and it would be kind of like King of the Hill. You win, you stay on until somebody beats you, and then that person stays on until somebody beats him. So,
yeah. When you're designing a fighting game now, Harada, how much does esports factor into the design of what you're thinking about for the the levels and the stages and the characters and the moves?
そうですね。おそらくさっき言った一番シンプルなところはもうライフバーがああいうふうに見えてて、しかもキャラクターが2体こうね横並びで分かりやすいっていうのは一番大きいんですけど、最近は e スポーツのキーワード出る前にちょっとストリーミングがすごく流行ったので、見てる人ですよね。第三者が見て、今までやってる人向けだったんですけど、見てる人がどこを盛り上がっていいのか、もしくはどう盛り上がるのかってことを意識したフューチャーを結構入れてるんです。例えば鉄拳だとお互いの体力が少なくて KO 寸前にすごいスーパースローっていうのがリアルタイムに起きる。で必ずそこでみんなどっちが当たるんだってとこで盛り上がるんで、そういうちょっと見てる人を意識したフィーチャーが今結構格闘ゲームに入り始めたので、そこは一つ大きなキーに、今後もなっていくというふうに思ってます。
So before esports became this popular thing, we have to touch briefly on streaming as a platform, because that kind of lent to the growth of esports. So for our titles, when, like he just mentioned, that you have two characters, one facing each other side by side. You have the life gauges that it's easy to tell how the match is going. But on top of that, for people watching a stream or watching a tournament in person, it's kind of hard to tell the fine nuances of the battle that's taking place. So with that in mind, we designed various elements. For example, one in Tekken that we're quite proud of is the super slow motion that occurs. When the one player's life gauge is depleted to a certain amount, they're enraged. And if they're about to be knocked out, then sometimes the game will actually slow down, and you'll see a super slow motion where the two fighters on screen are trading blows. And this kind of enhances the experience and makes it more exciting as a viewing experience.
The future, I think, is really interesting for what's going to happen with sort of, not only fighting games, but esports and the merger of those two. And we've seen, a lot of games now. What I think is interesting about fighting games is that we have the new games that are doing well with esports, and we have a lot of classic games that people continue to enjoy. I'm wondering, as we move forward, do you think it's going to be the same thing, where there's going to be this interest in, even, like a Smash? I mean, people are still playing old ones and new ones. I mean, we're seeing that with others. So where do you think that's always going to be the thing, where there's going to be kind of bifurcation of sort of the new fighting games and the old games, and both are going to be good for esports?
Esports. I guess
all you guys. Yeah.
I could go first.
I think that it will continue to grow, especially with new games.
Yeah.
Definitely, people will migrate over to the newer games, but the older games that tend to not die out. You still have those big fans that tend to still migrate over to the older Tekkens, the older Smash Brothers. So those won't go away. But the thing with that is you don't really get newer players.
Right.
So that's where it kind of tends to fade out a bit. But the newer players are migrating over to the newer games, and that's where you see the younger generation trying to step in and really show off their skills. So.
Yeah, I also think that as as esports and fighting games evolve too, the kind of presentation, the format, and kind of the life cycle of the game will actually improve too, right? It might be a longer life cycle, so we might be able to keep a fan base longer and longer. So that's definitely something that I feel like will evolve into.
The other opportunity I think with a lot of these esports games and fighting games is allowing the viewers to be participants sort of in the experience. And right now, obviously, with one-on-one battles, there's that. But then when you think of environmental elements and the spectating mode, do you think there's going to be a lot where sort of the viewer can become sort of a participant inside of the game in some way to help out their sort of their favorite fighter or get more involved or trigger things in the environment? I mean, is there an opportunity there, or does that sort of kind of go against the idea of pure skill going head to head and eliminate that? I'm curious, Harada, if you think of those types of things.
これ原さんへの質問。
インスペクトモードとか入ってくるかってそういうところ。
スペクテーターもそうなんですけど、さらに、先に行って、
た時の必要になってくるモードで。
例えばマークが戦ってたら、マークの普段見てる人たちが何かの形で参加できて応援するとか、背景をなんか影響するとかそういうような何かがゲーム仕様の話だと思う。
もちろんジェフの言う通りでゲームの中で必要となってくる要素っていうのは、さっき言ったようにいろいろ考えられると思うんですよ。見てる人だけじゃなくてどうストリーミングするか、あとカメラをいろんなマルチアングルにできるようにするとか、ゲームの機能すごい大切なんですけど、実は我々今注目しているのはどちらかというとプレイヤーの自身のプロフィールをどうやって今戦っている人がどういう人物で、そしてどういう因縁が他のプレイヤーとあってっていうところをどう知らせていくかっていうことの方がすごく重要視してますね。だから例えばみんながボクシングとか総合格闘技のショーを見ると思うんですけど、意外と普段見てない人でもあれはすごく見るじゃないですか。その時に試合の前に必ずそういうプロモーションビデオ入りますよね。この選手がいたらどういう選手なのかっていうのが。あれをもうちょっとゲームの中でうまくコミュニティの紹介する方法をもうちょっとシステマチックにできないかってことを今すごく僕は考えてますね。それとゲームをどうリンクするかっていうところに注目してます。
So he was just saying that kind of incorporating that viewer experience into the game, he understands where you're going with it, but the way he sees it is maybe a bit different. And perhaps even comparing it to sports like boxing or MMA, where you see the match and maybe sometimes you don't know what's going on, so the stream or the TV or whatever you're watching it on will show the stats of that particular fighter or show past kind of highlight reels of when they fought their opponent in a previous match or something like that. So he's currently interested in if there's some kind of way to show that in game in between the matches to kind of give that background info on the fighters.
Interesting idea. I mean, you guys know obviously at these tournaments the fans are sort of super, into a lot of these matches. I mean, Evo, things like that. I mean, there's so much energy. How do you see the fans kind of becoming a bigger part of this sort of the experience around fighting games and esports, or are they strictly going to be observers?
I definitely think, on the platform kind of streaming side of things that, a lot of these platforms that have APIs, plugins to actually let the viewer observer, actually interact. They can donate bits, stuff like that. So I definitely think, as things kind of progress, obviously we have emerging platforms too coming in the future. As we see kind of the whole streaming kind of generation take off, we see how, people interact, right? So I don't see how, in the future that, you can cheer for your favorite fighter while they're competing, donate whatever it be, and show different ways so you can kind of support them.
Good idea.
That's one thing interesting we've noticed as well is that not everyone wants to go to a tournament and be a top player. A lot of people, just like you, not everyone wants to go to the UFC and be a fighter.
Right.
A lot of people are just interested in watching the match itself. So we have a lot of people that don't even play Tekken that'll tune into the streams and they talk about how they love our commentators or they love the top players. And even some of the top players or commentators who are good at marketing themselves will provide T-shirts or whatever, and they really are able to build up a fan base.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing them support their favorite commentator or player, much like someone would be supporting Michael Jordan or whoever their favorite athlete is.
Harada, I'm curious to get your perspective just on the genre in general, but I think it ties into esports. And the idea of 1v1 or, is such a key kind of tenet of fighting games. We've obviously seen other, Smash and other games have more players in them, but do you see moving forward, do you think the genre is going to evolve in different ways with, the rise of cloud platforms and sort of more open worlds? I mean, do you think the nature of a fighting game will sort of start to change or may get bigger or broader, involving more players, or like just as a genre, and how that could tie into esports?
そうですね、難しいなこれ。そうですね、多分
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Give us some scoop.
I don't know why I got
A carrot.
carrots.
Carrot. I was like, does he have a little bag of carrots in his jacket or
I don't
something?
know why.
You could eat it if you want.
Should I eat?
Yeah, it's like a little bunny. Come on. First guy to eat a carrot at the Coliseum.
そうですね。多分ゲームの根源的な面白さ、例えば FPS がやっぱりエイミングして撃つっていうところだったりとか、そういうもの自体の根本的な面白さっていうのは求められているものは変わらないと思うので、多分ファイティングゲームジャンル自身は、やっぱり何らか今のコアな面白さっていうメカニックはあんまり変わらないと思うんですよ。そこの奥深さみたいなのはどんどんこう上がっていくと、ディープにはどんどんなっていく部分はあると思うんですけど、やっぱり今それよりもマッチングとか、例えば格闘ゲーム別に面白い上手い人同士のものじゃないので、例えばあまり上手くない人同士でも同じレベルの人と戦えればそれはとても楽しい。でこれがもうちょっとクラウドになってくると、プレイヤープロフィールとか含めて、AI と一緒になった時に初めてとてもいいマッチングの今までにないような本当に自分と同じぐらいのレベルでこう成長していけるライバル、もしくはひょっとしたらそれが人なのか AI なのか分かんないレベルで競えることができたら、これ一つ革命が起きると思ってて、そうなった時にちょっとそのクラウドゲームで世界中の人がちゃんとつながって同じぐらいのレベルでみんながこうガーッと競うこうランクごとに分かれてやるようになったらもっと盛り上がるかなっていう未来はあると思ってます。はい。
So he was just saying that he doesn't see the basic format of fighting games changing that much, similar to the fact that an FPS, the core mechanic that's enjoyable about it is aiming on your opponent and shooting. As such, that kind of basic mechanics of fighting games is probably not going to change that much. But there are ways to enhance the experience with new technology. For example, in cloud gaming, or even if you pair it with AI, something like that. Everyone knows that a fighting game is probably the most enjoyable when you're playing an opponent of a similar level. And so if technology is further improved, that you would have all these different parameters in the background that would be used to match you against a more suitable opponent. Or maybe it even gets to the point where you don't even know if your opponent is a human or an AI, just because it's done so well and provides such a tailored experience to you.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, our AI that's based on, a great player, right? Where they're kind of modeling that player and be able to fight against, this legendary player and track their moves, which would be pretty cool. Yeah. Is there much difference between the fighting game esports genre in Japan versus the West? I'm curious.
Good question.
Yeah, good question. もうこう全然違うんです。まず皆さん知ってるレベルだと、法律のレベルですよね。こっちだともちろんアメリカだと基本的には大きな賞金っていうのをいろんな形で提供するやり方がありますよね。日本だと結構その賞金を大きく出すっていう方法は、結構限られた方法しかできないっていう部分があります。まずこれ結構壁になってるって言われてるんですけど、実は一番大きいのはゲームに対する意識ですね。社会的地位って呼んでるんですけど、やっぱアメリカだと例えばゲーミングっていうのはとてもホビーとしてすごく認められてて、例えばヨーロッパなんか行くとよく僕も賞とかもらうんですけど、すごくこうカルチャーとして認められている。で日本だとやっぱゲームがうまいとかゲームをする、ゲームの社会的地位自体がちょっと低いっていうのが実はいろんなものを阻んでる原因の一個になっているので、ここを上げていくっていうのは結構業界を上げて頑張らなきゃいけないなっていう課題になってますね。
He was just mentioning that the laws in Japan are quite strict regarding prize money, etc. So it's kind of difficult to do it in the same manner that you do in the West, which is hampering the Japanese esports a little bit. But then also 賞金以外に文化のね。And then so another side of it is also that Harada himself, when he goes to various game shows, etc., he receives awards that are like a culture award for gaming, etc. The viewing of gaming culturally is different. In Japan, it's not as respected. It's kind of actually something that you would want to refrain from in order to study or do whatever you should be doing. Where abroad, it's more like a more respected pastime or even a culturally relevant pastime like that. But also, I think personally, in Japan, the arcades were alive for so much longer than the West that you still kind of had that tournament scene in the arcades, where in the West you had different venues in esports. So it kind of grew in a different manner until even more recently in Japan, there's a noticeable decline in arcades, and you also have Japanese players going abroad, and they want to kind of bring the same experience back to Japan. So they try to replicate it, but it's a lot harder in Japan to go out and rent a venue as one person rather than a corporation than it is in, for example, the US. So there's a lot of these kind of cultural differences that make it more difficult.
To wrap up here, when you think of, you know, the sort of fighting game genre, you know, 5-10 years from now, and it's tied to esports a little bit, but it's just the genre in general, Harada. I'm very fascinated, you know. I'm sure you're not going to tell us much about what you're working on, but at least tease us maybe about sort of where you see the genre going in the future and how much esports will be a part of, you know, how you're thinking about, you know, future installments of the Bandai Namco fighting game series.
そうですね。そうですね。e スポーツっていうところに関して言うと、もう成長するしかないっていうぐらい本当に。他の業界の人がたくさん今入ってきてくれているので、もうこれは一緒に盛り上げていくしかないって僕らが思えるぐらい、多分成長はこの5年10年と続けるっていうふうにはもう信じてます。ただやっぱりそれ以上にゲーマーコミュニティ自体ですね、やっぱりゲームを楽しむ人っていうのを増やさない限り、まあトーナメントに参加する人も e スポーツっていうところに向く人もやっぱ増えないっていうのは僕ら今まで実感してきてるので、やっぱりその e スポーツってキーワードにあまり引っ張られすぎないようにやっぱり鉄拳はちゃんとね、ストーリーモードとかもしっかり入れていくし、一人でプレイする人でも、特にトーナメントに足を運ばない人でも画面の中で全てが楽しめるっていうこと自体、エンターテインメントのデジタルエンターテインメントとしての基礎っていうのは常に抑えようと、むしろそちらの方とのバランスを今一生懸命どうしていくべきかってことを考えてますね。その開発の注力するところっていう意味で言うと。
So he was just mentioning that he sees esports continuing to increase in speed of how it develops over the next 5 to 10 years, just because we've seen a lot of outside parties that have shown interest in esports and gaming, and working together makes many more things possible. The more relevant problem is perhaps to increase the gaming population as a whole, whether that's through implementing story modes or some of these features where it might not directly be related to esports, just so that we have a lot more people enjoying our game, and obviously you're going to see a portion of those kind of migrate to the esports scene.
Yeah. What would you guys like to see Harada do? Wait, like in terms of fighting games, like where would you guys like to see the genre go?
That's a tough question. You know, I think, you know, obviously, you know, as we move on, I think, you know, character design is like one thing I think that's, you know, very important to a lot of people. Obviously, in fighting games, we're rich and we have like sometimes over 30 characters in the game.
Yeah.
So each of the like top fighting games right now have a list of kind of iconic characters that have been in each game. I'm excited to see what kind of designs and everything we can produce, as well as other publishers and developers too. But that's one special thing about fighting games. Like, you know, you can really resonate yourself with one character. It might be the design, it could be the personality, the backstory you apply to it.
Yeah.
But you know, there's someone for everyone, and the game is balanced, so it's an equal playing field. So you can really pick whatever you choose and whatever you want to be.
Yeah, continued growth. I want to see definitely just continued growth from the community. Just keep embracing these fighting games. Seeing even those that don't really play, like I always give an example is my mom growing up, you know, she's old school, always telling me not to play as many video games, you know, put those down, you know, do something else. But now she actually watches these tournaments with me because she's so into it, because it's so easy to just watch because you know what's going on, 1 versus 1. But just growing the community, even embracing it from an outsider, somebody, on the outside looking in. But yeah, just that continued growth is what I'm excited to continue seeing.
Awesome. All right. What's next, Harada?
なんだろうね。
Tekken Cross Street
まあ
Fighter?
maybe Tekken Cross Street Fighter.
You said 2020 before, right? I think.
まあ
A long time ago.
すごくいっぱい鉄拳に限らずファイティングゲーム僕らは何年かいっぱいプランを持っているのでもう発表するときはちゃんと皆さんに伝えていくので楽しみに待っててください。
Well, obviously, we have many things in the works that we can't really talk about today. When the time and place is right, obviously, you guys will all be the first to know.
Very political. All right.
ぜひね
How is it? You can have your carrot now.
VGA とかでね
For example, VGA, perhaps one of your other side
呼んで
games.
くれたら発表し
Okay,
ま
I
す。
don't know.
If you
We'll
call
see.
us, maybe we'll prepare
Yeah.
something.
Oh, okay. Well, we loved having you there a few years ago. So have your carrot.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. All right. Thanks, guys, very much. Mori 3 Coliseum coming right up. Stick around. The Simpsons are next.
And now, The Simpsons, 30 years of video games and jokes about video games. Please welcome your moderator, Aaron Blair.
Hello! Wow, that is a loud voice. How's everybody doing? I like this guy in the hat. What is that? That's Splatoon? What is that? That's great. You look great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the E3 Coliseum 2019 for The Simpsons. Who loves The Simpsons? Clap. More clapping over here. All right, you guys are doing great. Thank you all for coming tonight. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to take some questions from Twitter. We're going to talk a lot about The Simpsons and video games. It's hard to imagine iPods, no AirPods, none of it. It's hard to imagine life without these things. We just take for granted that they've always existed. These incredible, awe-inspiring inventions that are so ingrained into the very fabric of our culture and everyday lives that it's nearly impossible to imagine what life would be without them. And so it is for The Simpsons. For those of you who weren't alive, which I'm guessing is some of you, especially that guy in the hat, close your eyes and try to imagine 30 years ago, all the way back to, if my math is correct, 1989. A year without internet, without cell phones, no Bluetooth, mobile gaming, or multiplayer, anything. It was, I'm sure, a year like many up to that point, except for the fact that two very important things happened. Two things that would go on to change entertainment forever. 1989 was the year Nintendo introduced the Game Boy to the world. Mobile gaming, right? Yeah, you can clap for that. Come on. For those of you who remember the Game Boy or have paid $9,000 for a unopened Game Boy, it was also the year, 1989, that The Simpsons debuted. Two massive rocks thrown, yeah, there we go. Yeah, more clapping. You like clapping. We got a whole hour, so as much clapping as you want to give us, that's great. Two massive rocks thrown into the pool of pop culture at the same time, and two events whose ripples and influence are still widely felt today. Video games and The Simpsons have shared a long and storied history. Just as the comedy of The Simpsons TV show has seemingly tackled every single issue under the sun, the past 30 years have also brought us, if the internet is to be believed, 27 different Simpsons video games in almost every form you can imagine. From wrestling to skateboarding, from quarter-gobbling arcade brawlers to hit-and-run Grand Theft Auto parodies, The Simpsons truly has done it all in the comedy and video game space. What hill is left to climb? Tonight, with some of the executive producers in the twisted minds responsible for The Simpsons video game madness, we'll take a look back on The Simpsons and their video games, how gaming culture has influenced the writers on the show, how gaming has played a part in the lives of Homer, Marge, Lisa, Maggie, and Bart, and we'll look forward to what might lie ahead. But first, let's take a look at this great Simpsons highlight reel of fake video games. And if you're watching at home, you're not going to see it. It's just going to say, we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy. join me in welcoming tonight's panelists, executive producer Matt Selman. Let's get some clapping going. Consulting producer Carolyn Omine. Co-executive producers Jeff Westbrook, Rob Lizebnik, and Stuart Burns. Hey, everybody. And of course, we'll be taking your questions at home on Twitter, just at Aaron Blair, and we'll get to some great fan questions. They're already starting to pour in. The fans already want to know things. It's crazy. Thank you guys for coming. This is fantastic. So let's talk just very briefly right now about the current Simpsons game, Tapped Out. So it's a mobile game. Stuart, I think everybody here has worked on it, correct?
Yeah,
That's great.
This is where we're at currently with video games. We have 5 people that I'm constantly trying to get help write updates for it.
That's right.
One by one, they've all said I'm done with this, but now we're charging in and doing a bunch of new stuff. So
I love it. Do you want to talk about how did Tapped Out first come about? How is it decided? How does it come up, bubbling up through the show that the show wants to do?
Well, we're always looking at games, and we had a meeting.
We've had a lot of meetings.
With some people from EA, and they actually brought in a guy who worked at this company, Byte, and they said, "Hey, here's this game. It looks a little like some games we were playing at the time on mobile, where you're just building." And it was like, "Oh my God, this would be perfect for Springfield." So it really was just one of these random ideas that we heard that we all glommed onto and said, "That's great." And yeah, I don't know. Sometimes ideas are just good, so you do them.
But the DNA of Tapped Out is to be so self-referential and meta and break whatever the fourth wall of video games are. So the beginning of Tapped Out, the plot is playing the Happy Little Elves game, right?
Yeah.
And deciding to rip that off. And that's basically what we did with this Smurfs game.
In our defense, I think that came out ripping off other games while we had...
right.
It was just the most popular one right at the time we came out with that.
They were ripping off someone else before we had a chance to rip them off.
Yeah, we're ripping off the rip-off or something.
Perfect.
Right, but we've always... The essence of Tapped Out has been, how can we insult Tapped Out as much as we can?
Yeah. I mean...
And the people who play it.
They keep coming back for more.
We very quickly, I think
some of them.
EA got a little annoyed at first. They didn't really like the idea that we were insulting people as they were spending money in the game and calling them idiots for that. But I think at some point, if you play a mobile game, you know you're being an idiot when you spend money in it, and I think they like the truth.
It's refreshing to admit it.
Yeah. We were all really into it. I mean, everybody, my kids were into it, and my son would always tell people to look at Stuart's land, because he had a very...
He is the craziest. This guy's the craziest OCD land.
Oh, very nice.
No, it's
very
really...
smart. But we were all into it as much as we insult other people. And I do remember very early on, Matt used to donut shame people. Because he would know, you spent money for that ornament you had.
You were the grinder.
Yeah,
Grinder.
we're all
kind of grinders.
Yeah. But he had so much pride in grinding, and then one day he goes I just spent $100 at Tapped Out.
Wow.
And from that moment on...
And for those, let's back up. For those who haven't played, Stuart, you want to explain what Tapped Out is?
Why were we spending money on our own game?
I know.
I mean, I don't know the genre. Is it a city builder?
I would say, it's a city builder.
It's a social... we weren't ripping off Smurfs. I was ripping off this castle game I was playing at the time. But,
or Farmville and those things.
Yeah, it's a send-up of those kinds of games.
I think back SimCity. We'll keep going back. Right?
Yeah. But we kind of added, instead of just buildings, the characters were a larger part of it. And so you were collecting buildings, but also a bunch of characters to walk around in your town. And... I don't know. It's relatively social.
You still have friends on it, right? I still play every day.
Do you have any friends on Tapped Out that you don't have in real life? Only tapped out friends?
I think I was getting catfished by a girl for a while.
That's right.
That was
exciting. We were all.
But that was in Clash of Clans. But she knew us. We were like the Simpsons clan in Clash of Clans. Don't name yourself the Simpsons clan.
Did you fly to Texas?
No. I never
Memphis.
actually found out if I got catfish. She might be beautiful, but
His picture sure was.
Do you guys have a Simpsons Clash of Clans?
We had a
Oh,
clan.
the addiction runs deep.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
When we first got into Clash of Clans in the room, it like all work on the show stopped.
We would stop to do the.
It was really bad, and we had our own clan, and it was us and 30 fourth graders, and but it was really fun.
Who brought Clash of Clans to you guys? Who was the person who brought it in?
We were just discussing this. My son was in middle school at the time, and he came home and he said, "There's this amazing new game we're all playing." And then Matt had heard about it too, and then we decided to do it. And then, truly, like 3 months later, we were like, "We've got to stop this. This is going to ruin the show."
A lot of why we put video game parodies in the TV show is just to justify the fact that we're playing them in the room
That's
as
right, yeah.
research.
I don't think it was
research.
3 months either. I feel like it was a year or something.
It was a while.
It was like, it was like train spotting. Horrible addiction that, especially for because then if Clash of Clans was cocaine, then Clash Royale was crack.
Yeah.
And I personally was playing 24 hours a day, and then I had a meltdown because I deleted the game and I kicked everyone out of the clan and blew it all up. So I ruined it for everyone else against their wishes.
He salted the earth in our clan.
I did.
Yeah. There was a story we read about Clash of Clans at that time, like 5 or 6 years ago, about this guy who was the leading Clash of Clans player in the world, who would bring iPads into the shower with him in Ziploc bags, like 3 iPads. So he couldn't stop playing.
Good. But also no one could attack him also.
Yes, right. People wouldn't attack him because you had to keep it alive.
Oh my
and we actually just put that in that My Sports
Yes.
show. We actually had Bart in the shower in a Ziploc bag playing his computer.
Absolutely.
But I have to say, at the time, Clash of Clans was #1 on the leaderboard, and Tapped Out was #2 consistently. So this was also research. We were trying to move up.
Sure it was. Sure it was. Do you
We were
guys?
probably making it number 1.
And Rob, you wrote My Sports, right?
Yes.
So talk a little about doing research. Did you do research for that episode, and what was it?
Yeah, it was kind of an excuse to go into the world of esports, and I originally thought, well, Bart seems kind of perfect for it. I contacted these guys at Riot Games, they do League of Legends, and I went to a couple of tournaments here in LA on Olympic Boulevard. They have an arena, and I love the players. I got to meet a few of them, but they're so intense. And I thought, well, Bart would be like a superstar because he's got a little bit of pizzazz.
He's got some charisma,
right?
Some razzmatazz.
Right. And so that was fun. And then I got to tour Team Liquid facilities, which is one of the training grounds here for League of Legends teams. And that was eye-opening too. So we got to pull a lot of stuff from some of those experiences of seeing the real place.
And in that episode, explain what happens in that episode. Bart becomes.
So Bart and his team, which includes a bunch of other kids at school, become super successful and actually end up going to the World Championship in a League of Legends type game called Conflict of Enemies. And Homer, along the way, becomes their coach, and he, of course, becomes when he discovers how much money is in the game, he gets completely over the top. And so we follow his journey, too. It's a father-son story, really.
My favorite thing, though, is that we named one of the weapons in it after a pizza order. There's a pizza order where you just get 4 meatballs in one container. We always called it the quad ball. And that's one of the things they fight with in the jargon is the quad ball that explodes or something.
Who gets the meatballs? Is it just a group order?
Usually people will get 4 meatballs and bring them home.
Oh my
Don't
God.
tell Fox at Disney.
Free
whoever
meatballs.
owns us now.
Yeah. You can tell Fox.
Bad Old Vic on Twitter is asking, was the Around the World in 80 Bytes level of the Simpsons game from Selman? there's a lot of foodie influence in there.
Oh, well, yeah, probably. That's a like, all-you-can-eat like gluttony challenge in the beginning of the Simpsons game, which I sort of co-wrote with a bunch of other hilarious people. And yeah, that was certainly a foodie thing, the eating contest. I just was watching a walkthrough or a playthrough of it the other day, and like, food looked good.
How much, I feel like when you're trapped in a writer's room, lunch is a big thing, right?
That's a separate panel.
Yeah.
That's a whole, that's for the Food Network. That's the Food Network
Yeah,
panel.
somebody compared it to taking a flight to Europe every day, where it's like 12 hours and like the highlight is the meal.
Oh my God, that sounds horrific. That sounds absolutely
12
horrific.
hours of other people's smells.
That's right.
But
Well-
when we are in the room, like, and it's late, and we're trying to get home, Matt Selman's often the one having to run the thing. And if we start pitching food jokes, he almost always likes those and put them in. So
Perfect.
that's kind of our get out of the room card.
gaming the system a bit. I like it. How does it work?
See how we brought that back to gaming, guys?
Yeah, look at that. Gaming the
So
system.
good.
How does it work writing a video game versus writing the show? Like, Jeff, how does that work?
Well, I mean, I guess the biggest difference is that the video game, the people who do the game, they say, here's the things we're going to do in this in this little episode.
You have
So
no
that
choice.
better happen, whatever your creative instincts are.
Mhm.
So I used to fight that hard. I used to try and say, no, we can do different stuff. And what if we encode this and put a puzzle in there? And they'd say, nah.
Yeah.
What if Bart gets sick here? Okay, fine. So I turned to that. So that's the hardest thing, is sort of matching up what they need to do to get the game done. But the great thing is that we can really go a little nuts in the video games and do whatever, really stuff that you couldn't do on the TV, just because it doesn't really make sense in the world of the show. But
Yeah. Do you guys have some
Video
favorite jokes you've written for video games that you kind of couldn't do for the show? Does anything kind of spring to mind?
Oh man.
Well, like,
Oh yeah, we're going deep.
I think
We're going deep
what
in
Jeff
East
said
Lake
is right.
Coliseum.
Because like, what's funny is like writing the show is super collaborative, and we really just write it all together in a big meeting every day. And it isn't really, by the end of the day, like, you know, it really feels like a group effort. Where the video game is kind of more pure.
Yeah.
Because you write it by yourself, and you just go nuts with no censor and no editor, and they just put it in the game. It's a weirdly more purely authorial experience.
Yeah, that's also, it's just there's so much more content from the game. I think we counted at one point, and there's more lines of dialogue and tapped out like than there are in the show.
Oh my God.
But that's also because they keep breaking it up to fit like them. Yeah.
All skipped.
But we had a character, Chester, that we used to always
yeah.
Right.
talk
there
about
was a
in the
character that
room.
we loved, and it was no place to put
Yeah,
him.
we never figured out anything to do with it. So I was just like, can I just take this for the game? And
Chester was Dr. Hibbert's wife's
Ne'er-do-well.
ne'er-do-well younger brother.
And Dr. Hibbert had hired him to put together a garden shed.
That's so
and Hibbert come out, and the shed wasn't finished, and the tools were laying in the grass, and they were getting wet.
They got rained on.
They got
all his
rained
tools
on.
rusted.
So
It was
yeah,
very-
Hibbert said, "That's it."
low stakes.
And
That's
you
it.
had
That's,
a
that's
long
it, the game
backstory.
now.
Now,
What I've always loved about the game, and Stuart, as you can tell, runs it, is that it is us writing it. It's like it's not a room of interns. It's like
Yeah.
these people have written Simpsons for decades, and
right.
so it's just like added content. It's really
And it's,
fun.
yeah, I think more authory because
Right.
I get really lazy. I'm not going to rewrite all that. I'm busy trying to get.
Yeah.
But
You
EA has been so supportive of Tapped Out, and it's been going. It's 10 years old now, right? Almost. Now, how old is
Yeah.
it? It's
I
many
don't know.
years
I
old.
should know that
Yeah.
for this panel, but
And they've just how old?
7.
7
Yeah.
years old. I mean, so and they just they these games weren't supposed to last this long, and it just continues to thrive and continues to inspire craziness. So thanks to EA for sticking with it and giving us so much support over the years.
It's funny, this is kind of a question along those lines from Twitter. Andrew O asks, this is more along the general lines of the show, but has there ever been a discussion about permanently aging the characters, even only a year older? Does that ever come up, or it's kind of just like it's like
Homer
Batman?
has
You just wanna-
slightly aged over the course of 30
Yeah,
years.
he was supposed to be. Yeah, he
There was like
couple years.
one point, like 7 years in, when he developed reading glasses.
Oh, there we go.
That was like
Perfect.
and
I
that
know
was like
Bart
hugely
kind of
exciting.
shaves in E My Sports a little bit.
Yeah.
Shaves his little mustache.
Yeah, we've seen Bart go through like prepubescent stuff a lot. I don't think we've ever really considered seriously aging them, just because it feels like it would be too shocking to the audience.
Yeah.
to
We've
see
done, done future shows where they're grown up.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
done
you can see
that
that.
kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Where you
Fantasy
see their
shows.
grown up versions, and all the actors have like 10 different versions of each voice for like 10 ages, basically. There's like little grandpa,
yeah.
middle grandpa, teen grandpa.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now Matt, you also worked on Hit and Run, of course. Big, yeah, right. There we go.
This guy in the
Love-
hat.
People love
We
hit
love
and
Hit
run.
We love Hit and Run. And kind of, I think you said something to me on the phone, which was originally the characters couldn't get out of the car.
Yes, that was-
Is that right? Which would seem like crazy, because
There
that's
were a
such
lot of I guess maybe in the early days of Simpsons video games, people did not have high expectations of how good they could be, but we wanted to make them all as good as they could be. So there was a giant battle. We'd done a game called Road Rage, which legally may or may not have been similar to Crazy Taxi. I don't know. I can't speak to that. But
Cannot confirm or deny.
then the follow-up was called Hit and Run, and there was this huge argument over whether they could get out of the cars and kick each other. But we won the battle of the cars. They got out of the cars. They went into a few buildings, but that game has like a bigger cult following now, I think, than the Simpsons game, which I also think has a great story and is really meta and
That
nutso
guy's not
and-
clapping now.
But Hit and Run is it's just the sweet spot.
It's the sweet spot. Yeah, that's true. Jamie Veer on Twitter asks, with the success of in-depth, single-player, story-based console games in recent years, that's a lot of hyphens in one sentence, what are your feelings towards developing a new narrative-driven console game in the world of The Simpsons? P.S. Your experience of storytelling and script writing would make it phenomenal. Have you guys played?
Or terrible.
Yeah. Have you guys played much of like Red Dead Redemption or The Last of Us? Rob, Red Dead Redemption?
Yeah, I think Stuart and I both have played the original and now Red Dead Redemption 2. Did you get through the epilogue in Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, I got through the epilogue.
Wow. Uh-oh.
I would
dissolve on stage.
I would occasionally text Stuart at like midnight saying, "How do I beat this thing?" I both super loved Red Dead Redemption 2 and kind of hated it. I never got like fast travel, so I spent a week of my real-time life riding a horse in that game.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But it's so immersive. I thought it was pretty amazing, and it would be awesome to write a 6,000-page script Simpsons, game like that kind of immersive, where Homer's just sitting in his workstation eating donuts, and you're just watching him. Occasionally, he skins a bear or something.
Yeah,
I think that would be great.
I mean, it also feels like it's like writing 60 episodes all at once and like a big long choose your own adventure for it. So
it'd be great.
You
We
can
take
run
a
that
year-
project.
Yeah, take a year off and just do that.
I will say it's interesting. Like we were kind of talking a little bit backstage. In terms of like storytelling in games versus storytelling, in television or other forms of media, proactive versus reactive. And did you guys, in terms of The Simpsons, people identify so strongly with these characters, they've grown up with them. Is there any worry about, do you guys, when you're writing a game, about betraying your audience or, in terms of things you could do in a game that you couldn't do on the show? Is there a line there? Do you ever worry about crossing that?
Tapped Out was nice because no one was really paying attention when we came out with it. So I think we got away with a lot of stuff like...
Interesting.
Like even now we start to think about it a lot more.
Yeah.
And I feel like with console games, those were a little more high profile when you were doing them, so you probably bumped into that a little more.
We did a couple years ago. We did a Google 3D virtual reality thing called Planet of the Couches, which was sort of like you were in control of the narrative a little bit.
Yeah, kind of like a Google Cardboard kind of a thing, right?
It was Google, right?
It was Google.
Yeah.
I just have this weird memory. I might have been Hit and Run, where you guys were like, and you guys were laughing, and because it was like Homer could get out of the car and beat up Marge or something, and like.
No, we would never laugh at that.
And I was like, is that really gonna happen? They're like, they're kicking out. Like, I don't know.
See, look, a little bit of Grand Theft Auto.
In doing the Google Cardboard,
Yes.
if it's a 360 environment, you would imagine this is kind of, if there was to be a Simpsons VR game, a similar challenge.
Well, Jeff, could you speak to our new system of?
Well, part of the
Yeah.
biggest challenge was coming up with a script format to describe virtual reality. Because you think about it, there is this question of like, what are you looking at? Are you looking in this direction? And if you move your head now, what do you see there? So you have to actually say, okay, well, this is our system.
Our system that was not adopted by anyone.
Industry non-standard as far as we can tell. But yeah, like we have to sort of say, okay, exterior beach north, meaning you're looking north, and then exterior beach west. What do you see when you look there? So
Up. It was like we need
and
more
up or
up
down,
jokes.
so-
We need more down jokes. We need more 270
But the big problem with that was
jokes.
that how do you tell a story when people are supposed to be allowed to look any way they want at any time? And so we kind of cheated and sort of said, well, at certain points we're going to say, okay, the camera now moves.
Okay.
On a heading of 67.5 degrees.
That's right.
And an elevation of 17. And you will see this action. You'll see a horse coming. So, and then pause, and then you could look around some more. So it was an interesting challenge to sort of find a way to kind of tell a story, but still let people look around. And I think later on, some head of VR gaming someplace said that he thought that VR gaming was terrible for storytelling. It might have been based on our
I personally kind of believe with it. I thought that our Simpsons, that couch gag thing came out really well. I think that there are really funny things in it, but it, I don't know, as both even a game player, but a content viewer, I like to have the creators do all the work. I don't like having to even like Bandersnatch. I didn't like having to like pick up my remote and choose things. It felt too like I was doing too much.
It's kind of like when you go to those plays like Never Sleep or Sleep No More, where you're supposed to follow an actor around and like.
Right, it's a big warehouse and all the actors are just there and you kind of can go talk to them.
And I've gone to those where like my shoes weren't comfortable, so I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here. Whoever comes in and out, and it's like
this game sucks.
You kind of need somebody to lead you through the story.
Right. Yeah, it's more of a play in the round kind of a feel, which is interesting. And also in terms of, Stuart, you wrote the Marge Gamer episode.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic.
Come on, guy. All right, there you go.
Upper Deck, let's hear it.
Oh, look at that.
All right. Oh, we got a woo. There we go. We got a woo.
Good group up there.
Yeah, that's a good group down here, too. Front to back. Soup to nuts.
Everyone's good.
Yeah, great group. But what's interesting, I thought about that episode, and again, we were talking a little bit before, is you kind of used video games to talk about an issue that is a classic issue of mother-son dynamics. Can you explain a little bit about what that episode is and kind of?
Well, I mean, that episode was based on World of Warcraft, although when I pitched it, it was based on EverQuest. We just kind of go through the development process relatively slowly.
EverQuest's still happening, by the way, I think.
Oh,
Isn't
really?
EverQuest still happening? I think it is. That says the one guy playing EverQuest. We got you.
But he's a whale. He spends a lot of money.
But yeah, I think, I mean, in terms of what you're saying, I wanted to do a story about World of Warcraft or about this massively multiplayer thing, but we still have to tell a Simpsons story, and so somewhere along the lines, like, you got to find something to grab onto that everybody gets, and also your bosses who don't play games will get, and like, so it was fun for that. And then I think that's the best when you have a nice story that's character driven, and we've done 100 stories, 600, 12, I don't know. We've done a lot of hundreds of stories at The Simpsons, so they all have a kind of feeling of the family and trying to work through family things. Having it also be taking place in World of Warcraft land makes it fun and makes it feel different than the other episodes, and so that was more the interesting thing. I think doing a Simpsons story about mothers and sons not getting along is that we're good at. We know how to do that.
Nobody cares about that old trope. We've got a lot more questions from Twitter, and some of these are very specific. So I'm just going to hit you with one. Justin Lardinois, I don't know how to say that. I'm going to say it's Lardinois, says, on the Itchy and Scratchy CD-ROM, is there a way to get out of the dungeon without using the wizard key? Anybody have any
You gotta
idea?
sign that.
Am I having a stroke? Is that even a thing? Anybody know? I mean, this is the time, guys, to ask. If you want to ask.
We'll throw that one out to the crowd if anyone knows the answer.
Does anyone have any idea in the
Is that even
Coliseum?
a licensed Simpson game?
No? Anybody?
All right, I
Is that,
tweeted
is that the
one.
question that the fan asked?
Yeah, it might
at
be.
the-
That might be an
I think
inside
that's like-
joke.
Oh.
I think that's like, I hope somebody got fired for that.
You
Isn't
just-
that-
you just
isn't
got
that the
catfished.
Itchy and Scratchy
Oh,
CD-ROM?
no.
Is that what catfishing
My
is?
fourth time today.
Baba Booey.
All right, here's another one then, a little more general. So there's, Fortnite and all these battle royale games. Jamie Veer is asking, if every Simpsons character entered a battle royale game together, who would come out the victor? And I think they are saying every character in Springfield, not just our main cast.
Right.
So anybody want to take a first stab? I'm going down the line,
Go
so
down
who
the
wants to
line.
start?
I'll say Groundskeeper Willie,
I was
right?
going to say Groundskeeper Willie.
The knife,
too.
once it tastes blood,
Yeah.
it can't, it
I
needs to taste
think
blood.
I
for it
think
to
because
be good.
he's way more ripped than you think, but then so is Ned Flanders. He might, and plus he has God on his side.
Sleep, that's true. That's true. So when he's knocked down, he'll get that. Perfect.
I think you need brains over bronze. It's Professor Frink is the guy who's
Oh.
going to
Ooh. Maybe he'd use some poisons or something. Maybe come at
He
you
can
with
control time and space.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, that seems like cheating, but
That's how you win.
I think comic book guy would be so deeply invested in the genre that I think he's thought about it already the most.
He would
He's
know
got a-
cheat codes.
he's got a
Yeah.
plan.
I'm going to go just with Ralph. Because he's got to have some special power to be in this game. Something's up his sleeve.
He can't be killed. He can't be killed. And Chase Everidge is asking, what was the writer's favorite game to work on and why? Do you have a favorite? And also, I'll expand it to say, with the episodes, you guys have written a lot of episodes between you. Is it like a child you can't really pick? Or are you like, oh yeah, this was a great episode, this is a great game, the other is crap? Anybody?
What?
Or do you just hate
Well,
everything?
My favorite game to work on was the Simpsons Party game that never came out.
Oh my God.
That we just got paid for.
So wait, what was that? A party game that never happened?
Well, there was at the time there was a trendy kind of the Mario Party with lots of
Like
little
the
mini
Wii
games.
games.
It was like Wii, and we briefly discussed getting on that bandwagon, but
I think
what
Tapped Out
happened?
might have been the game that we owed EA after that fell apart, honestly. So
interesting.
Yeah, we these games. It's going to be 20 little games, and
Sure.
EA wanted us to kind of approve it. And like the first idea was like, okay, we're going to take this, and it looked like it was going to be a 20-year project or longer, because I don't think we were going to get one of the party games done in a year. So. Yeah, that was not my favorite thing to work on. I was sick to my stomach, but yeah, it was great when we heard it was not going forward. That was our fault.
We were
not
all
EA's.
really happy.
No, it wasn't EA's
nobody
fault.
here
Fun
is
part of it. But you need a little bit of fun scandal, right, for this panel?
Sure, a little bit of scandal, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I love the Simpsons game. I know, the gameplay maybe isn't like the best gameplay in the universe, but I just love the plot. I think it's so meta. It's so crazy. The characters just discover they're in a game. They use their own manual. It's a wish fulfillment, and then they fight. They realize that other terrible Simpsons games came before them, which indeed they had, and they fight to save their 8-bit selves, and eventually they fight Matt Groening, who throws money at them. Which I was like, Matt was so cool to let us comment on his habit of throwing money at people.
Does he throw money at people?
In his way. And then God was the ultimate level boss, right? Come on. I love that.
That's fantastic. And again, would that be something would that fall into the category of we could talk about it in the game, but we couldn't really parody it on the show? Matt throwing money at people?
Probably. Either that or he forgot to tell him, and then the game came out, and he had to pretend to be cool.
We did. It tapped out at one point. We had an update that literally was about the writer's assistants not bringing food on time and stocking the pantry and how they would always buy the same. It couldn't be for anyone except the few writers that were playing
That was
the
just
game.
a passive-aggressive way of getting the PAs to put more
Well,
food in
it
the
was
pantry.
like we need content, but also it's like you were the people like I most wanted to like kind of go, hey, look at this update. So I feel like even on the show we try to do jokes that are pleasing to ourselves.
Yeah.
We just have to try to make sure that they're also like entertaining to everyone else in the world. Whereas with games, we're a little more free to do the jokes we want to do.
It's kind of you can use the little more the meatball jokes, the more inside jokes.
Quad ball.
Yeah, the quad ball. I'm sorry. Jonathan Ray Tranter from Twitter is asking question for Stuart. What was the idea behind Virtual Springfield for PC? And then a lot of emojis. Stuart Burns, what was the idea? Did you do Virtual Springfield for PC?
I don't know. Did I do?
Who knows?
That was like really old, right?
Yeah, that's an old one for sure. So yeah, I guess
that was the CD-ROM adventure.
That was
where you like explored the town, I think.
Yeah.
Is that maybe Tapped Out was ripping off that inadvertently? Maybe we started this whole genre.
Maybe. Yeah. Joshua Main is asking, why is the final mission of Hit and Run so hard? I think this is at you, Matt. All of the GTA final missions I played were so much easier. Do you have, how much control, and this kind of is going back to kind of what Jeff was saying, how much control / say do you have over gameplay? Or is it just we're writing the script and that's it? And then they take it and they make it super hard. And you can't kill any of the wasp cameras at the end, and it's the worst.
Is the final level Halloween?
Yeah.
Is it really hard? Okay, all right.
There's a guy in the front row who's saying yes, emphatically, it's very
It's
hard.
hard.
Yeah. I think you have like 1 minute and 40 seconds to do like 90 things, right? It's something crazy like that.
I completed it before Rob.
There was a. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you say.
I was just remembering in Tapped Out there was a section where there were puzzles. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like for Frank, and then we started getting into making these really hard word puzzles, and then we were getting a lot of pushback on not too hard. People don't like it that hard, and
there was one time where we had to come up with a bunch of puzzles. I just decided I like puzzles, so I was like, okay, let us take these. And I think with Tapped Out, at least, we've always had a decent amount of say with what we like in the game and things we want to do in the game. It's kind of a trade-off where we said, okay, we want to be able to say what we want in the game, but you guys do some of the work with suggesting things for us to write.
Right.
There's been some back and forth.
That's awesome. We have a bunch of questions that are about the show, if you guys don't mind. I mean, you guys are right. David Lyons is asking, was Duff Beer really named after Duff from Guns N' Roses?
No. It was named after Axl Rose.
Nice. Joe Herrick is asking, is there a chance of another movie? It feels like forever the movie was so long ago, right?
There's always a chance, right?
Always a chance.
There's always a chance.
You know,
There's always a chance.
I just want it to be super good.
it's hard. Yeah, I think it was hard on everybody doing both at the same time. I think the actors and stuff. I think a lot of people try and not discourage that from happening.
And that seems a challenge too with a Simpsons video game is the actors, and like you were saying before, Stuart, they have to do, it's different than a show. They have to do 90 grunts. They have to do all these things. Is there anything, when you're thinking of, when you're writing a game, is there any kind of sympathy for these poor voice actors who have to, I mean, Hank does like 90 characters himself, so.
Yeah, one thing that's brilliant about Tapped Out is that the characters make noises, which is original actor noises, but there's, all the jokes are text, and so you can write the
It's the triumph of the written word.
Yeah.
And the great part is we're stealing from the fact that you guys all know what the voices sound like. So like we can write funny lines and it sounds like Ralph or it sounds like Comic Book Guy, and we don't actually have to get him to do it. But
you know, like 10 years ago, Dan Castellaneta, I think, maybe even more than that, agreed to do some Homer voices for a Homer version of the TomTom GPS.
Right. Yes.
Or a little TomTom GPS. So he sat in the booth and recorded for hours, like, in 5 miles, stay in the right lane, move left. And the TomTom came out, and within 6 months, it was like, oh, here's my iPhone. toss the TomTom. So Dan got a little burned by that, I think. So he's not so eager to jump in and record 1 million video game
He was
lines.
getting paid per left turn.
Yeah, no,
So
Julie,
he thought he would be really rich from it.
Julie did one too.
Or she did
Yeah,
TomTom
so
as well?
I guess they wanted to have more. Yeah, but it
Yeah.
was like turn, and then I was like roundabout coming up, and it was like, oh, something different.
Tito Pac-Man wants to know, have you guys ever thought about a crazy role-playing Simpsons game? I mean, have you guys played a lot of role-playing games? I wouldn't say that Red Dead Redemption is like a Final Fantasy-esque, because then you have to come up with hit points and how many, we were just talking about who would win in a battle royale.
Yeah.
I mean, I think then you actually have to start ranking these characters and giving them attributes.
I mean, I think we're always looking at new ideas.
Yeah.
And,
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I first was hearing that and going, oh, like a tabletop, like D&D with The Simpsons. That sounds fun too.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's do them both.
Let's do them all. Let's do them all. So take us through, just very briefly, take us through a day of working at The Simpsons. What's it like? Like, it feels like there's a big shroud of secrecy. You guys have been on the air for 30 years. It's such an institution. It's spawned so many, including my boss, Conan O'Brien. People have come out of there. What is it like working there? I mean, is it a high-pressure situation? Is it just eating meatballs every day, all day? The quad ball?
That's
Is
a
it
big
just
exciting
right-
development. We can
just
look
locked in a room writing tapped out content all day long?
When I first came to the show, I'd written on live action sitcoms for years before Simpsons, and I got Simpsons in, and after like a month or so, I felt like this is almost like graduate school as opposed to like entertainment where you're going out to stage and there's a lot of interaction with cast and. Not that we don't have that, but so much of our day is just spent just like this. A bunch of us sitting in a writer's room, looking at a script on a monitor and trying to make it better and trying to beat jokes. And I'd say 95% of our day is spent just hanging out with each other.
That's awesome.
And it's the greatest job because we all like each other and everybody is super fun to be with but it's also hard because we've done 670 episodes, so it never gets easy to find stories.
I feel like a lot of people always say like the worst part of their job is meetings, like that is our job. It's like one big, like our job every day is pretty much the worst part of most people's job. But the upside to it is like we basically select writers based on how pleasant they are to have in meetings and stuff.
Mhm.
So it's like that really good meeting you have at work that you kind of wish wouldn't end sometimes.
It's kind of like a meeting where you can make fun of your boss all the time. That's really
Right.
really what we do.
Yeah.
Sit around and
You
make
can
fun of
demonize
our
him in a
boss.
game, which is pretty
We
awesome.
Also, there's a 30-year-old tradition. There are 2 writers' rooms, so there are always 2 rooms working on different scripts.
Oh, there are 2 writers?
Yeah, 2 writers.
At least. Sometimes there's some.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sometimes
sometimes
even
there's
3.
3.
Four.
These were always doing different
What's our
shows
record?
at different
Is there
stages of the
is there
game.
a fun room and a terrible room?
No, they're both.
They're both
Yeah.
fun
Yeah.
rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
They each have their
Says the
charms.
guy in the fun
Yeah.
room,
Yeah,
probably.
They each have
There's
different
Matt's
ale-
room.
awesome
There's-
charms.
meanwhile,
There's
half the
no,
others.
all the rooms are good.
We
okay.
switch around. They're not like you're set in
Oh, I
one
got-
room
oh,
or
I see, I
anything.
see.
Because we're a little spread out over our lot, there's this ancient tradition where the production assistant, when lunch arrives, comes out and rings a big literally a cowbell on the lot,
What?
and then so
Yeah.
that we know when lunch has come.
You can hear it all across the lot.
Right.
You guys know that's insane, right?
Right.
That's
It's
crazy.
crazy because you could just text or
Yeah.
Do they have to
call.
dress up like something?
No.
Like something? Like-
But
Yeah.
also sometimes they're moving the bell and it like goes dink and we're like
Pre-ring. You can still get,
Pre-ring.
you can still get hungry from pre-ring.
Oh my God.
It's very Pavlovian.
I heard the story where that came from today from Dave Cohen, who said that I think him and Donica or someone just as a joke said, "Oh, wouldn't it be hilarious if we had a little cow? Actually, they're going to do a data triangle first. This is like a funny, funky joke." And then they got a cowbell. They thought they would do it like one day, but it turned out everybody loved being summoned to lunch by a giant bell.
I've heard people like lecturing new PAs like you gotta have some enthusiasm when you're
Yes.
like,
There's nothing worse than a weak
yeah.
bell
Yeah,
ring,
no good.
because then you're like, is it lunch?
We used to have one writer that would sneak in the office and like ring it just a little
There
as
we
if
go.
it sounded, so everybody was just waiting. And
That was not fun.
He's gone now. Yeah.
Foodie
I
Matt
love
Sullivan,
doing
very
these
upset.
panels where we talk about lunch. For
But I will
lunch
say,
meal.
you know, what you were saying about the mating is like, but it is really fun for the most part. Like, we laugh so much, and we sometimes spend a lot of times doing stuff that we will never go on, like just lists of, I don't know, trying to think of like the songs that you wrote.
We wrote a bunch of songs for a movie writing seminar that will never exist.
That is hilarious.
We're not going to sing here.
I'm getting yelled at by Twitter. Pan Pizza wrote in all caps, "Talk about games."
Okay,
Simpsons
sorry.
games.
Less
Is
cowbell.
Pan Pizza here? Are you here, Pan Pizza? All right, good. Didn't want to have to throw down after this. And then Jonathan asks, what is your favorite part about Tapped Out? Thank you, Jonathan, for bringing it back to Simpsons games. Favorite part about Tapped Out, and we only have a few more minutes to go here. So everyone, I mean, control over the lives of these tiny, I mean, you guys already have control over The Simpsons.
Well, I love the thing in one, I think the last thing I ever wrote for Tapped Out was a treatise about grinding versus freemium currency, which was the ultimate freemium currency or premium currency is the time that you are alive.
Yes,
And
that's
so
great.
spending it dinking on a stupid screen is a horrible waste of your premium currency of not being dead.
Yeah.
But
And
play
so-
the game.
Says the guy who spent money on this game,
Well, yeah.
his own money.
Yeah.
So then I quit.
Yeah, there's one episode where Homer, he was playing on a game, and that somebody says, you spent all day, you wasted your whole day playing fake chores. And that's pretty much what Tapped Out was, which what we all love it. We do it.
I quit.
So the mindless time wasting is your guys' favorite. You guys have a favorite, Jeff? Favorite part about Tapped Out?
Well, I mean, what's interesting about Tapped Out is, from an author's point of view, is like you get to write whatever you like.
Yep.
You can do fourth wall-y stuff, but there's also all of this nagging fear that, like, when you play the game, you tap through the dialogue as fast as you can to get to the actual thing. So, who are you really writing this for in the end? Sometimes you're not. That's a question. A lot of times it's for Stewart.
I like that you
Together
get to
reason.
go deep into the canon of Simpsons characters. Like
Yes.
Herman, the one-armed, army supply store guy, and you just get super deep into the.
You can
the-
give them their
the
due,
tiny
finally.
characters.
They
Exactly.
get their
they
time
a
in
whole
the
scene.
sun.
Yeah.
It's comical how many we've run through.
Yeah, how
Like,
many
we're-
characters do you think
I mean,
you
there's
can-
like so many Simpsons characters,
Yeah.
and we're like, we'll never. And then like we're getting. There are a lot of Simpsons characters. Thank God, we got plenty of time left. But yeah, we're. It's like we started having more lines than the show. Maybe we'll have more characters eventually too.
Sometimes we do sort of say, "Did this happen in the show?" And they were like, "No, it happened in Tapped Out, I think."
Well,
So,
but then the other thing that it
is that
seems
canon?
unbelievable, but like I've heard it from several times that like kids have gone to their parents and been like, "Hey, Mom, there's a TV show based on Tapped Out."
That was gonna be my favorite thing.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We'll talk about the thing for tomorrow, Stuart. That can be your favorite thing.
Yes, there we go. Yes.
This was our we've got a new Tapped Out update coming, which, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're very excited about, and it's going to be a big
Jeff
one.
wrote
and
it.
Did I?
I thought Jeff
think
wrote
so,
it.
probably the game one, right?
Oh, I wrote that one.
It's
yeah.
Game of Games,
Yeah.
although the battle. Yeah. Oh, there
There
you
it
go.
is.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, no.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Games. But Tapped Out Royale just like made for a better splash screen. But yes, it's
That
it
finger is looking
basically-
more dog-like every year.
That's a giant finger with a
Yeah,
sword
no,
strapped
totally
to
a
it.
finger, not
It
a
doesn't
Homer,
have a nail.
not a Homer penis.
Yeah,
Right.
that's-
Like Homer's penis.
well, now I can't unsee that, Matt. Thank you.
The
It's
finger's
impossible-
become like
it's
the,
impossible
the
to-
main character of Tapped
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah.
Maybe he dresses up.
But yeah, we do Fortnite, but we get around to a couple other games. So
That's fun. And how long did that take to put together? How long have you been working on it?
7 years.
Oh my God. That's
no,
a-
I don't know. I think we've got those down to. We're a lot faster with Tapped Out updates and with the show.
That's right.
So they can be a little more topical. I don't know that Fortnite's that topical, but
It feels like I've seen a lot of Fortnite T-shirts today.
Yeah, I think we threw some jokes in there. I kept trying to get some jokes in about Red Dead Redemption, like how they're having trouble with the online, even though they're not really having
Yeah.
trouble with the online. But
And in terms of games, there's kind of always something in the works with you guys. Exactly. Can't say anything, but
I'll just say we're putting together a new Avengers game where the Avengers look even less like the Avengers than in this movie. Even further.
That's right. Well, that's going to do it for this panel. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Thank you to our panelists, Stuart, Rob, Jeff, Carolyn, and Matt.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes. We will see you guys later. Good night. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Rocking it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Hi, how are you? How are you? Good to see you guys. Good to see you again, Rob. Hey, what's up? All right, thanks, everyone, for joining us at E3 Coliseum Day 1. We will be live again tomorrow for Day 2. We've got Jack Black, Jablinski games tomorrow. Thursday, Elon Musk, Todd Howard. More games, more E3. We'll see you tomorrow live starting at 10 a.m. Pacific for the E3 Coliseum 2019. Have a good night, everybody.